So hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is a story about what if Naruto neglected by family and Mokuton Prodigy. Part 2. If you guys enjoy this, what if? And if you want to part 3. Comment down below. And let me know before I start. Please do support for more awesome content. And leave a like and don't forget to subscribe to my channel. And also share this video with your friends. And check out the description. And check out my playlist. So let's start the video. Chapter 11, Chunin Finals Part 1. The crowd roared and cheered as Naruto stood in the center of the Suna exam stadium. To his left stood Itachi and Anko while on his right were the Iwa and Kumo teams. That's a lot of people, Naruto muttered as Anko and Itachi had to nod in agreement. Easily all of the Suna shinobi and most of its civilians were here in the stadium, along with a lot of foreign shinobi. Oh Naruto heard as he looked up in the stadium and went a little bit red before smiling as he saw Tsunade Shizune and Hiruzen in the crowd. Tsunade had even made a giant flag that said Team Naruto and was waving it around. Instead of being embarrassed, he just laughed and gave Tsunade a thumbs up as grinned at him. Just beside them was Makoto and a few members of the Uchiha clan, which included Fugaku, Sasuke, Ria and Itachi's family member Shisui, who Naruto had met a couple of times before. Shisui was a lot like Itachi as well as did not have that Uchiha stick in the ass. Little Ria was sitting on her mother's lap as she looked around happily at the sight of a new place, while waving her little hands at her oldest brother, while Sasuke too had a big smile and cheered Itachi on. Over on the other side of the stadium was the Kumo and Iwa lot that were mostly quiet and stoic. Though Naruto noticed that a lot of the Iwa shinobi were staring at him either in curiosity or with a glare on their face. The glares they have made him want to jump from their seats and attack him. And up in the Hokage box was his father along with the Kazekage, Reikage and surprisingly the Tsuchikage. His father was busy conversing with the Kazekage and had Kakashi standing beside him as a bodyguard. The Kazekage had a tan man with half his face covered by white cover. Beside the Tsuchikage, who was an old man that was very short, an old man with a triangular beard and a mustache that had angular corners, a big red nose and thick eyebrows. The top of his head is completely bald, although he has long white hair on the lower half of his head, which is styled in a traditional Chanmage haircut. Over his shinobi coat he wore a mostly green and red coat. Beside him was a large man wearing the traditional red Iwa uniform but had no sleeve on his right arm, showing his larger arms. Then beside the Reikage was the same Jonin who accompanied him to Konoha just over a year ago. As Naruto waited for the proctor to begin the third exam, he knew that his own family was missing from the stands. Before they had left for Suna, Minato and Jiraiya had decided it would be best to keep the twins and Mina in Konoha since they did not want to risk any assassination attempts. Kushina had readily agreed, which made Naruto angry. He wondered if his parents actually remembered about him at all. They had not shown any concern when he left for Suna over a month ago, and yet they were threatening over the twins. Instead of coming to Suna, they would instead watch from the stadium in the Leaf, where they would be playing the exams on the big screen for those that had not gone too soon to be able to watch it. His eyesight then turned towards the shinobi he and his team would have to go against, but noticed that the Iwa Kinwaichi was glaring at him. Kuritsuchi, whose name he remembered, was the same as before, but her eyes were brimming with confidence. I bet she has gotten a lot stronger since her grandfather is the Tsuchikage after all, he thought as he looked back up at the cage box to see Inoki looking down at his granddaughter with a prideful smile, before he turned to Naruto gaze before narrowing a little and scoffed a little. Over in the stands, Swan, who was keeping a close eye on Naruto, saw where his gaze was going and noticed Inoki looking at him. She let a growl build up in her throat, promising pain to Inoki if he tried anything during the exams. Next to him, Anko let her eyebrows shoot up a little. Why are you okay, Naruto? Anko asked as she tapped her friends on the elbow since she saw his frown on his face. Yeah, I'm fine. Just thinking that all, he said looking away from the stands and just focusing on the ground in front of him. Always dangerous, she said snickering a little while Naruto knocked her a little with his hip, making her almost trip. He got a glare in return. Konoha, Kushina sat in the cage box with many clan heads as they waited and watched the exams, wondering how well Makoto's team was going to do since she had bragged that her team was definitely going to make it the first time around. It earned a lot of scoffs thinking it was ridiculous, but were curious nonetheless. Kushina sat with Mina on her lap who was giggling happily as she saw her brother on the big screen. If it was not for the eyes, he would be a carbon copy of Minato, Inora said as her daughter Ino sat by her feet, happily playing with Mito and the other clan children. Suna, from the center of the arena a small smoke cloud appeared and got quickly swept away. Pakura arrived and stood in the arena, drawing attention to herself as her being there signaled the matches were about to begin. Good luck guys, Naruto whispered. You too, both Itachi and Anko said to him before they paid close attention as the Kazekage stood up from his seat and began to speak as his voice projected through the arena. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the third part of the Chunin exams. I welcome everyone who is from the village of Konoha, Iwagakure and Kumagakure and hope you are enjoying your stay here in Suna. Watch as these 8 young genin will show the world why they are ready to advance into becoming of their village. Bakura, I leave the rest to you. Bakura nodded towards her Kazukiage before looking at the 8 genin. If any of you want to drop out now, then now is the time to do so, she said as everyone watched as no one moved. In that case would everyone except for Anko Mitsurashi of Konoha and Radio Kurashini of Kumo please leave the field and go to the competitor's box, she said. Kick some ass Anko, Naruto said as Anko grinned at him, knowing that kicking ass was exactly what she had in mind. Naruto and Itachi left the arena and stood next to one another as they watched their friend and teammate. So what do you think she will do? Itachi asked, watching as Anko took up her position as did the Kumo shinobi. Naruto grinned at the question. Anko is going to win, no questions asked. She has been working her butt off this last week, so there is no way she would lose to this guy. On the field, are you ready to lose a leaf girl? Raido asked as he cracked his neck and shuffled his arms around. Anko stood calmly and firmly as she stared at her opponent before she licked her lips a little showing her anticipation for the match. Bakura stood off to the side as she looked between the two. She raised an arm which made the stadium fall quiet before she swung down. Hajime. As soon as the word was said Raido shot forward and pulled a sword from its sheath on his back and swung down at her. Anko saw it and jumped backwards a few meters. Radio did not stop since he quickly jumped forwards and began trying to strike Anko with his blade. He was swinging in a mad frenzy, but Anko though was easily dodging the strikes. Raiden. Inazuma Zeppin, he said as he threw his hand forward to try and grab Anko's shoulder and sent currents of lightning going through her body. Anko however Kawarimi'd away and reappeared 10 meters behind him, leaving a log in her previous spot. As she stood there she bent down a little and traced her thumb over the ground, something Radio did not take much notice of, while the shinobi in the stands did. Interesting, Hiruzen thought as he watched Anko. Radio growled loudly and breathed hard as Anko danced on the spot a little. Radio once again went forward a bit this time tried to hit her with his taijutsu, which by the way he was throwing punches towards her, though it looked similar to an academy-style taijutsu. His punches and kicks were a little sloppy, and Anko easily maneuvered out of the way before landing once again 10 meters away from him. Damn it, stop dodging and running away you coward, he said to Anko before he felt something slice his cheek all of a sudden and felt a warm trickle going down it. A cut formed on his cheek and behind him was a kunai. Anko blurred from her spot in front of him and appeared behind him and pinned his arms behind his body. Who is the coward you snot, she said as she licked a small trail of blood from his cheek which freaked Radio out. She pushed him in front of her and with great speed and precision threw toward Radio. Senbons. He laughed as he pulled them out. How pathetic, he said, throwing them away before noticing his arms suddenly went limp. A look of horror and surprise appeared on his face when his other arms suddenly went as well. My arms? What did you do? Those pathetic as you called them were laced in poison, she said, making Raido's eyes go wide like saucers. Don't worry, it's not harmful, but it will make your body go numb and limp for a few hours. Don't worry though, you should be fine by the end of the day. However, she said as a wicked grin appeared on her face. It means you are now all ripe for the taking. She makes a hand sign and out of the ground a large snake bigger than Radio comes out of the earth and wraps around the numbed boy who now looks ready to drop to the ground in fear. Now you can either surrender or I could have my friend have you as a snack. He has not been fed in a few days so he is mighty hungry, she said, patting its head before the snake hisses loudly at Radio. Everyone watched as the snake opened its jaws and elongated its fangs towards him. Just as the snake's mouth was about to devour him whole, Raido called out. I give up. I surrender. Darn, that takes the fun out of things, Anko said before shrugging as she called off the giant snake and watched as Radio dropped to the ground like a sack of potatoes. Bakura, who was standing a little off to the side, smirked a little before holding up her hand. The winner of the match is Anko Mitsurashi of Konoha. When she spoke, the audience clapped while those from Konoha cheered. Bakura opted for a stretcher to come onto the field and they quickly took Raido away. That girl is pretty good. She might have a bright future in the leaf, Hiruzen said. Though I wonder where she learned to use poisons. Both Hiruzen and Swan glanced over towards Shizune, who shuffled a little in her seat before returning to the field. Up in the Hokage box the Raikage grumbled a little while Inoki looked at the girl curiously. How is it that she has the snake contract? He asked. I'm not at liberty to say that, Minato said firmly as Kakashi eyed the older Kage, while the guard of Inoki's looked in Kakashi's. I would not bother asking Tsuchikage. When it comes to sharing information, don't expect to get anything back from him or that village of his. Minato glared a little from his seat while the two Kages huffed. Not surprising. The boy always was full of himself, Inoki muttered, while Kakashi glared at him before Inoki glared at Kakashi. Boy, if you don't stop glaring at me you will be joining your father in the afterlife, he threatened as Minato put his hand on Kakashi's shoulder as things went quiet in the Hokage box. Good job out there, Anko. You showed him who was boss, Naruto said as Anko shrugged. I did what I could, she said before looking at Itachi. You better win your match because I will be waiting for you in the next round, she said as Itachi nodded and began walking onto the field. Itachi arrived on the field as he looked across from his opponent, Deidara of Iwa. The blonde Iwa shinobi was grinning as his hands were very close to a pouch on his side. Uchiha-san. Are you ready to behold my art? It is quite a bang, he said as Itachi furrowed his brow. Art. Art is fast, something that happens in an instance. It is so quick most don't even see it. Except for me that is. It's art, it's beautiful. It would be great to defeat Uchiha-san. My sensei that Tsuchikage will be pleased with me knowing I defeated someone of the famed Uchiha clan. After speaking, many looked at him in surprise at the fact that he was trained by Inoki. Some of the Uchiha members including Makoto looked a little worried while Fugaku and the others showed no emotion. In the cage box the other cages looked at Inoki in surprise since Inoki had never shown any interest in taking on a student before other than those in his family. So they wondered what was so special about this one boy. A student of the Tsuchikage. He is going to be good then, Naruto said as Anko nodded in agreement. Bakura's voice broke everyone out of their thoughts as she raised her hands. She looked towards the two who both nodded at her. She nodded back before calling out Hajime. Immediately both Itachi and Deidara jumped back from each other to the other side of the field. Naruto fingered his shurikens in his pocket while keeping his eyes plastered on Deidara while Deidara put his hand in the pouch and took out a lump of white clay. Everyone looked in curiosity at what he was going to as well as Itachi before everyone had a slightly grossed out look when they saw a hand appear on his hand with a tongue sticking out of it. It ate the clay and began munching on it. I think I lost my appetite Kachan, Sasuke said looking a little green as did Ria, who was pouting and waving her arms at the action, obviously not impressed. Deidara grinned before he noticed that Itachi's eyes became Sharingan and were spinning around. He looked away and tried to avoid eye contact since he had been told that an Uchiha could easily put on someone by just looking at them. Your eye tricks won't work on me, he said as Itachi then threw a flurry of shurikens. Oten. Dorakeki, Deidara called as he made the hand signs while his right hand was still munching on the clay. The wall went up and stopped the shurikens, but Deidara was surprised to see Itachi quickly appear on top of the wall. Haten. Nkakik no a torrent of fire went towards Deidara and poured over Deidara much to everyone's surprise and a few people's cries. Itachi looked a little surprised, but when the fire disappeared he and everyone went all tidal wide-eyed when they saw Deidara begin to melt away. The clone, Itachi thought before he suddenly heard scurrying come from beneath him. He looked down to see little spiders made of clay walk towards him. It seemed you fell into the trap, Deidara said, appearing at distance behind him and making a hand sign. Katsu. When he spoke the spiders lit up and to everyone's surprise exploded. Itachi, Anko shouted out having seen her friend in the center of the explosion, though Naruto stayed looking calm. Though she and many others were relieved when they saw a log was now where Itachi was standing. Not bad, Itachi said, now appearing behind Deidara with a kunai to the back of his neck. When did you make the clone? I see the Uchiha live up to their name. I would be disappointed if you did not. And to answer the question when the earth wall went up. But you Uchihas really should pay more attention behind you, Deidara called as Itachi looked behind to find more clay spiders appearing and jumping towards him and trying to latch onto him. Itachi jumped up high towards the top of the wall. Kaiten. Rika no Jutsu. A giant head of a dragon flew towards the clay burning and melting most of them. When the spiders disappeared Itachi was surprised to see owls made of clay now flying towards him. Frowning, he made a new set of hand signs. Raiden. Raikou Senbon no Jutsu, a range of lightning formed in front of him and he threw them towards the clay-made owls. Since when does Itachi know lightning? Anko asked since she was unaware he even knew any light since he was mostly fire-based like she was. Must have picked it up during his training, Naruto answered. The lightning hit the owls and they all went tumbling down. As Itachi looked toward Deidara he saw a grin plastered on his face. You're in range, Deidara said as from the corner of Itachi's eye he noticed a small clay bird appear in front of him. His eyes went wide and jumped back as much as he could but saw that he was just too close. Deidara looked victorious as the tongues in his hand swayed around in every direction. Now you know that art is an explosion. The clay bird exploded right by Itachi, causing a small shock wave to hit the arena and throw a couple off their feet. The walls that it was close to now had a big indent and cracks in it. Humming out of the smoke cloud Itachi jumped out all limbs still intact but had burns on his right hand and leg along with some blood going down the right side of his face. However as soon as he landed a clay-made centipede came out of the ground and wrapped around. It held on tightly as Deidara appeared in front of him with a grin on his face as he held up the hand sign for the explosions. Any last words Uchiha? I would hate to make a mess, Deidara said. He waited for Itachi to say something but instead Itachi said no words but instead had a small grin on his face. The grin alone made rage boil inside Deidara, wondering what Itachi had to grin about. He was about to ask what he was grinning at, but just as he got close to Itachi, the uchiha suddenly disappeared in a flock of crows. "I would not make that hand sign if I were you," Itachi's voice said before Deidara suddenly felt something clamp around him. He looked down and was shocked to see the clay centipede wrapped around him instead of Itachi. "What? I don't understand," he said as Itachi appeared in front of him with no injuries on him anymore, and he noticed Itachi's Sharingan eyes were spinning. "You have had me in a. When did you put it on?" "The moment you first looked in my eyes at the beginning of the match," he said as everything around suddenly broke away like glass, revealing the real audience who looked a little surprised. There was a grinning Uchiha clan, as well as a smiling Naruto and Anko all looking at him. Sakura walked over to the two boys, impressed at the control Itachi had throughout the entire match, and called the match. "The winner is Itachi Uchiha from Konoha." Many cheered as the Uchiha as Deidara slowly made his way off the field with his head low, never had he felt this humiliated before. He saw that Tsuchikage shaking his head, while his Iwa partners gave him some sympathy. Though he looked back at Itachi with hate-filled eyes, silently swearing he would make Itachi pay. "That my boy. My Itachi-kun," Mikoto called out as Sasuke and Ria joined in, while Fugaku tried to scold his wife for not acting properly, but she just waved him off. Itachi left the field a little red-faced, since his mother was shouting how well her little boy did. He saw the grins on his teammate's face. "Very nice, Mr. Uchiha, winning with a. How very Uchiha of you," Anko said, patting his shoulder. "Though you better now, it will take more than it to make me down," she said. "I would expect nothing less than Anko," he called back as the next match was announced, and they watched as the other Kumo shinobi and the Iwa girl made their way onto the field. "So who do you think will win this one?" Anko asked as they all scanned the two opponents. The girl Naruto said, getting looks from his two teammates. "She is strong. I know that much. She is the granddaughter of the Tsuchikage, therefore no doubt he will have a hand in her training. Though unlike Deidara, I don't think it will be enough to take her out." He did not know how right he was. The match did not last very long. The Kumo-nin had changed like some academy student, while Kuretsuchi had remained calm. She quickly batted him away with her taijutsu, which was recognized as the rock style the Iwa shinobi were known for using. She then used a couple of C and B ranked earth jutsus, which quickly squashed any chance of the Kumo-nin winning. She trapped him in earth before knocking his lights out with swift and powerful punches. Once it was over, Kuretsuchi was standing there with a victorious smile on her face, hardly scratched or worn out, while the Kumo-nin was out cold and bloodied on the ground. Sakura quickly called it. Kuretsuchi walked proudly back to the finalists' box. She looked towards Naruto briefly and gave him a look as if saying to him, "Try and beat that." "Oh, it's on," Naruto thought, smirking before he heard his name being called along with the two others he would have to battle. As he, Akatsuchi and C walked onto the field, they all got a round of cheer from their respective villages. Tsunade, Shizune and Hiruzen cheered, Tsunade being the loudest, telling Naruto to kick some serious ass. While back in Konoha, Mito, Ig and Mina all cheered and clapped when they saw their big brother on the big screen. Kushina clapped lightly, smiling as she watched Naruto's match. In the cage box, all the cage and bodyguards looked down curiously at Naruto, no doubt wanting to see if he was anything like his parents and to see just how powerful he was. They had seen firsthand how his two teammates had fought. Now though, it was time for Naruto to shine. The three stood in a triangle-like formation, and Sakura was just outside the triangle. As he stood there, he saw Akatsuchi and C looked at each other and nod before turning towards him. He, along with many others, saw it and inwardly cursed. Though Naruto had stayed perfectly calm and now prepared himself. His hand went behind his back and sneakily made a hand sign. Only Hiruzen and Tsunade saw it and inwardly smirked. "Hajime," Sakura called out, and almost immediately Akatsuchi and C turned towards him and charged. Naruto watched them come towards him and felt their chakra and their movements from it. Akatsuchi ready to punch him from the top, while C punched him from the bottom. When they connected, to everyone's surprise, Naruto had poofed out of existence. Page Bushins. The shinobi all thought when they saw it, while Minato, who was watching closely, had his eyes widened a little. Naruto knows shadow clones. "Wonder where he went," Akatsuchi said, putting his finger to his lips and scratching his head. C tried to dance him about, but before he could, a pair of arms shot out from the ground and brought him down into the ground. "Oten. Shinjutsu no Jutsu," Naruto whispered as C was pulled down until only his head was left sticking out. When he shot out of the ground, Akatsuchi eyed him and engaged him into jutsu. As he swung, Naruto saw that his suspicions about him were right. In that Akatsuchi was focusing more on power and his speed was not so great. Meaning Naruto was easily dodging all the kicks and swings, as well as landing a few blows of his own on Akatsuchi. He focuses on the side of where his kidney would be. He mentally thanked Shizune for the anatomy lessons. Akatsuchi grunted as Naruto pushed a big genin away, while C had managed to dig himself out. He made a few hand signs and shouted Raiden. Dendu and Dari, small waves of lightning shot out from C and went towards Naruto. Naruto saw them and made his own hand seals. Doten. Tsuchi no Yi. The ground around him shot up and hoisted him into the air, dodging the waves of lightning. In doing so, Akatsuchi jumped back before he pumped chakra into his feet and pushed towards Naruto at great speed. Oten. Gremu no T. Clumps of rocks formed around Akatsuchi's hands and increased its physical capabilities. He swung down at Naruto, who jumped away and landed on the side of one of the walls. The spot he was standing on was reduced to rubble from the Iwa ninja. Naruto jumped down from the wall and landed back on the ground. C and Akatsuchi appeared in front of him. Both went forward and engaged him in Taijutsu, doing their best to once again try and hit him. But again, Naruto's speed was greater than both and was dodging them gracefully and almost effortlessly. Plus, it did not help that Akatsuchi and C kept bumping into one another. "Stop getting in the way, Iwa idiot. I am trying, Mr. Kumo boy. You two don't make a very good pairing, you know that," Naruto said before he sent a strong kick to C, which threw him a couple of meters away, while Akatsuchi got kicked in the guy and then kneed in the face, which sent him staggering back. He had felt a crunch, so Naruto might have just broken Akatsuchi's giant nose. "About him," he said as glumps of water shot out and towards C and Akatsuchi. A few of the water shots hit the duo as the two knocked into each other and stumbled a little. In retaliation, they threw kunai and shuriken towards Naruto. Instead of jumping out of the way, Naruto stood there calmly before he quickly pulled out the shusui and deflected them all with the black blade. When he did, many in the audience, civilians and shinobi alike, marveled at the blade. Those in the cage box looked at it curiously, even Minato. He had only seen the sword in its sheathed state, never actually taken out before. This was the first he and many others had seen a black blade. Many of the shinobis from other villages licked their lips and the thought of having the sword, but froze when they had Kai hit them and saw Tsunade glaring at those who she knew had those stealing thoughts. In Konoha, Kushina too looked at it with wide eyes. "Why have I never seen that blade before? Surely I would have noticed that sword at home, wouldn't I? Little unfair, isn't it, that you two team up?" Naruto spoke, getting the two out of their surprise as he was curious as to why they teamed up. "It does not matter. You're the son of the Flash and most hate your very existence. Kumo hates your mother and Iwa hates your father. Therefore both extremely hate you," C said. From their spots in the cage box and back in Konoha, both Minato and Kushina frowned, while many of the Leaf shinobi shook theirs and argued they would not let anything happen to one of their shinobis. "Well, if that's the case, then I guess I should start getting serious, then, huh?" he said, surprising most who were listening as he gripped the shusui, which was still sheathed. "You know, my Bachan has always said that I have the devil's luck since she completely sucks," he said, making Tsunade shake her fist at him from the crowd, making a few people laugh. "So I think I can end this soon, since watching you two fumble over each other leaves little to be desired," he said, as well as thinking I can end this in one move. "Guess it's time that I finally used it." His fingers traced along the hilt of his re-sheathed blade. "Do you think so? Well, I will show you," C declared, forgetting about the teamwork with Akatsuchi. In his hands 8 kunai appeared with paper bombs wrapped around them as he ready to throw them. Next to him, Akatsuchi made hand signs before slamming on the ground. "Doten. Gremu no Jutsu." A big hand shouted out of the ground in front of him and the rock body of a person 3 times the size of a normal person appeared out and gave a loud roar. "Impressive. Now it's my turn," he said before putting his hand on the hilt of shusui and closing his eyes, much to the surprise of many. Naruto waited for the right moment as he felt the chakra of his opponents and felt one was angry and the other was weirdly curious and kin to happy even. He pushed chakra to his feet, getting ready to push off and do so at a great speed. "Here he goes," Hiruzen said, alerting the people around him and now watching intently at what would happen. "I will show you," C declared as he threw the paper-bombed kunai towards Naruto, who still stood still. Akatsuchi also sent his golem forwards, which had its hand outstretched. Naruto waited and waited for the right moment as the attacks got closer and heard a few people tell him to get out of the way. Just as they got close, his eyes snapped open and at great speed pushed off from his spot. It all happened in a blur as Naruto was standing in one spot 1 second and then the next he was behind Akatsuchi and C. Many were surprised to see where Naruto suddenly stood with his sword outstretched. All they heard for that few seconds were what sounded like tearing the whipping of wind. They had no idea it was actually Naruto swinging his blade. Those Jonin level and above all saw him move and his actions and were looking at him in a surprised state, none realizing a genin and potential could move so fast at his age. The kunai missed their target and went off at the other side of the field, not hurting anyone, while the golem and the contestants just stood there. Slowly Naruto began to put his blade away back in its sheath. The whole field was completely quiet as they heard him mutter his technique. "Itmurk I. Shishi Sunsen." He then fully sheathed the blade, making the clink sound echo through the arena. When he did, everyone watched as the golem suddenly fell to pieces and C and Akatsuchi had blood spurt from their chests as they suddenly fell down to the ground. No one moved as they were all a little wide-eyed, while Hiruzen, Tsunade, Shizune, Mikoto, Itachi and Anko stood there with big smiles on their faces. Sakura, who was off to the side, shook herself out of her daze and smirked a little before raising her hand. The winner of the match is Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. As soon as she said his name, the Konoha side of the audience burst into applause as they stood up and cheered his name and clapped. "That's my Naru-chan," Tsunade shouted out as Shizune clapped enthusiastically. "That's my student," Mikoto shouted out as she and her kids all cheered for him too. Back in Konoha, Mito, Ig and Mina were all on their feet cheering loudly for their big brother, though Mina was more like just clapping rather loudly and kicking her legs in front of her. While everyone cheered, just two people did not clap. Not because they were not impressed, but because they were shocked at what they saw. Both Minato and Kushina looked at their son with one thought in their minds. "Naru-chan. How or when did you get so strong?" Chapter 12, Chunin Finals Part 2. After the first round of the third task had finished, everyone was given 30 minutes to take a rest and gather their bearings before they moved onto the second round and onto their next fights. Mikoto, Tsunade, Hiruzen and Shizune had come down from their spots in the crowds and wanted to see how the trio were doing and to make sure they had no major injuries, despite already knowing they were all perfectly fine. The adults praised each one of them, especially Naruto, since his sword technique had apparently been the talk of the crowd since he used it. Watching him take down two shinobis and a big rock golem in a single move was something to be impressed with. "That was a great first round, Naruto-kun. You are doing very well and you won it by revealing little of your strengths," Hiruzen said, greatly impressed with his surrogate grandson and student's performance. "Well, deception is a ninja's main skill. Though I get the feeling the next fight with Kuretsuchi is going to be a lot tougher. I'm going to have to bring out a few of my tougher cards and put them into play. Well, just know you have our full support. You will see that Iwa Kunoichi is the boss around here," Tsunade said, pumping her fist in the air, making Naruto grin. Up in the cage box, Minato wanted to go down and speak with Naruto since what he saw amazed him. He did not realize Naruto was so far along in his shinobi training. In fact, he made that match almost look too easy. Why am I only beginning to notice it now? What have I been doing not to notice how accomplished Naruto is becoming as a shinobi? He knew Mikoto would be a good fit for him as a sensei, since Mikoto was a well-rounded shinobi that was a sort of jack of trades in each of the three main shinobi fields. He did ask Kakashi since Kakashi had become quite the famous shinobi and could be a good influence and good sensei, but Kakashi turned it down, saying he did not have the time to play sensei. "Once the exams are over, maybe I should test Naruto myself, maybe he took more after me in terms of being a shinobi." Back in Konoha though, Kushina was thinking the same thing. She was a Kenjutsu master, and what she saw from Naruto with that attack was very impressive. What looked like a single strike was actually multiple strikes that had been struck at such a fast speed you had to watch carefully to even see it. She was currently standing outside of the Konoha Stadium bathrooms as she waited for the twins to finish making their business so they could go back and not miss any of the matches. Mina was huddled next to her holding on to her skirt looking around the room since it was a new place. "I wonder who taught him and why did he not come to me for training in Kenjutsu? Or did he ask me? Did he ask me and did I just brush him off?" She thought since she was wondering what sort of shinobi training she had actually provided her son. Once Naruto got back, she too knew that she would have to talk with Naruto about where he got his skill set from. Back in the Suna Stadium, the waiting bell signaled, making everyone know that it was time for the second round to begin. Naruto, Itachi and Anko went back to the box where they already found Kuretsuchi waiting for them. She looked over at them when they came in as well and looked Naruto over before turning away. "Why does she keep doing that?" Anko asked since Kuretsuchi had kept glancing at Naruto and turning away quite a number of times. "No idea. Maybe she is trying to figure me out. Strengths, weaknesses, what makes me tick, you know, that sort of thing. That could be it. She does strike me as more intelligent than her teammates and the others in the competition. You will have to watch her closely. She could be a wild card." Itachi muttered as Naruto nodded, thinking the same thing. As they entered the box, Sakura reappeared on the fields. The second round to the third part of the Chunin exams will begin now. Would Anko Mitsurashi and Itachi Uchiha of the Leaf Village please come down onto the field? The crowd cheered as the two genin names were announced, and they all knew that for the earlier performances, that this match was going to be a good one. "Alright guys, you are up. Don't disappoint," Naruto said as Anko and Itachi walked onto the field side by side. Once they were in the center of the field, Itachi kept walking a small distance before he stopped and turned around to face Anko. In the stands, Mikoto took a deep breath. Though she knew deep down that Itachi would likely win between the two, she knew Anko was not going to give up easily and was going to give him a run for his money. On the field, the two teammates and friends looked at each other. "Good luck, Anko-san," Itachi said as he smiled at her. Anko returned it. "You too, Itachi. The next match is about to begin. Are you both ready?" Sakura asked as both Itachi and Anko nodded and both readied in their respective stances. Sakura looked between them before swinging her arm down. "Hajime." When the word was said, Itachi and Anko pushed back a little, both with their hands in their pouches, and as quick as lightning began storming one another with shurikens. None made it past the collision center, as the shurikens all found themselves getting rebounded off the other shurikens and were littering the ground as well as the wall. A few of the shinobis even had to duck their heads to avoid getting a shuriken stuck in their heads. On the field, after a minute of throwing shuriken at one another, they eventually stopped, but not before Anko put her hands on the ground with blood on the edges of her fingertips. "No jutsu," she said as a puff of smoke appeared and a long snake appeared out of it. The snake saw Itachi and quickly slithered over to him and began to strike at him with a quick and precise strike with its mouth as its fangs were bearing out as well as its tongue. Each time it struck, Itachi efficiently dodged its strikes and managed to land a few strikes onto the snake before he pushed himself away and jumped on the wall. The snake quickly followed after him and did its best to catch up to him, but Itachi had shown that he too had trained in his speed as he easily outmaneuvered the big snake. He then jumped in the air away from the wall and where the snake was and made hand signs. "Haten Haikui no Jutsu," he said as black ash and fire poured out of his mouth and engulfed the snake, making it hiss in pain. "That's going to hurt," Naruto muttered as many in the crowd thought the same thing. They would not want to be that snake right now. When the ash cloud disappeared, the snake was still there, but its skin was burnt in multiple places. "I am going to be four," the snake hissed out before it disappeared in a cloud of smoke. When Itachi landed on the ground, Anko came up behind him and pulled a kunai over his neck. "You should remember to watch your back," she said as Itachi smiled at her. "I could tell you the same thing." Anko's eyes winded when Itachi suddenly disappeared in a murder of crows and could hear something soaring through the air and coming towards her. She turned around in time to see kunai heading towards her. Her eyes counted how many there were and in retaliation threw the same amount of shuriken. Her shuriken collided with Itachi's and cancelled them out. As she did, Itachi appeared in front of her, jumped over her shoulder, but as he was in the air grabbed her shoulder. He then landed and using his strength, threw her across the field with a lot of force. Anko couldn't dodge in time as she slammed into the walls of the stadium, wincing a little as she rubbed her lower back. "I think I felt something crack," she thought as she shakily stood up, though her lower back felt like it was on fire. "I have to tough this out now. She's hurt," Naruto whispered to himself as Tsunade and Shizune made the same decision. Anko made a few hand signs, and Itachi, who had his Sharingan active, copied the movements. "Haten. Enden no Jutsu," they both said as two giant fireballs blew out of their mouth and collided with one another, making a shockwave of heat hit the closer audience members. Yugaku meanwhile turned to his wife. "It is an Uchiha clan. Why does someone who is not an Uchiha know it?" he asked as Makoto shrugged at her husband's question. "Itachi must have shown her it. She does have a fire affinity, so it would be helpful to know." Fugaku obviously was not satisfied with the answer, but had to accept it since Makoto had now turned back to the match at hand. "Haten hai no jutsu shi aim," Anko said as she shot fire into the air, and everyone watched as the fire looked as if it began to break apart into multiple little pieces and rain down on the field. Itachi responded by calling out to Doten Deheki no, as a wall of earth suddenly erected up in front of him and blocked the rain. "Doten? Since when do you know Doten?" Anko asked. "I asked Naruto to show me a Doten that would be handy for defense, though in return I had to promise him that I would show him a Katen at some point in the future. No fair," she whined, pouting before she went into her pack and grabbed a few. Itachi recognized them as the ones she used in her previous match that had some kind of venom on them. "Can't get hit by those," he thought as Anko made her way towards him with 3 grips in each of her hands. She got closer towards him and swung at him, but Itachi easily maneuvered out of the way. When she did though, Itachi swept her feet and went to hit her in the gut, but noticed his legs went through her. An illusion, he thought to himself as he turned around to see an implant in his shoulder. "Sometimes you have to go back to basics, right?" Anko said as Itachi chuckled. "Very true, and it seems your poison managed to get me. I am guessing my arm will be out of commission for a little while?" he asked as she nodded. "Then I guess I better get rid of it before it spreads too far," he said. As he said that, he grabbed a kunai with his other hand and drove it into the wound where he went in, effectively getting the poison out of his system. Many in the audience were surprised to see him do such an act, but the shinobi saw it as dedication, since not many would willingly injure themselves in order to get rid of the poison. "That should be enough," he said before he quickly hit Anko in her stomach as she looked at him in surprise at what he had just done. Anko hit the ground but quickly got up. "Sensei Jashu," said as 2 snakes shot out of her sleeve and headed straight towards Itachi. To her surprise they hit, but a moment later a poof was heard and a log was now in his place. "You're not the only one who can go back to basics," he said as Anko turned around to try and stop him, but instead felt a thud hit the back of neck. Her eyes went dreary and her vision went black before she collapsed to the ground. Itachi looked towards Bakura, who nodded. "The winner of the match is Itachi Uchiha of Konoha." The crowd cheered and clapped at the two genin, who gave them another good performance, as Itachi's siblings once again cheered loudly for their big brother. Itachi looked down at Anko and quickly picked her and carried her over to the medic bay, where they would take a quick look over her and check her vitals were all fine. "You did good, Anko-san. You pushed me quite a bit. I look forward to any future battles we should have," he said as he patted his friend's shoulders before he made his way back to the contestants' box. In the stands, Mikoto gave both her son and her female student a loud round of applause, knowing that they both deserved it and that she was very proud of both of them. "But fight. Anko put you through the ringer," he said as Itachi winced a little from the cut on his shoulder. "Yes, well, as tough as that was, it is now your turn to fight against some feminine fury," he said as they looked over to see Kuretsuchi move on to the field. "Looks like it is my turn again," Naruto said as he cracked his shoulders and followed after. When they both walked onto the field, the Konoha and the Iwa side all erupted into cheers, no doubt having been waiting to see this match happen for some time. It was essentially the family of Iwa versus the family of Konoha. And it was time to see which one was better. Naruto and Kuretsuchi stood apart from one another as the two looked across from one another. Naruto raised an eyebrow at her calm demeanor and noticed she was not listening to the shouting of the crowds. "You're different from the rest," he said as Kuretsuchi raised an eyebrow. "Different how? For starters, you are not insulting me because of who I'm related to. I know my dad can be an ass at times, but you don't need to take it out on me," he said as many in the crowd snickered at his words. In the Hokage box, Minato coughed and looked a little uncomfortable as the other cages laughed in their seats, no doubt finding it funny that the man's son called him what they all thought he was. "Not that it's any of your business, but I don't hold that petty grudge that others in I would carry. Well, I don't really like you all the same. I don't hold a grudge over what happened in the Third War. It was war and casualties and deaths were bound to happen. Even though I agree, your dad can be an ass." Now Minato just wanted to crawl away as the cages laughed even harder, as did Tsunade, Shizune and others in their section. "What about those times where you just looked at me? Like you hated me? Just observing you, wanting to see what your strengths were, any weak points, what made you tick. And did you get any answers?" he asked as Kuretsuchi smirked at him. "Well, I guess you will just have to find out." She said she would make Naruto back in return. "Okay, lovebirds, if you two are done flirting with each other," Bakura said as Naruto and Kuretsuchi blushed a little and looked the other way, drawing a few laughs from everyone. "Then we can begin this match." They both nodded and got in their respective stances. "Hajime, Oten, Daichi no Suppeku," Kuretsuchi called as a massive spike of earth shot out of the ground towards Naruto. Naruto jumped back 10 meters and missed the spike as he unsheathed the shusui. Kuretsuchi went forward with a kunai in each hand and began swiping at Naruto, who easily defended with the shusui. Sparks flew from the kunai and blade when they connected with one another. Kuretsuchi used her slim body and flexibility to perform a couple of very well agile and well-balanced moves as she tried to hit him in some of his vital spots. One of her kunais went for the jugular, showing Naruto just how serious she was being. He moved his head back and just felt the graze of the tip of the kunai hit his throat. In response, he swept her legs with a vicious kick, but Kuretsuchi quickly jumped in the air before she unleashed a kick of her own. He caught the kick and threw her over his shoulder, but she easily rolled with the throw. "Otendoro no gasm," she said as glumps of mud shot out of her mouth and rocketed towards Naruto. "Buten de Tapa," he said as he took a deep breath and forced a large swirl of wind out of his mouth. The wind rushed forward and knocked into the mud shots, sweeping them away or destroying the others. Buten, Doten and Suiten, Kushina thought as she watched the screen of her son fighting the Iwa Kunoichi. How does he have 3 elements? He should have taken after either myself or Minato, yet he has inherited both along with another. Back on the field, Naruto defended from a few quick strikes from Kuretsuchi, though he was too fast, and managed to block each strike and counter with his own, though she would block and do the same. Eventually her kunai and Naruto's sword locked onto each other and began fighting for dominance. When they entered a stalemate, Naruto used his superior physical strength and pushed her back and sent her flying back a couple of meters. So he is not all show. He has physical strength too, she thought. Kuretsuchi easily backflipped and landed on her feet. "Kage Bushin no Jutsu," Naruto called as 3 shadow clones shot forward and began attacking Kuretsuchi as Naruto placed a hand on his blade's hilt. "He's going for it again," Hiruzen said as Swan nodded. "It's early for him to be going for it again." When he watched the clones get her in the right spot, charged. "Itoryu. Shishi Sunsen," he said as he suddenly shot forward and went to slash Kuretsuchi again. However, when Kuretsuchi saw what he was doing and noticed him ready to charge, she already knew the general dynamics of the attack. She ran forward towards one of the Naruto clones and jumped onto its shoulder before pushing herself into the air. In the air, she successfully dodged the attack as Naruto went past, having missed his target. Up in the cage box, Inoki grinned at his granddaughter's display. She dodged it. Naruto was surprised before he saw Kuretsuchi performing hand seals again. That trick won't work with me. You need the opponent to be staying in a spot to let it hit. It's a direct hit move, so if they're moving then you won't be able to hit them. She said as Naruto grinned. You're not like the rest. You're a real kunoichi, give me the best you got. Naruto said. Kuretsuchi smirked in response. The only real competition I get back home that is in our age range is against Anko and Itachi. Well, I should impress since I have a reputation to uphold. I have Iwa blood running through me and I aim to make my family proud. Is that not what you are doing? Something like that, though mine is only to certain members of my family. There are a few that I am showing them what they missed out on, what they did not help. He said bitterly as he glanced up at his father who sat there watching the battle with calculating eyes. They stared towards each before they both began to make a set of hand seals, both at similar speeds and similar actions and motions. Heitan Bareto no Jutsu. Naruto reciprocated with his own Suiten Mizu Bareto no Jutsu. Water and fireballs rushed towards their targets at great speed but collided with one another, creating a small veil of steam to begin to appear and engulf the lower field, making it a little difficult for some to see what was happening. Neither stopped their attack as fire and water rained down through the field, trying to bypass the other, but neither having any success. She really is pretty good. Naruto thought. It's to be expected that the son of the Yellow Flash would be this skilled. Kuretsuchi thought in return. Deciding to take it up a notch, Kuretsuchi smiled to herself before she jumped onto the high walls, looking down at Naruto who stared up at her as did the others in the crowds and who was watching. She made a few head seals before shout Yoten Imgen no aim. She called out as she took a deep breath and shot out large glumps of lava from her mouth high into the air and watched as it began to separate from large glumps and into small and smaller pieces until it was just like bits of hail. One bite fell onto Naruto's shirt sleeve and quickly burned a hole into it. Naruto quickly ripped the sleeve off and threw it aside, not wanting to get those kinds of burns touch his skin. Does she know Yoten? I didn't even know Iwa had any shinobi who could use that bloodline. Shizune asked as Swan and Hiruzen narrowed her eyes as did Makoto from her seat. There was a clan that specialized and could use the Yoten bloodline long ago, but they got split and separated throughout the year and spread throughout the years similar to that of the Uzumaki. My guess is that someone from that girl's family carried the Yoten bloodline and it was passed down to her. On the field Naruto looked at her surprise. Huh. This takes things to a new level. I have to be more careful around her and I can't let that lava touch me or it will light me up. He thought. You look a little out of it. I hope that little treat I just gave you did not burn you too badly. She said as she grinned at him as he looked up at her. Not at all, though I was a little surprised. This does not change the fact I will still kick your ass. He said, making her glare down at him. We will see who will be the one to get their ass kicked. She said as she went through another lot of hand seals. Yoten Imgen Kikrik no, this time a large stream of lava shot out from her mouth and rushed towards him. Naruto quickly saw the danger and immediately jumped as far away as he could from harm's way. However, he noticed that when the lava hit the ground, it began to spread across the floor and slowly began to cover the ground. Lava is basically molten rock that had been superheated up and had taken a kind of middle ground between liquid and solid. Kept hot it stays as a liquid, but when super cooled it will harden and become rock. He thought before a thought came to his mind. Which means water should be effective against it. He muttered to himself as he went through hand seals and channeled his chakra. Suiten Mizurappa. He said as a strong jet of water shot forward and covered over the lava and quickly showed to have already stopped it from moving forward. The jet of water was stationed just a bit into the air so the water could evenly spread over the lava and harden it. After a few moments the jet of water stopped as steam was emitted from the lava and showed the lava had rapidly cooled down to form a layer of rock on top of the surface of the field. Otendaichi no Supeku Siki. Kuretsuchi called as Naruto saw that the earth layer that had been created from the lava getting cooled down suddenly shot up. The great thing about lava is once it is cooled down it just turns to earth, enabling me to use my arsenal of earth jutsus. Kuretsuchi called as Naruto dodged each of the spikes, though at the end the last one managed to leave a slash across his left shoulder, making him wince a little and making those watching from Iwa cheer. Naruto jumped back away from the earth as much as he could before he gripped his right fists tightly. He looked up towards Tsunade who looked back at him before she gave him a nod. Now the tables are about to be turned. Naruto said as Kuretsuchi listened to his words and narrowed her eyes. Since you seem to like the flat earth so much, let's rumble it around a little. He threw his hand up and struck a similar pose to Tsunade's chakra pumped into his fist. When those from Konoha saw that stance many paled while Minato and Kushina's eyes went as wide as saucers. She surely didn't teach him that move. Jiraiya thought as he watched what Naruto was about to do. In the stadium everyone waited with bated breaths before Naruto swung his chakra-enhanced fist down onto the ground. Ua! He cried out as his fist impacted the ground. As soon as it hit the earth beneath him shook uncontrollably and giant cracks began to form all over the field. Kuretsuchi looked around in a panic as she saw the cracks were forming around where she was standing. She began to wobble on her spot as the ground suddenly began bursting all around her and huge pieces of earth began shooting out of the ground as the field began tearing itself apart. This is not good. She thought as she jumped back and tried to stick to one of the walls, but when she did she saw Naruto appear in front of her in a great burst of speed. I'm ending this. Naruto thought to himself before he used a chakra-enhanced kick to her stomach, making her lose her breath and get the wind knocked out of her and send her into the air. He then appeared above her at great speed again and threw her to the ground before appearing on the ground just as she was about to meet the ground. He then raised his right leg as high as he could and just as she went past him towards the ground, he swung his right leg into her back and smashed her into the ground, making a small crater form from underneath her. "Suten Kyaku," he said as he did the move before it was over. He looked down towards Kuretsuchi and saw that she was still conscious but was pretty battered and would not be getting up anytime soon. He sighed and swept a hand through his hair and dropped down next to her on his butt. Though his control with the super strength was good, it was still not quite enough to not leave him a little fatigued. "You beat me," she said sadly as she tried to raise her head but couldn't. "I guess I did, though if it helps you gave me one hell of a fight. You did not make it easy," he said as she nodded. "I guess that's okay then," she said as Naruto looked over towards Sakura who nodded and gave the signal. The winner of the match is Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. Once she did, many in the audience cheered while the audience members from Iwa groaned a little and looked away, not happy their shinobi lost to him. His siblings in Konoha cheered loudly again as little Mina stood up on her mother's lap and cheered with her arms in the air, smiling and giggling happily. Kushina clapped but was out of words to say from her eldest son's performance. Kuretsuchi lay on the ground. She knew her grandfather would no doubt give her a telling off for losing, which made her groan. How was I supposed to know how good he was? She thought before she felt a relaxing feeling spread through her back that felt nice and cool. She looked over to see Naruto with his hand on her back with his hands glowing green. "What are you doing?" she asked, furrowing her brow at him. "What does it look like I am doing?" "I'm healing you of course," he said, surprising her. "Why? Why not?" He shrugged. "It won't tire me out if that is what you were thinking. I have a lot of chakra. More than both my parents put together when they were my age." Kuretsuchi did not say anything, but after a few minutes felt the pain lessen before the medics took over and put her on a gurney. As they took her back she looked over to see Naruto walking back to the fighter box. When she did, their two eyes met and for just a moment they both thought about how pretty the other's eyes were. Naruto walked back to the box to find Itachi standing there looking towards him. "I guess it's just us left now. Are you going to give me your best, Naruto?" Itachi asked as he leaned against the wall. Naruto grinned. "As long as you give me your best then I will give you mine. Then we are in agreement," as the two stand there catching their breath and letting themselves get small rests before they go out onto the field. Page box, so it's another Konoha-filled finals. There is a surprise. Said as he leaned back and put his head in his hand as he lounged lazily. "Yes, though my granddaughter put up a good fight, I guess it just was not enough. We will have to up her training," he said to the big man next to him who nodded silently as he looked down towards the field. The Kazekage turned to Minato. "I did not know Tsunade had taken on an apprentice, let alone taught someone the secret to her super strength. You look just as surprised as everyone else did. I take it you did not know." Inwardly Minato was more surprised at what his son had managed to do and knew that once they were back in Konoha, he needed to speak with Naruto and Tsunade, outwardly though he was playing it cool. "I guess my son has the art of deception down, since he surprised all of us," he said as the Kazekage nodded while Minato looked back at Kakashi, who was no doubt surprised as well. "Konoha, Kushina, you never told us Naruto was so developed in his shinobi skills. By his performance I would say he should have been made long ago," Yoshino said as her son Shikamaru slept just in the seat beside her. The other mothers had all said the same thing, none had known that Naruto was at his current level. He even surprised them when he healed Kuretsuchi, since everyone else would have just walked and left here. Kushina started but never continued. She did not know what to say as her eyes were just fixed on the screen where her son was. Her children were all sitting by her feet now with Mina sitting on Mito as the sisters played together while Aiji was with little Kiba and Yuzuka. "Naru-chan," she whispered as her bottom lip trembled. Stadium, Makoto waited with bated breath as she waited for her son and her student to walk out on the field, not entirely sure who she wanted to win. She did not want to play favorites, yet her mother wanted her boy to win it, even though she did not mind which of the two won in the end. Fugaku meanwhile sat with a stoic expression, along with many of the other members of the Uchiha clan. She did not need to guess who he wanted to win. He had told Itachi before they left for Suna that he was to win at all costs, so that he could show everyone why the Uchiha clan was to be respected and feared. Itachi had said nothing and had just nodded. Tsunade, Hiruzen and Shizune meanwhile sat little nervously knowing this would be the fight Naruto would have most trouble with. Fighting against a Sharingan was difficult on many levels, and one had to try and not look them in the eye. If they did then it was all over. They had taught him all he knew and now it was time for him to put it to the real test. Everyone chatted silently as Pakura looked up to the cage box and saw the nod from the Kazakiage, indicating the 10-minute break was over. The final match of the Chunin exams are about to begin. Would Naruto, Uzumaki, Namikaze and Itachi Uchiha come onto the field? She said as cheers immediately began to sound out through the stadium. Both boys walked onto the field and stood in the center before they turned to face one another. Naruto and Itachi looked at one another from across the field, both with serious and focused looks plastered on their faces. "Good luck, Uchiha," Naruto said, grinning at him as Itachi did the same. "And to you, Uzumaki." Bakura stood beside the two boys and saw they were both ready and just waiting for her signal. She took a deep breath, put her right arm in the air and then swung down. "Hajime," Bakura called out as the match began, though many were surprised when neither of the boys moved an inch. "Mama, why are they not moving?" Ria asked from Makoto's lap as she pouted that nothing was happening in front of her. "Neither one is moving. They're waiting for the others to make one tiny slip up so they can take advantage of it," Shizune said as Swan and Hiruzen nodded with a similar thought. All the cages sat in the box waiting for one of them to make a move, being very patient and knowing what they were doing. The bodyguards were all doing the same. Then after a few minutes they finally moved. Both boys had a finger flinch at the same time and the other now tried to use that as an invite to attack. Both Naruto and Itachi threw a kunai at one another which only met in the middle and made a loud clank sound out through the arena. The two boys pushed off from the ground and went forward and met each other in the middle as they began a taijutsu battle. Itachi went for an uppercut which Naruto managed to dodge by stepping back before Itachi then tried to sweep the legs. Naruto jumped it and then shot his right leg towards Itachi's head, which Itachi managed to block with his left elbow. He then went forward and grabbed Naruto's shoulder and like earlier with Enko, flipped over him in an attempt to throw him. Naruto, however, when he was thrown, somersaulted through the air and made a cage bunshin behind him, which threw him back forward and shoulder barged Itachi, which made the Uchiha take a few steps back. Itachi narrowed his eyes and his Sharingan appeared. When they did, Naruto immediately averted his eyes and began looking anywhere else but his eyes. "Your Sharingan doesn't scare me, Itachi. As long as I don't look you in the eye then you can't put on me," Naruto said. "But you will have to eventually look up, Naruto. It's only a matter of time," Itachi said as Naruto took the handle of the shusui out. "Itoryu. Sanjiroku pound ho," Naruto said as he struck the air with great force and a massive swipe of dense wind shot forward at great speed towards Itachi. Itachi, however, saw it coming and with his Sharingan activated, managed to dodge out of the way in time as he watched the attack go past him and strike the wall from behind him. When it struck, the giant wall split in half with a very deep slash now embedded in the concrete. Itachi did not let Naruto have another chance to attack him. "Kaiten. Kakakyu no Jutsu," he called as fire shot forward and towards Naruto. In retaliation, Naruto gripped Shusui and swung it with great force as he sent another great slash like he had just used towards the fireball. When they met, a small explosion went off which got a plume of smoke to form. Naruto looked around the field as the smoke from the blast obscured his view. Though he did not have to search long as he then looked up to see Itachi in the air with kunai with paper bombs attached to them in each hand and then threw them towards him. Seeing the kunai coming towards him, Naruto made hand signs. "Suiten Mizu Bereto no Jutsu," he said as glumps of water shot out of his mouth and began taking out the kunai. He hit 9 of the 10 kunais, but one that was hiding behind the shadow of another kunai managed to get past and landed beside Naruto. He saw it and saw the paper bomb light up before it suddenly exploded beside him. "Naru-chan," Shizune and Tsunade called out, while some of the Uchihas along with Fugaku grinned at the event. Itachi landed on the ground just a few feet from where Naruto was standing and looked at the post where his friend and rival had previously been standing. "Where did you go, Naruto?" he thought as he saw an empty spot where he had been standing. "Front, left, right, up, behind. That only leaves." He started as he looked down to the ground beneath him. Just as he did, the ground began to crack and shake, making Itachi's eyes widen slightly and jump back as quickly as he could. A tan chakra enforced fist shot out of the ground and missed Itachi by an inch and sailed past him. Even though that missed, Naruto brought up his left leg and kicked Itachi in the stomach, making the boy keel over slightly and before getting pushed back and skid along the ground, though managing to still stand. Itachi, though in slight pain, did not allow any more time to be lost. "Kaiten Susei no Hai," he said as thick lumps of fire shot into the air, covering a small portion of the arena as small comet-shaped fireballs began raining down towards Naruto. "An interesting move, I don't think I have seen that one before," Hiruzen said as he examined them. Some of the other fire users in the arena watching were thinking the same thing. On the field, Naruto saw the small fire comets coming towards him. Suiten Sujinheki. He called a shot of water out of his mouth and built up a wall in front of him that went about 10 meters high into the air. The fire comets went through the water wall and immediately cooled off and either disappeared into nothing or began little steam balls that Naruto easily swiped away with Shusui. Naruto then pushed himself off the ground and towards Itachi and swung Shusui at him. Itachi saw the movie coming and whipped out a kunai in each hand and blocked the blade, and the two then began trading swipes of metal. Sparks flew all around them quickly and bright as the two traded blows. Naruto swung his Shusui at Itachi, trying to hit parts of the body that were vital in order to bring him down quicker and try to end the match sooner. However, Itachi's Sharingan was preventing it as it kept locked on him and his movements and managed to read what move he would do next and either dodged or blocked the strikes. In the crowd, many were cheering as they watched a display between Naruto and Itachi, and most of the civilians were on the edge of their seats. It won't last much longer. The blonde Namikaze brat does not stand a chance against the Sharingan. His attempts are futile. Fugaku said as some of the Uchiha agreed with him while Mikoto scowled at her husband's words. This match is very close. Both boys are fighting on even grounds. Hiruzen added. Yes, but if Naruto actually used that skill set he knows, then it would have been over a lot quicker. Tsunade quietly motioned about Naruto's Mokuton as Hiruzen nodded, however they both knew why Naruto wouldn't use that skill set till he was much older. On the field, Naruto was internally getting a little frustrated that he was not landing many of his strikes on Itachi as the Uchiha kept blocking them. He has increased his speed a lot. I need to find some way to slow him down. Naruto thought before an idea popped into his head that made him internally smile. Itachi watched as Naruto swung his blade again towards him and his Sharingan easily followed the movements. His Sharingan was so focused on the sword that it did not catch. Naruto put his hand into one of his pouches and brought out a brush. When Itachi blocked the strike with his kunai, Naruto smirked and put his brush forward and swiped it across Itachi's hand, quickly and skillfully drawing a seal on the back of his hand. Itachi felt the brush touch his skin and his eyes widened a little when he saw the black seal on his hand. He jumped back a little and saw the seal on his hand, and with his knowledge of seals to a degree, he recognized it was a weight seal. Should have kept your eye on Itachi, Naruto said as he made a hand movement. Phew. Minato and Kushina's eyes widened in surprise as they both thought the same thing. I didn't think that he would be that skilled in Kenjutsu. We need to figure out how he got so strong. I can't even remember teaching him any of what he is using. As soon as he did that, Itachi's left hand dropped to the ground like a heavy weight and went down to one knee. He tried to stand up, but there was just too much weight pressing down on his hand. He sighed and looked towards Naruto. That was a good move, Naruto, but you forgot one thing. Naruto raised an eyebrow. You looked in my eyes. He said as everything around Naruto suddenly began to distort and the sky became a light purple and he saw everyone in the stands disappear. Itachi, who was in front of him, was now gone. When did I look in his eyes? He thought as he went over what happened and realized it must have been when he added the seal to Itachi's hand. His eyes must have caught mine when I was adding the seal. I have to get out of this as quickly as I can. He thought as he began cutting off his chakra through his body. I need to release a large burst of chakra in order to release them. So that is what he did as he began storing up chakra from his body and to be ready to release a large burst of it and be released. He had plenty of chakra left, but after the long day he could feel his body and his muscles aching as the day began to take its toll on him. You're a failure. A voice suddenly said from next to him as he turned beside him to see his dad standing there scowling at him. You're a failure of a shinobi. We didn't bother teaching you because I know you were not worth the effort. You could never be the child I always wanted to raise. Naruto widened his eyes a little at that, but he looked forward. This is not real. It's just an illusion. He said as he suddenly felt some kind of strike hit his face. He looked forward to seeing Kushina now standing in front of him with her palm outstretched. I pushed you away because I did not want you anymore. Why would you want me when I have 3 perfect little children that I can love and spoil? I never wanted you to begin with. She said as she glared at him. This is not real. He continued to say to himself as he stored up more chakra to release. From behind him he then felt a strike hit him and saw sticking out of him. It was Shizune, Swan and Hiruzen all standing there with Shizune's hand stretched, showing she had thrown them. Why did we train you? You're just a waste of our time. They said together. Then from all around him other people began to appear. Mikoto, Anko, Mina, Mito, Iji, Kakashi and Jiraiya all stood there glaring towards him, all circling around him, all saying the same thing. This is not real, this is not real. He kept saying to himself, not noticing that while he focused on what they were saying, he was storing more chakra than necessary. The people around him got closer and got louder as all he could hear were their words, and he shook his head furiously. Shut up. He shouted as he unleashed the chakra he had stored up and that shot out from all around him. The illusion around him flickered before it faded away and the crowds and Itachi came back into view. His chakra continued to burst around and caused large cracks to form in the ground as well as rubble to get swept away from how powerful it was. Many in the audience were left speechless, his father included, at how much chakra he had and how powerful it was. What did he do? Tsunade scowled a little and looked at Naruto in worry as she watched him drop to one knee and panted. No doubt the large amount of chakra he unleashed sapped him of his energy and chakra. Naruto has that much chakra. Minato thought, leaning forward in his seat. That is almost double the amount Kushina had when she was that age. Just how much chakra does Naruto have? Naruto panted and looked at Itachi, who had finally broken the weight seal on his hand but looked as ragged and exhausted as he did. The days have been long and hard on both of them. I'm kicking your ass big time for that, he said as Itachi looked at him a little sorry. I don't have much chakra left, and by the looks of things neither do you. So how about we finish this with one last move? Winner takes all, Itachi offered. One move? Naruto asked, raising an eyebrow as his mouth flickered in a tin grin. I'm game. Perfect way to get you back for that illusion, he said as they took a few steps further away from one another. Everyone in the stadium watched as Itachi did a few hand signs and then stuck hand in front of him. His chakra appeared in his left hand before the chakra suddenly set on fire. He then put it to the side and the fire then spread around his hand and up just past his wrist. The shape of the fire went to a spear shape. Many again looked at it in fascination, Uchiha included. Not even Makoto had seen her son use that move before, and he had not used that move before in one of their sparring and training sessions. Kakashi, who was behind Minato, looked at it in surprise. It's like my Raikiri, only instead of lightning, it's fire. He is recognized as a genius. It should not be that surprising that he made his own version, Minato said as Kakashi nodded while the other Kage all looked in fascination. Wow, that's pretty cool, Naruto said as Itachi ready to shoot forward. But now it's time for my move. One I am sure many will recognize. Naruto then stood up and put his right hand out with his palm facing upwards. It was then that Konoha Shinobi heard the familiar swirling sound that made Minato, Tsunade, Kakashi, Shizune, Hiruzen and others widen their eyes to epic proportions when they realized what he was doing. In Naruto's hand, chakra began to swirl around in his hand before it began to form and take the shape of a sphere. It made a swirling sound and it pulsed in his hands. Itachi looked a little surprised before he went back to have an emotionless look on his face. How does Naruto know this? Minato asked, standing up from his seat. I'm not sure. But if I had to guess, it seems Naruto has been going through your things. It is the best explanation to him knowing that, Kakashi added. Back in Konoha, Kushina and the other mothers had looks that resembled gaping fish, not really believing that what they were seeing was real. Kushina, Minato taught him the. Was that really that wise? Sume said as Hana stared at her friend in awe. He didn't. I know Minato didn't. We have spoken about not teaching anyone until we felt it was time. We did not even want to teach the twins until they were at least 12, maybe 13. She said as they all looked at her, then Kushina realized something. We had never even intended to teach it to Naruto. We weren't going to teach him his birthright. Is this what Tsunade meant that day we told her to teach the twins medical ninjutsu? Well, I guess Naruto did not get that memo, Hitomi Hyuga said as by her feet, Mina, Ig and Mito watched their big brother in fascination and the blue orb in his hands. Back on the field, Naruto and Itachi positioned themselves readily and eyed each other. Itachi had his Sharingan activated, while Naruto's eyes seemed to glow with power radiating from it. Then they both pushed forward and ran towards each other at great speed. Itachi had his left hand brought back behind him, as did Naruto with a. Those in the audience were completely silent as the two moved opposed each other and suddenly got thrown forward and towards one another. The only sound through the arena was the sound of the attacks. Heijin, Rasengan. Both attacks met head-on, and the sound of the clash resonated through the arena as they collided. The wind around the two boys picked up before a strong shockwave erupted from around the two boys as the two attacks fought for dominance. The ground beneath them cracked away along with the area around them. The entire arena was hit by a strong shockwave and wind that many put their hands in front of their faces. This is insane. Who knew kids like this could have this kind of power? Akumo Shinobi said as he tried to stop the wind lashing at his face. The two attacks continued to fight for dominance as neither Naruto or Itachi let up before they both let out a loud shout and the attacks in the area around them completely exploded and went up in smoke. The explosion knocked many of their seats and others had to use chakra to stay in their seats. Naruto, Itachi. Back in Konoha, Kushina was on her feet as she held her hand to her mouth after seeing her eldest get enveloped by the smoke and dust. Mito, Ig and Mina looked a little confused but had sad looks on their faces and Mina looked ready to cry. Makoto was in a similar situation as she wanted to jump into the stadium and check her son and student were still alive. Sasuke looked down worriedly as did Ria who, like Mina, looked ready to cry. Fugaku looked as stoic as ever. Tsunade and Shizune looked ready to jump down, but Hiruzen planted his hand on their shoulder, muttering that Naruto was okay. In the box all the Kage looked a little wide-eyed at the final attack and Minato looked concerned towards his son who he still could not see. Slowly though the cloud of smoke disappeared, revealing that the entire arena was completely and utterly wrecked and the walls looked like they were barely standing. Eventually the figure of Naruto and Itachi appeared and showed them both standing shoulder to shoulder, while both were looking and facing opposite directions. Both looked ready to drop and their clothes were in tatters. They had cuts all over their bodies and bruises forming. Naruto's left hand looked very burned, while Itachi looked a little mangled, indicating some broken bones. Everyone sat on the edge of their seats as they waited for the two boys to move or to even speak. Itachi and Naruto turned their heads towards each other and both gave off a small smile before Itachi spoke. "I guess you got me," he said as his eyes rolled into the back of his head and fell to his knees and went unconscious. Many gasped at that while Naruto looked at Sakura who reappeared on the field and looked a little shocked from the fight she had seen. She lifted her arm in the air. "The winner of the match and winner of the Chunin exams is Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze." As soon as she did, most in the stadium got on their feet and clapped wildly at the amazing battle they had just seen. Most clapped while some for Kumo and Iwa scowled a little and just looked away. Naruto smiled at the crowd and saw his father look at him in disbelief, no doubt not believing his son just won the exams. With the match over, Naruto breathed out a heavy breath before he fell backwards, the exhaustion of the day now taking its toll on him. Uzumaki or not, he had his limits. When he did, Tsunade, Shizune, Hiruzen and Makoto left their seats and jumped into the stadium. Makoto went straight to her son with Shizune coming up behind her to check him over, while Tsunade and Hiruzen checked on Naruto. "Let's get them both to the med bay, they will need some serious resting after today," Tsunade said as she picked up Naruto up gently on her back, with Makoto doing the same for Itachi before they quickly left the stadium. Shizune hurried with them while Hiruzen picked up Naruto's blade in his hands and followed after them. Chapter 13. Long-awaited words. So first and most importantly, I want to congratulate Team 13 for their great performances in the exams in Suna 5 days ago, and of course well done to my son Naruto for winning the exams, Minato said as he sat behind his desk. In front of him stood Naruto, Itachi and Anko with the two boys covered in bandages. Naruto had his right hand covered up as well as his shoulder and had a few patches on his face. Itachi had the same on his left arm but had bandages wrapped around his chest and a few patches on his cheeks. Anko though was mostly okay and just had a set of bandages around her chest from breaking 2 ribs during her fight with Itachi. Since the end of the Chunin exams 5 days ago, most of the bruising and small cuts had vanished thanks to Tsunade and Shizune personally looking after Naruto and his team and pouring medical chakra through their systems. They stayed in sauna for 2 days to rest and recovered before all the Konoha visitors left and took 3 days to arrive back home in Konoha. His father had talked with him a lot during those 3 days, and Naruto had a feeling it was because he was curious about Naruto's strength and how he managed to attain it. Once he got home, he was expecting some kind of interrogation from his parents, since when they arrived back home his mother had a curious gaze on him, as if trying to figure him out. His sibling welcomed him back happily, and Mina had clung to him ever since. It had taken some blackmail with ice cream to get her off him, since he and his team were requested in Hokage's office. Around the room, multiple members of the Konoha Shinobi Council stood watching and smiling at the 3 young shinobi and clapped lightly. On that side was also Makoto, who was smiling the biggest proud smile she could muster with a feeling that she had done a good job with her team and that she had helped 3 great future shinobi. On the other side was Tsunade and Hiruzen, who were standing with Kakashi, Kushina, Shizune, and a few more of the Konoha Jonin. Then on the other side of Hiruzen were his former teammates and fellow Konoha elders Homura, Kaharu and Danzo. The 2 elders did not mind though Naruto found them both to be a couple of sticks in the mud, always acting very serious. While the other guy Danzo gave Naruto an eerie feeling. Plus his Jiji, Tsunade and Shizune had warned it was best to stay away from him. Now I think everyone here would agree with me when I say these 3 have all proved themselves ready to become. Around the room everyone murmured in agreement. Then in that case I believe it's only fitting to have these handed out, Minato said as he pulled out a scroll from his desk and unsealed the contents of it. Out of the scroll he revealed 3 flak jackets and handed them out. First to Anko, then to Itachi and then to Naruto, who he happily ruffled his hair. Naruto though did not react from it and just stood there as he listened to his father. Then today I would like to congratulate Anko Mitsubishi, Itachi Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze on becoming, he said as more murmuring and clapping rang out through the office. Many of the clan heads stepped forward to congratulate the 3 newly promoted and shook their hands, telling them well done in the exams and how well they thought they all fought. Makoto eagerly came forward and wrapped all 3 in a big hug, telling them all how proud of them she was and how sad she was now that they were technically not a team anymore. Since her team became, Makoto decided to return back to being a full-time housewife, since now that her oldest was and proved he was strong and had good friends with him, she wanted to turn her attention to helping her middle and youngest child. Though she would still help the trio train when she could and maybe go on a mission from time to time, her duty now was to help Sasuke and Ria. Though when Makoto had passed Kushina and the other Konoha moms, she smirked at them. "I told you. 1 year and my team became." She said proudly as the other moms nodded that she was telling the truth and had lived up to the expectations that Makoto liked to brag about. Kushina thought scowled and internally promised that she had to somehow beat her eternal rival. Chunin Uzumaki Namek is now. Hiruzen said as he, Shizune and Tsunade came up to Naruto with Shizune hugging and kissing him on the forehead, with Swan also doing the same thing. "You have come far since we began teaching that little 5-year-old who wanted to learn to be a ninja. It feels like only yesterday that I found you in the park trying to read that book on chakra," Shizune added. Naruto smiled as he hugged his older sister. "I never did thank you for helping me with that." Shizune smiled and settled her head on top of his. "And you never have to. Well, now that the exams are over, it means we can get back to training. Don't think because you're now that we have nothing left to teach you. Because we all have heaps loads to drill into that hard noggin of yours," Swan said as she tapped his head. "But because I would have it no other way," he said as Swan grinned down at him. Around them the heads of Konoha began to pile out with the elders of the village following after them, as well as some of the shinobi. Kakashi and Shizune followed on out, along with Itachi, Mikoto and Anko behind them. Naruto and Swan were about to leave too, but their leave was cut short. "Naruto, Swan, I was hoping the two of you could remain here for a moment," Minato said as he sat back in his seat with Kushina at his side. Kakashi nodded to Minato as he shunshined away while Jiraiya was out of the village. Naruto and Tsunade raised eyebrows simultaneously, which looked a little odd, but they hung around. Mikoto, Itachi and Anko looked back in surprise, but after Naruto nodded to them they left. They did the same with Shizune and Hiruzen, who were surprised at the action. Naruto stood in front of his parents, who eyed him curiously, while Tsunade stood a little to the side. "Is there something wrong?" Naruto asked his parents as they continued to gaze at him. "No, there is nothing wrong," Kushina answered, taking a step forward and looking at her son. "But we have some questions we need answering. Naruto, while you showed great promise in the exams, myself and your mother were surprised at just how far along you were in your studies, and we both noticed you use jutsus that were in our library, with it being the most noticeable. Can you please tell us why we had no knowledge of this?" Minato asked. Naruto looked at his parents looking at him and raised an eyebrow while putting his hands in his pocket. He looked over at Tsunade, who just nodded at him. "Because neither of you cared enough to help me, so I took matters into my own hands," he said, giving them both an answer neither were expecting to hear. "What? Naru-chan, that's not true," Kushina said, defending herself and her husband, but Naruto just gave her a light glare. "Really? Okay, then tell me, in the past, what have either of you actually helped me with? What did you train me in?" he asked and watched their reactions closely. Both looked ready to speak, but suddenly stopped and then had a thinking look appear on their faces. Kushina bit her lip as she thought, while Minato looked up at the ceiling, as if both were trying to avoid their son's glare. "What did we teach him?" Both thoughts. Minato then had a pleased look on his face. "Well, we helped you with your—" "I know we helped you with that," he said, but both parents were a little taken back when Tsunade scoffed from her spot. "No, you didn't. Gigi helped me with my. All you did was give me a book on level 1 when I was 6. The rest Gigi taught me, or I taught myself." Kushina looked ready to say something, but held it back and realized he was right. "What level are you at?" Minato asked rather delicately as Kushina leaned in. "I'm just starting level 5. He said plainly as his parents looked surprised at the answer. "Level 5? I only started level 5 when I was 13. Kushina thought while Minato was in the same boat. "Neither of you helped me with anything, nor did Kakashi and that pervert of a Sanin Jiraiya," he said, which surprised Minato and Kushina since he normally called Jiraiya Uncle Jiraiya, or when he was very little Grandpa. They guessed he grew out of it. "Shizune Ni-chan helped me with my chakra control and taught me the uses of poisons and some medical ninjutsu. Tsunade-sensei taught taijutsu with Gai-sensei and conditioning my body, while Gigi taught me ninjutsu and. Nowhere in the last 6 years did either of you actually help me. As for the I took them from your library, yes, but I made my own copies of the scrolls and then put the originals back. And the Naruto was an A-ranked and a dangerous one at that, and one enemies would love to get a hold of. Well, I needed some kind of ace in the hole for the exams. I am grateful for learning the super strength from Tsunade-sensei, but I needed a last resort card. Something no one would see coming. Deception is part of being a shinobi after all." Kushina then spoke. "Naruto, how long did it take you to master them?" she asked, since she knew it took Minato around 3 years to create and Jiraiya and Kakashi spent months learning it. Naruto just looked at her. "I got the basics down in a week, then refined it during the month," he said, leaving both parents gobsmacked. Now both parents, including Tsunade, looked at him in shock. 1 week to learn was unheard of. In fact, it bordered on the downright impossible. Minato, Jiraiya and Kakashi, three of Konoha's best shinobi, had been outshined by newly made. "Naruto, if you wanted to learn so badly then I would have shown you how to," he said, but Naruto looked away. "If I had asked you all you would have done was brush me off as always and told me you were too busy or that you needed to help the twins." Minato looked down as he began to see that Naruto might have been right when Kushina looked at her son sadly with concerned eyes. "We would have trained you if you had asked us about Naru-chan. I don't remember you asking for much help," she said, and both saw Naruto look at her in disbelief at the question. "Ask you? Ask you?" he shouted at them as Tsunade shook her head. "You are my parents. I shouldn't have to ask you. For the first 4 years that I trained to be a shinobi all I ever did was ask you to help me and train me. But every time you brushed me off for the twins. You pushed me aside like I didn't even matter and Ig and Mito got everything. I understand for the first year or two since they were babies and needed the added attention, but neither of you ever even tried. It was Mito this, Ig that. And then Mina was born and then things got even worse. Now I don't hate my siblings, far from it, I love each of them very dearly. But do you know how hard it was seeing you spend so much time with them and having no time ever for me for almost 6 years straight? You were supposed to be my parents and you let me down because you favored your other children over your oldest when you should have treated them equally." After his rant was finished he wiped away a stray tear that went down his face and turned around and left the office, leaving two very stunned parents behind. Tsunade, still with her back leaning against a wall, sighed. "I hope you realize the damage you have caused to him," she said, finally speaking up and drawing the attention of the stunned blonde and Reed. Neither said anything at first, they just sat there playing over what Naruto had said to them, as if trying to figure out what they just saw and heard actually happened. Minato struggled with his wording as he spoke. "That. What Naruto said. I was not true, was it? I mean we favor the others more than with Naruto. I just don't know what to make of this," he said, still struggling with what he just saw and heard. Kushina shook her head defiantly. "It can't have been true. We would not favor our younger children over our eldest. I know it. It has to be some kind of mistake. Naruto. He is just confused and he is tired, that's all. He needs his rest, the exams were taxing on him." Tsunade narrowed her eyes and walked over to the pair and stood a little in front of Kushina. When she did, a loud slap echoed through the office and Kushina went stumbling back and dropped to the ground. Kushina held her cheek as a red mark began to show and it began to sting. Minato got up and went to his wife. When he did, Tsunade stood over the two of them, glaring down at them with her hazel eyes, making both feel rather small. "You both really don't see the damage the two of you have been doing to him, do you? Just because you two idiots have not seen it does not mean no one else has seen it," she said, surprising both of them. "I have seen you ignore Naruto for the good part of the last 3 years. The last few years were not as bad, but it still happened. I noticed it, Sarutobi-sensei noticed it, Shizune, Mikoto, hell even Mikoto's kids and Naruto's friends saw it. I wouldn't be surprised if other shinobi or even civilians began to see it. If that's true then why did no one say anything?" Minato asked a little angrily but backed down at the glare Tsunade was giving him. "No one said anything because Naruto asked us not to. He got in his head that you would finally see what you were doing and that you would finally start paying attention to him, yet you never did. In fact, it got worse to the point that he even started feeling like he was a stranger in his own home." By now the down Kushina was doing her best to stay together, but it was evident in her eyes that she wanted to start crying. All he ever wanted was for the two of you to notice him, to teach him how to be a shinobi like all the other parents in the village and the other villages do. You two are supposed to be two of the village's best, you are supposed to be setting an example for the younger generations, and you are supposed to look after this village. Tsunade's glare intensified and picked them both up by their collars and brought them close to her face. "How are you supposed to do that when you can't even see when your oldest child is in pain? Whether you want to admit it or not, you two have failed Naruto." She then dropped them to the ground and walked out and slammed the door behind her. As she left, Kushina and Minato just sat on the ground with emotionless faces as Tsunade's words began to hit them, as Minato's eyes widened in shock while Kushina put her hand to her mouth, muffling the sound of her sobs. Home. Naruto didn't stop as he arrived at his home and went up the stairs, not listening to the sounds of his siblings welcoming him home. He went to his room and slammed the door shut as he threw his flak jacket against the side of the wall. The nerve. How dare they think that I'm lying to them? They really can't see what they have done wrong, can they? He shouted in his mind as his anger got too much and he punched the side of the wall, making a fist-sized hole in the wall. His breathing was a little ragged as he dropped down onto his bed as he just stared up at the ceiling, allowing his eyes to get a little red and letting a few tears stroll down his cheeks. As he laid back, he heard his door open and heard little footsteps coming towards him. He already knew who it was by the footsteps. He looked over to see Mina standing there with a few crayons and a piece of paper, no doubt wanting Naruto to join her in some coloring. "Hi Mina-chan. You want to do some drawing?" he said sitting up, but Mina looked at him with a tiny crease in her brow. She then shakily and with a bit of help from Naruto, got on the bed and waddled to Naruto and put her hands forwards to his cheek and to his surprise, began wiping away the tear marks. "Naruto cry," she said squeakily as Naruto gave her a little smile and put her in his lap, making her giggle a little. "I wonder how much you understand Mina-chan," he thought as he put the piece of paper on his bed and took the blue crayon from Mina to her delight and together began drawing pictures on the paper together. When Minato and a still teary-eyed Kushina came home they had tried to speak with him, but Naruto quickly left the house and made his way to Hiruzen's, where he planned on spending his dinner and evening, not being able to look at his parents right now. A month later, Naruto strapped his sword to the side of his hip as he began making his way out of his room and to the training field where he would be meeting up with Itachi and Anko to get some morning sparring done. It was early morning so the only person who was up was Minato who had already embarked to his office, while Kushina was still asleep as was his siblings since it was a Saturday. The month had been awkward to say the least. Minato and Kushina had tried to speak with him, but Naruto just had nothing he wanted to say to them. Kushina had made more attempts than Minato since everyone knew that before the twins and Mito were born, Naruto and Kushina had a very close bond to one another and it was rare not to be seen together. To her, what she had done to her eldest child was unforgivable and she was going to make it up to him somehow. As he was about to open the door he heard light footsteps behind him and turned to see Mito standing there rubbing her eyes. "Ani-chan, where are you going?" she asked, gazing up at him curiously. "I'm going to train with a few friends." He started simple and Mito's face had a delighted look on it. "Let me go with you, please," she asked looking at him with her big round blue eyes and gave him a puppy dog look. Naruto could feel himself breaking as she stared at him. "Please," she asked again to make her lip quiver a little before Naruto sighed. "You have 5 minutes to get dressed," he said as she squealed a little before jumping up and giving him a sloppy kiss on the cheek before she ran upstairs. Naruto went into the kitchen and left a note behind telling Kushina when she woke up that Mito was with him and that she would be back by lunch. A few minutes later Mito came rushing down the stairs in her day clothes with her hair tied up in a little ponytail and the two set out. As they walked Mito grabbed a hold of Naruto's hand making him raise an eyebrow, but he smiled as she hummed a little song and kicked her feet as they walked. After about 20 minutes of walking they arrived at their training ground to see Anko already sparring with Itachi. The purple-haired girl was annoyed that she missed out on her teammates' battle, but had sworn that eventually she would train until she was up their level and could stand beside them. As they fought, Mito looked starstruck as she watched them, and her presence eventually went noticed when Anko and Itachi stopped their sparring. They both headed over with Anko smiling towards Mito. "You brought a little munchkin with you today, huh, Naruto?" she said as she patted Mito on the head, making the younger girl smile up at the older girl. "That was so cool. Can you teach me how to make that snake move, Thinji?" she asked using her puppy dog eyes like she had done to Naruto earlier, but thankfully Anko was immune to such a move. "Maybe when you're an older munchkin," she said making Mito pout. Itachi and Anko looked at him and he explained why she was with him today. Both patted him on the shoulder. "Ria-chan does the same with me." He understood the situation while Anko rolled her eyes. For the next few hours the trio trained and sparred with one another while Mito sat safely away a good distance with wide eyes and a big happy smile as she watched them. The three older kids sparred one-on-one with the other sitting with Mito and talked with her and answered any questions she had on some of their moves or techniques. For a lot of it, it was Naruto sparring with Itachi and Anko would point little things out to Mito, who was paying close attention to the older girl. During their small breaks when Mito asked if they could show her how to do one of their techniques, they thought about it and figured there was no harm in it. She had not unlocked her chakra yet so they focused on her kunai throwing. Itachi and Naruto helped her with her aim, while Anko helped with the speed she threw them at. Since they only had metal kunai on them, Naruto made sure the end was blunt and that he was always within a close distance to his little sister. "Oni-chan, can I see your sword please?" she asked as she eyed Naruto's blade in his right hand. Naruto raised an eyebrow at the request, but he thought there was no harm in it. He unsheathed his blade and Mito got a little closer as she looked it over with big excited eyes. She went to touch the tip but Naruto quickly placed his hand over her. "No, Mito-chan. It's very sharp and you might cut yourself," he said as Mito nodded, but the message obviously did not go through quite enough when she had an excited look appear on her face and grabbed one of the kunais on the floor but picked it up at the sharp end. She gasped a little as she held her hand and gave a small wail and a cry. Naruto dropped his blade next to him and took Mito's hand as he gave her a reprimanding look. "Mito-chan, I told you, you need to be careful and not to pick any of them up without asking one of us first," he said it softly. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to," she wailed out as she sniffled. Anko came up behind her and gave her a hug from behind. Naruto sighed and gave her a small smile. "Here, let me heal it for you." He then took her hand into his own and gently uncovered her other hand which was covering the cut. The cut was not very big or deep and was just a straight line starting at the bottom of her thumb and stopping at the start of the middle finger. Naruto's hand glowed green and went to heal it when his eyebrow furrowed in confusion. Itachi and Anko saw the look and looked at Mito's cut and their faces then did the same. Mito's cut lightly glowered red as the cut slowly began to heal itself. As he looked at it, Naruto's hand grazed over Mito's stomach as his focus was on the cut and from the corner of his eyes, he saw black markings appear on the bit of her stomach that was showing through her shirt. "Mito-chan, can you show me your tummy for a minute?" he asked. "You won't tickle me, will you?" she asked as they all laughed. "No, I won't tickle you," Naruto said, smiling at her as Mito gently lifted her top to show her stomach. When she did, Naruto and everyone else suddenly had a serious and focused look on their faces as they saw a black spiral pattern with 8 points, 4 on top and 4 on the bottom. "Is that a seal?" Anko asked, looking confused at Naruto, who nodded. "Yeah, but it's very advanced, so advanced that it can only be my parents' work. I mean, the spiral is the symbol of the Uzumakis, so my parents must have put this on her." "Why? Why would they put a highly technical seal on a 5-year-old?" Itachi asked as Naruto's chakra hand went forward. His fingertips touched the seal on his sister's stomach, but when he did, everything went black and a pair of giant red eyes with black slits stared at him before he suddenly heard a loud roar. As quick as it came, it ended and Naruto fell on his butt and looked at the seal with wide and shocked eyes. "What is it?" Itachi asked as Anko looked curious as well, wondering what could have had their friend look so shocked and even look a little frightened. Naruto said before he shook his head. "I can't tell them what I saw. At least not here with Mito in front of us." He thought as Mito looked at him curiously. "I get it now. I know why they pushed me aside. And they did this to her." He thought angrily before mentally calming himself down. Naruto breathed in and got back on his feet before looking down at Mito. "Is your hand better, Mito-chan?" he said as he took her hands in his again and saw that it was completely healed. "It's better, thank you," she said quietly before putting her hand in front of his mouth. "Kiss it better." Naruto smiled at his little sister and planted a big kiss on her hand before he kissed her again on the cheek, making her laugh before he picked her in her arms. "Come on, Mito-chan. It's about lunchtime and I kind of fancy some ramen," he said as Mito's eyes shined bright. "Ramen?" she called out whilst Anko and Itachi declined his offer and went back to their own homes, leaving the siblings to eat by themselves. They stayed at Ichiraku's for about almost an hour, leaving 10 bowls from Naruto and 3 bowls from Mito before they made their way back home. Mito's giggling was the first thing Kushina heard as Naruto and Mito walked through the door and the 5-year-old went straight to her mother and wrapped her in a hug. "Ah-chan, Naruto Oni-chan took me with him and his team to train and they were really good. They taught me how to improve my kunai skills, but then I got cut, but Oni-chan healed me and then he took me to get ramen," she said. Kushina tried to follow the words that came out of her daughter's mouth. "That's a very nice sweetie," she said as Naruto walked in, not looking at her, and said hello to his other siblings. "Hey, Ig-chan," he said as he patted his brother's head. "Hi, Oni-chan," Ig said as he ate his sandwich before he turned to Mina, who was pouting at him and was puffing out her cheeks. Naruto thought she looked adorable and went down to her level. "Mina-chan, are you mad because I didn't take you with me this morning?" he asked as Mina just continued to pout at him and her little cheeks went red. "Next time I will take you with me," he said, staring at her before a couple of seconds passed at her pout turned into a big smile as Naruto leaned forward and kissed the tip of her nose, making her nose wrinkle in the process. "Naruto," Kushina called as Naruto turned around and looked at her, not showing any emotion on his face. "I was about to make some lunch. I know you have had ramen already, but maybe I could." "No thanks. I'm still full from lunch. I'm going to my room," he said, and before Kushina could say anything he left the room, making her sigh sadly and look down at the floor before she took a seat. "Neri-chan, how far have I pushed you away from me?" she said quietly as she listened to Naruto's footsteps go up the stairs. Chapter 14. Summoning. 2 years later, the 13-year-old Naruto sprinted along the rooftops as he headed away from the Hokage building. He had just finished a week-long mission away with a 3-formation team who were sent to take care of 2 aligned bandit camps that had been causing some problems up north of Konoha. The mission was easy and the people he worked with were friendly enough with Naruto, not really caring much that he was just a kid like some others acted. The fair few times some of the other Naruto went on missions and would complain how they got stuck with a kid, the Hokage's son or not, and thought that Naruto would drag them down. Quickly though, Naruto proved them wrong and he quickly showed them why he had become a. He got no more complaints afterwards. Itachi was not around much since Itachi was usually on separate missions, confined to the Uchiha compound, since Fugaku wanted to make sure his prized Uchiha son did not sully himself with others too much or was getting ready to head into the Anbu forces. Anko as well he did not see as much as he would like since she had taken a keen interest in the torture and interrogation division that was headed by the sadist Ibiki Marino. She quickly impressed the head of the division and was quickly making a name for herself. Though they did go on a few missions from time to time, it was not as many as he would have liked since they were his original teammates. Though one good thing that he was looking forward to was that the trio were beginning to decide to move out of their current homes and move in together. The three had done mission after mission to afford a nice 3-bedroom apartment where they could live together since Anko wanted to have some company and not live on her own so much anymore. They were putting what money they could spare to one side, which would help pay for a nice decent place for them. Most of their money went into their training equipment, new clothing etc. While Naruto and Itachi wanted their space from their family since Fugaku and some of other clan members of the Uchiha clan were pushing Itachi down a path he did not want while Naruto felt suffocated by his parents. They figured they would look around for a year before settling with a place that the three of them made. Since the big confrontation after the exams 2 years ago, Minato and Kushina had done everything to try and make it up to Naruto, but the blonde boy was just not interested. They were doing it out of pity, and pity was the last thing he ever wanted from them. After seeing Naruto in the exams they wanted to find out just how strong he was and how he got so strong in such a short time. Both were gobsmacked when they were told from people like Tsunade, Mikoto and Hiruzen that Naruto was truly a prodigy and a genius of both natural talent and of hard work. Their son had been a once-in-a-lifetime genius and prodigy alongside Itachi Uchiha and neither had even noticed. Since then both wanted to help Naruto in his training, but it never went very well. Minato constantly asked him whether he wanted help with his Fuinjutsu and each time Naruto rebuffed him saying he was fine on his own and that he could handle it. He never saw the sad and sorry look Minato would give his distant son. Kushina however was the worst. Since that day, she had tried to cling to him and bring her baby boy back to her, but Naruto stood away every time. She wanted to help him with Kinjutsu multiple times, but like Minato, she got rebuffed. It had made her sad that her son did not want her help, but then again she realized that it was probably what she deserved. Naruto did not want to be cruel to his parents, he loves them like a child should love his parents, but he just felt let down by them. He had made it this far in becoming a great shinobi, and he would finish it without their help, or at least until he was ready to begin accepting it. Everyone has a goal, and his goal is to surpass his parents. Whether it be in Fuinjutsu or Kinjutsu, he would surpass them. Ha-san, Tu-san. Naruto thought as he jumped across the rooftops before he stopped and saw Yugao, Hana and Hei down below walking in the streets. Smiling he jumped down and landed next to Hana who yelped in surprise before she swatted his arm. "Naruto, I told you to stop doing that." She growled while Naruto just laughed and petted her three who were barking for his attention. "Hey guys, I missed you too," he said as they licked his hand before his attention went back to the trio. "So where are you guys headed?" he asked as Yugao answered. "To get some food down at the Akimichi barbecue place. Kushina-sensei finished our training an hour ago, but we decided to do some light sparring for an hour." Naruto nodded. He was genuinely surprised that his mother had decided to take on a genin team, though he had a feeling it had something to do with her arch-rival and his team sensei Mikoto Uchiha, rubbing it in her face that her first genin team became in a single year, something that never been done before since the Sannin. The trio had been a team for about 6 months, and Kushina was hoping to get them ready for the exams in 6 months' time. Never would she allow Mikoto Uchiha to get the better of her. "How was the mission?" Yugao asked. "Kushina-sensei has been worried ever since you left. She kept looking in the direction of the gate every 5 minutes trying to sense if you had arrived back yet. She knows I am a big boy and that I can take care of myself. Besides, I had teammates with me. True, but she still worries. I don't think she can help it since she is your mother," Hayate said before coughing into his hand while the other two nodded. "Okay, well I will see you guys later. I got some training to catch up on," he said as he said his goodbyes, jumped away and headed towards the training grounds. He sprinted past each training ground, watching the shinobi as some of them as they trained and practiced there. Eventually he wound up at an isolated and far-off training ground that Anko had shown him and quickly fell in love with. Training Ground 44, currently known as the Forest of Death. Anko had showed it to him about a year ago, and he was amazed he had not found this place before. It was the most dangerous of all the training grounds because of the giant animals and insects that live inside it, as well as all the natural hazards and nature's traps. It was the perfect environment for training, and he, Anko and Itachi went there as often as possible. Approaching the fences that lay around the training ground, he quickly jumped on top of the metal beams and pushed himself forward and onto one of the giant trees. He leapt along the tree and branches when he sensed a large object heading straight towards him with quick speed. Instead of panicking, Naruto just rolled his eyes before he halted and kicked his leg out with super strength packed behind it. When his leg went forward, it connected to a large spider 4 times the size of Naruto, sent it hurling 40 meters into the air and sent it far away from him. "I think I might have kicked it to the other side of the forest," he thought before shrugging, knowing it was the spider's own fault for attacking him in the first place. As he ran across the tops of the trees and headed towards his normal spot, he stopped and frowned suddenly when he sensed a small chakra signature nearby and when he felt it and its emotions were in distress and fear. That's odd, no one else should be out in this area. Only myself, Itachi and Anko train here and I know for a fact Anko and Itachi would not get themselves into trouble. Well, Anko maybe. Turning left and running towards it at his top speed, dodging the branches and sharp edges of trees that stuck out before he quickly landed beside a large plot of quicksand that was about 10 meters long in length and width. At first, he frowned because he could not see anyone nearby, but he still sensed a chakra signature nearby and wondered if he had just been sensing some kind of giant animal. Looking towards the center of the quicksand, a small indent on the surface of the quicksand made him realize whoever it was already drowning in the sand and would meet their death in a matter of moments. It felt scared and helpless, and Naruto had to help whatever it was. He made a few hand signs before slamming his two hands together. Wood style. Wooden pillar jutsu. He called out as wood shot out from the ground and made its way towards the center of the quicksand before it evened out and formed into a makeshift bridge. Naruto ran across the small wooden bridge and channeled chakra into his arms to give him more strength before he divided his hands into the quicksand and wrapped around whoever was sinking. With great strength, he fought against the quicksand and pulled whoever it was out. He stumbled back a little and landed on his butt. He took a deep breath since he had to use more strength than he thought he would against the quicksand, something many shinobi hated since there were very few ways to get out of it. Whoever it was in the quicksand was very small, so small in fact that if he squeezed them any tighter then they might have popped. He looked down to see the person he just saved. Though who he saved was not a person at all. Looking down he saw it was a small cat, very small in fact that he could probably put her on top of his head. The little cat was completely white and had black stripes all over its body. Its paws were tiny, almost as tiny as a baby's hand. A pair of sharp teeth were protruding from its mouth. "Hey there little guy. What are you doing in a big scary place like this?" he said as the little cat opened its eyes to reveal big green eyes looking back at him with a cat slit like a pupil looking back at him. It stared at him for a moment before it let out a small meow and licked his cheek affectionately, making him laugh a little. "Haha, that tickles little fella," he said as he patted its head. "Thank you, mister. I thought I was gonna die," the little cat said, making Naruto look at it in surprise. "You talk?" he asked as it bopped its head up and down. "Yeah, of course I talk." "Well, that's pretty cool. I have never met a talking cat before. Talking toads and slugs yes, but never a little cat." He guessed he said something wrong because the little cat began hitting tiny paws against him while it made a facial expression that he guessed was a pout. "I'm not a big dummy cat. I'm a tiger, a white tiger from the White Tiger clan. And stop calling me fella, I'm a girl," the little tiger revealed, making Naruto look at her in surprise. "Oh well, I am sorry about that," he said before he put his hand out to her. "My name is Naruto. It's nice to meet you," he said as the little tiger cub looked at him with her big green eyes before she copied his motions and placed her paw on top of his hand. "My name is Kiara, part of the White Tiger clan," she said as Naruto nodded and stood. He walked away from the quicksand with Kiara still in his arms. He held her close so that she did not fall back into the quicksand and he gently stroked her beautiful coat of fur, removing bits of sand from it as he did. "You know, I don't think I have ever heard of a White Tiger clan before," Naruto said. "I am aware of the toads, snakes, slugs, monkeys and dogs, but white tigers are a new one to me." Kiara moved her little head to look up at him. "Ka-san doesn't like our kind going out in the world too much. She says long ago people killed the small tigers for sport and lots of us died. So Ka-san wants us to stay in our homeland since it's safe there and no one can hurt us." Naruto smiled. "Your Ka-san sounds very smart and she sounds like she cares a lot for her family." Kiara bobbed her head. She is very powerful. Ka-san is the chief of the White Tiger clan. A lot of the other tigers are a little scared of her since she is very strong. But I think Ka-san is a big softie." "Yeah, I bet," Naruto thought. "If you are not usually allowed to leave your home then why are you in this forest?" he asked. Kiara gave him a very toothy smile. "Ka-san says I'm a very curious child and I always want to see what's outside of home. But Ka-san likes it when I'm close by since I am mama's only cub. So she's very protective over you," he said as Kiara nodded. "Very, so she might be a little mad that I am out here," she said before she jumped out of Naruto's arms. "You should meet her. I think she would like you since you saved me." "I don't think that would be a good idea," he said waving his arms, but Kiara did not listen and placed her paw on the ground in front of them. As she did, black marking appeared on the ground as Naruto recognized the summoning seals. A second later a large cloud of smoke appeared and it made Naruto go very nervous. He thought the cloud would be small, about a man's size or bigger, but instead it was enormous, covering parts of the forest and went far over the tops of the trees. Oh crap. He hoped that Kiara's mother would not turn him into cat food. As the cloud began to disappear, Naruto unconsciously took a step back, and for good reason. The creature in front of him was the very definition of enormous. She towered over the tree's tops, and if he had to guess, he would say that she was even bigger than his father's summon Gamabunta, at least a good head taller. Not quite as big as the Kyuubi no Yoko he had seen when he was 5, but she was not far off. Her fur was like Kiara's, snow white with long black stripes over her body, but her coat had a shine to it that he guessed came with age. Her eyes were jade green as well, and her claws on her paws were even bigger than his shusui. On the top of her head was what looked like some kind of tiara with an emerald in the center of it, and her tail and shoulder muscles had this grayish-silver armor to it. The enormous white tiger looked round in confusion. "Where am I?" she called out in a strong but very elegant-sounding voice. The voice had nobility laced all over it. "Send down here." Kiara's squeaky voice called, and at first he wondered if the giant tiger would even be able to hear. But she obviously did when her large head looked down and towards Kiara. "Kiara," she said in a stern voice as her head lowered down to the ground to look at her daughter. "What have I told you about leaving Mount Rainier? You know I don't like you leaving our home without me knowing her at all." Kiara stood up on her hind legs, which would have reached Naruto's knee, against her mother's enormous nose. "But Ka-san, it's so boring at home. And I met a new friend. See?" she said looking over at Naruto, whose eyes went a little wide as the enormous eyes of the white tiger chief moved towards him and narrowed. A deep growl came out of her throat that made the area vibrate, and Naruto could feel the hairs on the back of his neck stand up. "Did this person hurt you, my little cub?" she asked as the mother tiger rose to its full height, making Naruto wonder if anyone else from the village could see the enormous tiger, since he doubted anyone could ever miss her. Naruto gulped and readied himself to defend himself if possible, but Kiara leapt in front of Naruto and looked at her mother with a pout on her face. "Ka-san, please don't hurt him. He saved me. I might have died if he had not arrived." The great tiger obviously looked a little put back when her daughter spoke before her eyes narrowed again and went back down to look at Kiara's. "Start explaining to my daughter," she said, though it sounded more like a command. So Kiara began to explain what had happened, how she fell into quicksand as she chased a butterfly around and was drowning in it when Naruto arrived and took her out of the sand before it could completely engulf her. Naruto stood to the side as the mother tiger scolded her little cub at her foolish actions before her giant nose touched Kiara's body. "I thought I might have lost you," she said softly as Kiara stood on her hind legs again and licked her mother's nose in comfort. Naruto smiled. She was just a mother worried about her child. The giant tiger moved her head and looked towards Naruto before she stood at her full height, again making Naruto take a gulp. No words were spoken for a moment as the mighty white tiger chief boss looked down at Naruto with her large green eyes gazing right into him. After a moment of silence she spoke. "Saving my daughter as you did has put you in a favorable light, and your actions have gained my thanks, young man. Few would dare to risk saving another from death, less likely counting we are of different species. For saving my daughter, you have my thanks. I am Shiba, chief of the White Tiger clan of Mount Rainier." Knowing to be polite in this situation, Naruto bowed to the giant white tiger leader. "I am Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. It's nice to meet you," he said as Shiba nodded to him. "You will have to forgive my earlier rudeness to you, young cub. My kind have had bad experiences with humanity, so we tend to avoid interaction with them. You are the first human I have spoken to in many decades. He is a really nice Ka-san. He cleaned me and got rid of the sand," Kiara said as she showed her mother her clean fur. "It was no problem at all, Shiba-sama. I was just glad that I could help and save your daughter when I did. If not, then I dread to think what might have happened." Shiba nodded her head and was about to speak when Kiara was waving her paws in the air, trying to get her attention. "Ka-san, we should reward him. I know how we can reward him. It is the best idea I have ever had," she said as Naruto chuckled at the little cub while Shiba rolled her eyes but smiled a big toothy smile, showing her large sharp teeth. "What is your ideal, young one?" Kiara gave her a big smile and patted over to Naruto as she rubbed her head against his leg, purring before answering. "Let him become our summoner and sign the White Tiger contract," she said as both Naruto and Shiba looked at her in surprise. Naruto did not have any words to say, though inwardly he was bursting with happiness. He had always wanted to have a summons after seeing Anko use her snake summons back in the exams, and it had stayed with him ever since. Shiba meanwhile narrowed her eyes to look at her daughter and Kiara. "Kiara, might I remind you we have never had a summoner before. Why should we start now?" Kiara frowned. "But Ka-san, this could be a good way to get back into this world, plus Naruto would be a good summoner." "Right?" she asked as Naruto quickly nodded his head. Shiba stood tall as she looked down at Naruto with her piercing green eyes staring intently into him, almost as if she was staring into his very soul and trying to see if he was worthy enough to be their first summoner. "What would you do if we gave you permission to sign our contract? Would you use us simply for our power? To gain respect and make people fear you?" Shiba asked as if testing him. Naruto quickly shook his head. "No, that would not be the reason. he said as Shiba and Kiara listened in. If I got the chance to sign your contract then I would be eternally grateful. With your power I would use it to help protect my home, my village, my friends and my family. I would use your power to fight the evil and the darkness of this world and keep it at bay while keeping everything I hold dear safe and protected. That is what I would do if you allowed me to sign your contract. Shiba said nothing as she stared down at Naruto as she contemplated his words in her head. Beside Naruto, Kiara beamed up at him and was rubbing her body against his leg while purring happily, showing her like to the words that he had just spoken. After a moment Shiba looked down towards Kiara and gave her a small nod which made the little cub bounce in happiness before she placed her paw on the ground and another poof went out, though this time it was only a tiny one. Out of the smoke was a large scroll, about the size of the one Jiraiya carried on his back for the toads. It was grey in color and on each end had a silver tiger head, while the kanji for white tiger was written on the side. Open it up. Shiba said to Naruto who quickly nodded and did so. He opened up the scroll to show long empty columns, once again proving that they really had never had any summoners before. Cool. He thought as he went down to his knees and looked the scroll over as Kiara sat beside him and Shiba looked over him. How do I do this? He asked looking up at the tiger boss. Bite your finger and write your name in one of the columns with your blood. Once your name has been applied to the scroll, the contract will be complete. Sounds easy enough. He thought before he took his right thumb and bit into the skin. He saw a tiny bit of blood flow out of the wounds and quickly began to write his name into the scroll. After a few moments he took his hand away and looked at the scroll that now had his name written in the first column. And that's it. Shiba said as the name glowed for a moment before it turned black, now permanently becoming part of the scroll. You are now officially the first summoner of the White Tiger summons. Don't disappoint us. She warned as Naruto quickly nodded though he had a big smile plastered on his face. As she quickly told him the hand signs for the summoning and Naruto familiarized himself with the set, Shiba looked to Kiara. Kiara, since this was your idea, you will be the boy's familiar. Kiara happily nodded before she jumped up and climbed on Naruto until she sat comfortably on his head while an amused Naruto looked up at her. Shiba coughed, getting their attention back to her. If that will be all then I shall return home. I want you home before sunset Kiara. She said as her little cub nodded at her mother before Shiba disappeared in a large puff of smoke, leaving behind a very happy Naruto and Kiara as the two began to get to know one another a little better. Namika's household. Kushina swept the floor with her broom as she kept looking towards the front door of her house, wondering when her eldest was going to step through it. Since the big reveal of how they had been pushing their eldest away despite doing so unknowingly, Kushina had tried to bring her eldest back to them, but it was proving to be more of a challenge than both thought and deep down Kushina's heart was cracking. It's nothing more than I deserve though. We did this and we can't expect them to forgive us so quickly. 5 years he had to suffer because of our stupidity. She thought. She rarely saw him at meal time since he either had it with Anko or around at the Senju compound with Tsunade or at the Saratobi manor. After she finished sweeping, Mina and Iji came down the stairs with Iji chasing Mina with a pillow while Mina squealed in mock horror. She knew Mito was at the Yamanaka's house at the moment having a girly afternoon with Inora's daughter Ino. Kushina chuckled at her two children's antics and put the broom away before she went to one of the cabinets in the hallway. She began looking through it in order to give it a quick tidy up but saw 4 photo albums at the back. 3 were quite clean and had obviously been used recently, but her gaze was fixed on the one at the bottom. She pulled it out and blew on it, removing some of the dust that was on the top of it. It was a little smaller than the other 3, but was very fancy looking with a grey cover and gold leaf designs around it. In front she read what it said and was surprised at what she saw. Naruto's baby book. I forgot all about this. She thought to herself before she stood up, went into the living room and sat on the largest sofa as she brought her legs up onto the couch and placed the photo book on her lap. She opened up the first page and immediately felt her eyes water. The first picture was the ultrasound of when she was still pregnant with Naruto and was about 6 months into her first pregnancy. The photo was a little torn around the edges, but other than that it was fine. The photo beneath it was of Kushina at 8 months and had Minato cuddling into her stomach as if trying to cuddle their firstborn. We look so young in this picture. Kushina thought to herself. She and Minato had been quite young when they had Naruto. They were barely married and had both turned 23 when Naruto entered the world. But they didn't care, they fell in love with their little boy the moment they found out they were having him. The next picture was of Naruto when he was barely an hour old and was cuddled into Kushina's chest as had her arms delicately but securely carrying him as she kissed the top of his head. His little mop of blonde hair on his head looked like it tickled her nose from the smile she was giving in the picture. As she looked at the photo she felt 2 small weights appear beside her and saw Mina and Iji look at the book. What's this, Kachan? Iji asked while Mina had her little finger trace over one of the photos. It's your big brother's baby book for when he was little. See, this is him here. She said pointing to the picture she just looked at. Mina scrunched her nose. He looks like an E. She said cutely, making Kushina laugh. He was only just born when the sweetheart was taken, and you look like that when you were born as well. She said, though Mina shook her head as if saying no, she did not. She turned the pages and Kushina forgot all about the photos in the book, and it brought back so many memories. When Minato became Hokage when Naruto was 2, for 3 years it would just be Kushina and Naruto throughout the day, and they were days of fun, love and comfort. When he fell down, she picked him up and soothed him. When he got hurt, she healed him. When he had a bad dream during his naps, she would lie next to him. She saw a picture of her and Naruto in the park with Kushina pushing Naruto on the swing and had the biggest smile on his face. The one next to it was of Minato with Naruto on his shoulder and then another of Naruto being read a bedtime story by Hiruzen. She could not help but see how much the people around them loved and cared for her eldest. Beside her, Mito and Ig were drawn into seeing their big brother looking so little. To them, Naruto had always been their big strong older brother, so seeing him when he was their age and younger was odd. Her eyes then went down to a photo that she recognized as Naruto's 5th birthday, with her stand next to him very heavily pregnant and with her arms wrapped around his shoulders, while Minato stood beside her and Kakashi, Tsunade, Jiraiya, Hiruzen, Kurenai and Shizune around them. Smiling, she turned the page but frowned when she saw the page was completely empty. That's odd. She thought before she started skimming the pages and got a bit more frantic the further she went through it. By the end of it, she realized the rest of it was empty. We never got back to it. She realized. When the twins were born we just stopped putting photos in here and Naruto 13 now. 7 years of memories and we don't have anything to document it with. It hit her that she did not have anything to commemorate Naruto's later years. Nothing when he was 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 or 12. There was nothing to document his entering the academy, graduation, first mission, first exam application. And what about his first kill, who helped him with that? Where was I? Unknowingly more tears went down her cheeks and left small dark splotches on the photo book. After a moment a small hand was put on her hands as Ig and Mina looked at her in confusion. "Ha-chan, what's wrong?" Ig asked, looking up at his mother in worry while Mina hugged her mother's side. Not wanting her son and daughter to see her cry, she quickly wiped the tears away before she laughed it off. "It's nothing, Ka-chan's just being a little silly, that's all." Before anyone could speak the front door opened and closed. "I'm home," Naruto said walking towards the stairs. Kushina quickly put the book down, went to the hallway and saw her son taking his sandals off. When he turned he looked at her and just nodded at her before walking towards the stairs. Mina and Ig came barreling towards him and hugged him round the waist while Mina nuzzled into him. "Oni-chan, I missed you," Mina said as Naruto patted her head. "Nai-san, do you think you can help me with my kunai throwing again? I still can't get the bullseye." Ig asked, looking up at Naruto who nodded down at him. "Sure, go out back and I will be there in a moment." Ig smiled at him before he jogged out to the backyard. "You want to come watch Mina-chan?" he asked as Mina quickly nodded her head with a big smile and giggled when Naruto picked her up. Naruto walked towards the backyard, quickly slipping his sandals back on. He walked past Kushina and he saw the look on her face and the way she looked at him made his heart ache a little. He thought back to what Yugao said about Kushina being worried about him and wanting him to be safe and sound. Then there was earlier where he saw Shiba act towards Kiara and how happy she was when she saw she was safe and unhurt. He stopped but did not turn around. The mission was fine, he said as Kushina perked up and looked towards him. "There were no problems and I am unharmed. Everyone made it back and I should be home for a few days." He then walked away and when he left her side a smile appeared on her face as she sniffed. "I still have a chance to bring my baby back. I just have to be patient and let him come to me and to be there for him when he needs it." Kushina thought since perhaps just giving Naruto his space would be what was needed to repair the bridge between Naruto and Kushina and Minato. Wiping her eyes she started dinner as she watched 3 of her children from the kitchen window. Chapter 15. Leaving the nest. Naruto steadily ate his cereal as he watched Mito and Ig argue with one another while Mina was eating her toast and making a mess of it with peanut butter smeared all over her face and cheeks. Kushina was in the kitchen making her own breakfast while Minato had already left for work. It was Saturday and the twins were arguing over who would have the last piece of toast. Both had themselves in a headlock before Naruto picked up a spoon and gave them both a good whack on the top of their heads. "OWWWW, Nai-chan." Both moaned as they nursed their heads and pouted at Naruto who just looked at them with an amused look on his face. "If you didn't fight then I would not have to knock some sense into you." "Yeah, no fighting," Mina said as Mito and Ig glared at their little sister while Naruto rustled the top of Mito's hair which had grown in length now that she was 5. Her hair went down and stopped just past her shoulders and was still a vibrant red just like Kushina's. "Messy girl aren't you, Mina-chan?" he said as Mina gave him a toothy smile while Kushina appeared beside Mina and wiped her youngest child's face making Mina wriggle in her seat. While Mina was not looking he leaned over and took a bite out of her toast. Mina caught him as he took the bite and pouted before she started tapping Naruto on the cheek with her little fingers, an unhappy look plastered on her face. "No, take my toast," she said as Naruto laughed. "Ah-chan, where is Tusan?" Mito asked as she and Ig split the last piece of toast. "He is at the office. He has a meeting with the elders again," she said, making Naruto frown a little as he ate his breakfast. His father and Hiruzen had dozens of meetings with the elders over the last few weeks, and it made him curious about what was going on. Never before had they had so many meetings and been so secretive about them since it started. The two elders Koharu and Homura he knew a little of since they were his Jiji's teammates and friends, but the other elder he did not know much about. He was called Danzo, and when he saw him on rare occasions, the man just had this uneasy, chilling feeling to him. Like everything he looked at he was analyzing and studying their worth. His mother and father had told him when he was little that he was to stay away from him. Naruto thought they were being silly, but when he started being taught by Tsunade, Shizune and Hiruzen, they all told him the same thing. Only then did Naruto begin to take that seriously and keep his distance from the man. Not only that but he felt something odd was going on with Itachi and his family. He rarely saw Makoto as of late, and when he did she had this jumpy look about her, almost like she was scared of something. When he tried asking Itachi he would never answer and would divert the conversation somewhere else. Finishing his breakfast and shaking his head as he left the thought for another time, he got up, washed his plate and left the room, just as Kushina had sat down to have her own breakfast. He didn't have time to think about that since today was a big day for him, Itachi and Anko. It was the day they were moving into their apartment. After working their butts off for the last year along with her and Itachi being moved up to special Jonin. They would have made Jonin given their spotless records and increasing strength, but the council had all agreed that like the Konoha Academy where they moved up the age of admittance from 6 to 8, they did the same for becoming a Jonin and Anbu. Now the age was 14 which neither Itachi nor Naruto minded since it meant they only had to wait one more year. Anko was not quite ready though, but they knew within the year she would work her butt off and try and match them. As he walked to the stairs to begin to pack, Naruto stopped at a small cabinet and looked at the framed photo that sat on top of it. The picture was of Mito and Ig on their first day of the academy with their arms around each other's shoulders. They had joined a little under a month ago and so far they loved every minute of it. Their teacher was a new, young teacher called Iruka Yamino, with a pretty good record that Mito and Ig seemed to like, though mentioned he had a habit of spending a lot of time on lectures. From what the twins had told him when they told him about their day, many of the other clans had their children entering the academy. Itachi and Hana's little brothers Sasuke and Kiba had all entered along with the heirs of the Yamanaka, Akimichi, Nara, Hyuga, and Abiram. Ig spent most of his days with his friend Kiba in Yuzuka, while Mito was with her best friend Ino Yamanaka. The rest were all civilian children. It does not seem that long ago that Itachi, Anko, Hana, Yugao, Hayate and I had entered the academy. He thought before making his way back upstairs to begin packing. Despite planning to move out today, he had not told his family just like Itachi had not told him. Mainly because they both knew that if they told them early on, they would attempt to do their best to sway them from leaving the nest. Though Naruto knew deep down what his biggest problem would be. Mina and Kushina. While Minato might respect his decision and give him his space which is what he wanted and desired, he knew that Kushina would be against it and try to keep him at home. They thought that one of her children leaving the nest at 13 would no doubt hit her hard and try what she could to stop him and keep him in her grasp. Mina meanwhile was always with him when he was home. She stuck by his side whether it was sitting next to him at meal times, reading and drawing with him or sneaking into his bed at night when she had a bad dream or just wanted to be nice and warm with her big brother. He was not looking forward to that, but it's what he wanted. He loved his family, but he wanted his own space with his friends, who were like a second family to him. As he shook his head, he pushed his door open and slowly began to decide what to do first. He pulled out a few scrolls from his desk drawer and laid them out on the bed, each one open fully, so he could pack what he needed into certain scrolls. For half an hour Naruto worked in his room as he neatly folded his clothes on top of one scroll and sealed them away and put them to the side. The next was for all his books and scrolls that he had copied from his parents' library. He had only added a few over the last 3 years, since Hiruzen was happy to give him a few ninjutsu techniques, since he was known as the professor for his mastery of ninjutsu. As he began putting them away he stopped on one book in particular. It was a book he found right at the back of his parents' library, and since neither obviously read it often since it had dust covering it, Naruto took it and never really gave it back. Mainly due to what was inside it as he found a forgotten family member he never even knew he had. Flashback, so it's some kind of old bingo book. Naruto said as he looked the book over while Hiruzen was sitting next to him pouring some tea into 2 small cups. He handed one to Naruto who thanked him and took a small sip. It looks like it. I have not seen one of these for a long time, Hiruzen said as he looked at the book. This I believe was one of the first bingo books to have ever been distributed. Here I thought they were all gone. Naruto had to admit he was a little curious about this bingo book. If it really was the first one of the first kinds of bingo books to have been made, then it must have been around back when Hiruzen was in his youth and his parents were children. Opening it up, he began looking through the book and he was quickly enwrapped with the shinobi that were inside it. The nickname Mizukage, a member of the Hazuki clan, S-rank shinobi. The nickname Tsuchikage of the Dust Style, S-rank shinobi. Beside both names he saw the words deceased by their names. Ah yes, those two in particular were known for their rivalry. They ended up battling one another in a grand battle and ended up killing one another. Inoki became the Tsuchikage just after Mum's death. Naruto nodded and turned the page and almost laughed when he saw Inoki, the sandamed Tsuchikage, and what he looked like when he was younger. He must have been in his late 30s, Naruto guessed when the picture was taken, and his nose was even bigger than it is now. Hiruzen saw the picture as well and let out a low chuckle thinking the same thing. Beside his name Naruto saw the S-rank symbol, but it also mentioned that Inoki bordered on being an SS class. Turning the page, Naruto almost let out a loud laugh when he saw a picture of Hiruzen who looked to be in his mid-30s. His hair was not gray and there were now wrinkles on his face. It was so odd to Naruto to see his Jiji when he was younger. Next to Hiruzen's old photo was a SS class symbol that made Naruto almost choke on his tea. "Jiji, you were SS class shinobi?" he asked as Hiruzen looked at the photo and laughed when he saw his old photo and began to wonder where the time went. He knew his Jiji was strong, but SS class was almost unheard of. "Back in my youth I was, though I have slowed it down now that I am older. Though I can still give most a good beating if they push me enough," he said as Naruto knew that was true. He could easily fight on par with people like Tsunade and Jiraiya even now in his early 60s. As Hiruzen turned away to drink his tea, Naruto turned the page and stopped immediately at the person he saw next. His brow furrowed in confusion as he read the top name. "Gigi, do you know who this person is?" he asked. "What is their name, Naruto-kun?" he asked as took a sip of his tea. Beside him Naruto took a breath as he reread the name in his mind before he spoke it aloud. Genryusai Uzumaki. Turning to look at Hiruzen, Naruto noticed that Hiruzen had just frozen and his cup that was touching his lips was completely still. Naruto began to wonder if he said something wrong. After a moment of just sitting there in silence, Hiruzen gently took the book from Naruto and looked at the page. He saw Hiruzen looking at it intently before a very tiny smile appeared on his face. Genryusai Uzumaki, now there is a name and face I had not seen or heard of in a long time. "Do you know him, Jiji?" Naruto asked as he saw Hiruzen nod his head. "In a manner of speaking I did. He is someone who battled in the past as well as someone that I have the utmost respect for." He turned to look at Naruto and handed the book back and gave him an inquisitive look. As you can tell from the name he was part of the Uzumaki clan as well as its clan head before it fell. "This is the first time you have ever heard of that name, isn't it?" he said as Naruto nodded. "Should I know him?" Naruto asked as Hiruzen nodded his head. "Yes, though I am not surprised you do not know of him. Your mother rarely speaks about him to anyone, even to your father." "My mom? So this guy was someone special to my mom then?" he asked again as Hiruzen nodded. "Yes, Naruto. Genryusai Uzumaki was the clan head of the Uzumaki clan back when your mother was a girl. But more importantly he is your maternal grandfather Naruto. Your mother's father." "My grandfather?" Naruto said in shock as he looked back down at the picture. The man had black hair on the sides of his head and was bald on top. He had a tuft of hair sticking up at the back of his head in a top knot. He had thick black eyebrows and a long thick black mustache. The most noticeable feature though was on his forehead was two long scars that interlaced with one another and formed an X-shaped scar. Naruto looked at Hiruzen in confusion. "Why have I never heard of him before today?" he asked as Hiruzen had a saddened look appear on his face before he began speaking. "Your mother probably should be the one to tell you, but since she has kept it from you and your siblings, then perhaps it's okay for me to tell you about him now that you know about him. Your mother told you when you were younger that she came to Konoha when she was a young girl. Her father Genryusai was against her going to Konoha since he wanted her to stay in Whirlpool so she would be safe, secure, and so he could watch over her. But your mother has always been an adventurous one and she wanted to go to Konoha. In the last few months of her staying in Whirlpool, she and your grandfather argued a lot and when Kushina left for Konoha, their relationship became very strained to the point where she told him that she hated the fact that she was his daughter and they stopped speaking altogether. Your grandfather was a very stern and strict man who led his life by certain principles and it clashed a lot of times since your mother is very free-spirited." Naruto nodded and urged him to continue. "Months later the siege and destruction of Whirlpool occurred and your grandfather died protecting it. Your mother was heartbroken because she never had the chance to make peace with him. She only told very few people about him and I guess thinking about it hurt a lot so she just kept it quiet. I guess she thought it was better not to tell you and your siblings since she felt ashamed at what her last conversation with her father was." Naruto listened intently before he spent the next half an hour asking questions about his grandfather. Though he understood in a way why his mother never spoke about him, she wanted to know about his grandfather. Then flashback, looking at the old bingo book, Naruto quickly sealed it into one of the scrolls. Hiruzen had told him that his grandfather was one of the most formidable and powerful people that Hiruzen had ever met, to the point that when Hiruzen and Genryusai battled with one another, it would always end in a stalemate, something that shocked Naruto. His Jiji was a SS-class shinobi in his prime, and his maternal grandfather had matched him in power and skill. Genryusai was a master of the sword, which was what probably led Kushina down the path of being a great Kenjutsu user, and as a way of honoring her father. He was infamous because he would combine fire chakra with his blade and would cause enormous pillars and blasts of fire to erupt on the battlefield. Naruto had learnt that his grandfather's blade was named Raijin Jaka, and it put the fear of death into those that heard that name. Though as far as he knew, his grandfather's remains along with his blade were lost in the rubble and ruins of Yuzashiogakur. I wish I could have met him. To have been able to take 2,000 invading shinobi down with you, one of which was strong, was nothing short of incredible. But those thoughts over with and put to the back of his mind for now, he placed the current storage seal away and he began packing away his shinobi tools like kunais, shuriken, ninja wire, etc. Though when did he hear his door open to see Mito standing there? "Nai-chan, can you?" She started but then stopped when she saw how bare Naruto's room suddenly was, with all his bookshelf empty and the closet open with no clothes in it. "What are you doing?" she asked as she looked at Naruto with a confused look on her face, trying to figure it out. Naruto stopped for a moment before deciding it was best just to answer truthfully. "I'm moving out of Mito-chan. I'm not going to live here anymore." As soon as he spoke the words, Mito looked at him a little confused before she made sense of what he just said, and Naruto watched as her face looked sad and heartbroken. Naruto turned away and kept sealing stuff away. She sniffed a little before she did what Naruto knew she was going to do. "Ha-chan." Mito's shout echoed through the house, and as soon as she shouted, Naruto could hear footsteps racing up the stairs and Kushina's chakra signature getting closer to them, feeling panicked and confused. Kushina appeared in the doorway and went down to Mito's level. "Sweetheart, what's wrong? Why are you shouting?" she asked as Mito sniffled and pointed to Naruto. Kushina turned to look at Naruto, but then noticed how bare the room was, just like Mito had noticed just moments ago. Her eyes went all over the room before they eventually looked at Naruto, and her eyes looked confused. What's going on? Why is your room completely bare and why are you selling stuff away into that storage scroll? She asked, though deep down an ugly feeling was building, as if already knowing the answer. "I'm moving out," Naruto said again, and from the corner of his eye, saw Kushina go completely pale as her eyes looked at him in shock. "But you can't move out," she said in a slightly raised voice that had Mito take a step back from her mother. "You're 13, you're not old enough to be moving out." "Wrong," he said, not looking up from his storage scroll but tapping his Konoha headband. "The moment I became a shinobi and put this headband on, I became an adult. Old enough to kill, old enough to move out." Kushina looked at him and was struggling to find the words and voice them. "Then where are you going to go? Do you already have a place in store?" she said, trying to look imposing, though Naruto took no notice of it. "I have a 3-bedroom apartment with Itachi and Anko. We have been saving and putting bits of our mission money to the side for the last 2 years and we finally have enough. We already made the deposit. Anko is probably already there, while Itachi will be doing the same thing as I am right now." Looking down on his bed and seeing everything he wanted to take was packed, he closed the final scroll and put the scroll away in a backpack that he slung over his shoulder. Walking over, he went down on one knee and kissed Mito on the head. "You can come and see me whenever you want, okay?" he said as Mito nodded, though was still a little teary-eyed. She gave him a hug around his neck and stayed that way for a few moments before they let go. He stood up and looked towards Kushina, who was struggling to come up with what to say. "I will come by and visit when I can," he said before giving his mother a quick kiss on the cheek, making her gasp a little before he made his way downstairs. As he got downstairs, he quickly explained what he was doing to Mina and Iji, who were standing at the bottom of the stairs, wondering what all the commotion upstairs was about. As her mind began working, tears welled up in her eyes and pushed off her spot and ran down the stairs at great speed. As Naruto said goodbye to a teary-eyed Iji and Mina, Naruto felt 2 arms wrap around his shoulder and hold him in a tight grip. "You're not going anywhere. This is your home. This is where you belong," Kushina said in an uneven but firm voice. While she held onto her son, she pushed a small flow of chakra in her wedding ring, where a small Hiraishin seal was located. Naruto took a deep breath and tried to fight out of her grip, but her grip just got tighter and tighter. Seeing no other way to get out of it, he used the Kauram with Iji, who suddenly appeared in Kushina's grasp. Naruto quickly went towards the door and was about to open it, but stopped, mentally cursing when he heard his father's voice. "Kushina, what's wrong? Why did you call me here?" Minato asked as he appeared moments before beside his wife and saw her teary and pained look. Kushina sniffled and looked towards Naruto. "Naruto's moving out. I'm trying to stop him, but I need you to help convince him. Help me get him to stay Minato. She cried as Mina, Ig and Mito all stood to the side just watching their parents and older brother. Minato looked surprised and looked over to Naruto who had his back to him and had his hand on the door handle. Naruto, Minato said softly as he took a step forward. It does not have to be like this. We can figure something out. If it's space you want then we can find a way around it. We don't want you to leave our home. Not yet at least. Your mother and we are sorry for the loneliness we put on you for 5 years, but as you can see we are not quite ready to let you go yet. Please Naru-chan, Kushina said, calling him by his old nickname, please stay with us. Stay with me. She whispered the last part, but Minato and Naruto both heard her. Naruto stood there a minute not saying anything before he slowly turned his head just enough that they could see his left eye. I'm not the little boy that needs to coddle anymore, and I have been taught how to look after myself since the day after the fox attack. Neither of you helped so I learned on my own or from those that were willing to help me. Now I want to branch out on my own and become my own person with my own life away from home. He said before his eyes narrowed. You owe me that much. He said as both Minato and Kushina flinched. Neither Minato nor Kushina answered at first as they played it over their minds. While Kushina was still set on him staying with them, Minato's mind however was thinking something different now. If his eldest child and first son wanted to leave the nest, then maybe they should let him. He needed his own space and needed time away from his family, though mainly Minato and Kushina. Thus maybe giving Naruto his own space could help build that lost bridge between them and their son. Minato sighed before he took a step back. If you want to go then I won't stop you. But now you are always welcome to come home. You will always have a home in this house, he said as Kushina looked at him in shock, while Naruto looked at him before giving a small nod and a very tiny smile, as if saying thank you to him. No, this is his home. I don't want him to leave us just yet, Kushina said, but before she could get close to Naruto, Minato's arms wrapped around his wife, halting her. Let him go Kushina. He's ready, Minato said, but felt his heart break when he heard his wife's sobs. Minato watched as Naruto finally pushed the handle down and walked out of the door before gently closing it behind him. Letting out a small cry, Kushina wriggled out of Minato's grasp and ran upstairs and into their bedroom, closing the door behind her as she cried and sobbed as her eldest left the home at only 13. As Mito and Ig went back into the kitchen and wiped their noses, Minato walked upstairs to comfort his wife before he had to leave to go back to his meeting. As he did he never noticed his youngest child bolt towards the door and slip out. With Naruto taking a steady breath as he set foot out of the door, Naruto began to walk forwards away from the house he grew up in when he heard the door creak open. He sighed thinking Kushina had gone after him, but instead felt two smaller arms wrap around his waist. Looking down he saw Mina holding him tightly with tears trailing down her face. Don't go. I don't want you to go away. She hiccuped out. Naruto felt his heart break when he saw the state she was now in and could not help but feel guilty. Getting down to her level, he hugged her close and felt her put her face into the crook of his neck. Mina-chan, it's time for me to head out on my own, however I will still be around. I will still see you every day if you want and we will still have dinners together. But I have a life away from home now, he said, but Mina didn't look any better as she clung to him desperately. Hey Mina-chan, he asked as he tilted her head up to look at him. How about I take you with me to where I will be living with Itachi and Anko? That way you know where I am and how to get to me. Would you like that? Mina hiccuped and Naruto wiped away the tear marks from her face as she gently nodded. Okay, come on then sweetie, he said as Mina jumped onto his back as he piggybacked her before he started walking again. Mina snuggled into his back and rested her head on his shoulder. As they walked together the villagers of Konoha noticed the two together and all smiled and the women awed at the brother and sister duo. They could see from Mina's face that she had been crying and guessed Naruto must have been cheering her up. As Naruto talked softly to his little sister who was happy being snugly with her brother, Naruto saw across from them was Itachi who had little Ria perched on his back just like Mina was. Naruto appeared next to Itachi and nodded to the uchiha. You too huh? He asked as he nodded. How did they take it? My mother was what I expected. She was shocked, but she understood the need for space, though she did cry and hug me for 5 minutes, asking where her baby went. My father was not happy and told me I was forbidden from leaving. As you can see I did not listen and left. Sasuke was upset, but I told him I would still see him most days, though Ria clung to me. Yes, same here. The twins took it well as did my two-san, though Ka-san was not happy and wanted me to stay home. Mina clung to me as soon as I stepped outside. Itachi nodded and both walked quietly with one another while their sister chatted to one another on their backs. After 5 minutes they eventually made it to their new home. It was a decent-looking apartment building with 7 floors to it. It was a creamy-colored building with a light red wooden roof on the top. It looked relatively new and was one of the better looked-after apartment buildings in Konoha since some tended to be a little worn. It was only 15 minutes away from his old home. Both boys entered and walked up all the flights of stairs until they entered up on the top level. They walked down the corridors and with their news key, opened up the last door on the end of the hallway. As soon as they entered they saw Anko sitting on a couch they had bought together eating a late breakfast. She looked over and grinned when she saw them. "Yo, it's about time you got here. And you brought the little munchkins too," she said happily as she grabbed and spun Mina and Ria around making the two girls laugh, forgetting their earlier sadness as the purple-haired older girl cheered them up. "Can we keep them?" she asked and pouted when Itachi and Naruto shook their heads. "As nice as that would be, I don't think our parents could handle another child leaving the home." Anko winced. "That's bad, huh?" "Pretty much," they both said before they went to put their things away in their new rooms. Naruto walked towards the room that was opposite Anko's and walked into a room that was nearly twice the size as his old room and had a double bed stationed in the middle of the room. The bed had a dark gray cover and pillows and the wall of the room was painted dark blue. The window was stationed on the right side of the bed and along with a bedside table on the right and a decent-sized wardrobe to the left. Naruto smiled at his new home and began to pack his stuff away. Midway to putting his clothes into the wardrobe he saw Mina walk in and look around his new room. "Do you like it?" he asked as he saw her looking at the room with narrowed eyes, as if debating whether or not it was a good room and more important if she could sneak into it. She said before she ran over towards his bed and jumped onto it and rolled around on the covers. Naruto raised an eyebrow at her as she messed up his bed covers. He smiled and jumped onto the bed, as well as making Mina go up in the air a little as Naruto caught her in his lap and tickled her tummy. For a minute he tricked his little sister until she begged for mercy as tears of laughter went down her face. Once he stopped he saw her pout before it broke into a smile. "I love you, Mina-chan," he said as he kissed the top of her head. In response he got a big smile and a sloppy kiss on the cheek. "Love you too, Nai-san," Mina said as brother and sister just sat there for a few minutes as they enjoyed each other's company and Naruto playing with Mina's longer hair, which made the little girl giggle. After a few minutes Itachi appeared in the doorway with Ria holding his hand. "We need to go pick up the coffee tables and the wardrobe for Anko. She did sucker us into getting it for her," he said as Naruto nodded. "Mina-chan, Itachi and I just need to go make a few errands. Stay in the apartment and play with Ria-chan. We won't be very long," he said as the little redhead nodded and ran out of the room and into the living room with Ria. Cracking his shoulders Naruto stood up and Itachi left the apartment together after seeing Ria and Mina playing with Anko. "Do you think we should be worried? Leaving her alone with those two?" asked Naruto, remembering their friend's news. "Hobbies. I'd rather have them take after her than those fangirls," said Itachi, shuddering slightly as they walked out of the apartment building, making their way to the furniture store they had ordered from, which was on the other side of the village much to their annoyance, so they jumped on top of the buildings and ran over. Though after a minute of running Naruto suddenly stopped and his head snapped to the right of him. In front of him, Itachi had stopped and jumped next to him, looking at him curiously. "What is it?" he asked as Naruto narrowed his eyes and gained a look that Itachi recognized as when he got ready for a fight. "There is a battle going on just right of us about a mile away and it seems to be a group against one person and that person is not faring well from their emotions and chakra. I recognize the signature," he said before turning to look at Itachi. "It's Shisui." Chapter 16. Bring down the curtain. Naruto and Itachi ran along the rooftops as quickly as they could as they darted towards the area where Naruto had sensed Shisui. Itachi already had his Sharingan fully activated and had a focused and intense look on his face. "How much further?" he asked Naruto who was running slightly behind him. Naruto sensed Shisui's location with his sensor abilities before answering. "Just over that ridge. He's tired and I think he's hurt," Naruto said as they both picked up the pace. After a few moments, they both jumped over the ridge and landed at one of the empty training grounds. Naruto sensed there was no one around the training ground, which made him understand why there was no one around to help and see what was happening. In front of them, they both saw Shisui who was down on both of his knees looking exhausted and had 2 holes in his chest. He was breathing unevenly and blood dripped from his mouth. Around him were 8 Anbus though looking at their masks Naruto and Itachi could tell something was off about them. Though they were wearing normal masks like the regular Anbu wore along with a darker version of the uniform, on their masks, they had the symbol in black. Neither Naruto nor Itachi recognized the symbol, since neither had seen this kind of Anbu before. Scattered all around the field were dead Anbu, roughly around 21, if by Naruto's count showing Shisui had not gone down without a fight. They saw one of the Anbu go in for the killing blow on Shisui, but before the Tanto strike could land, Itachi Sunshine in front of the strike and blocked it. He then grabbed the Anbu's wrist, twisted it, and threw the Anbu into a nearby tree. "Itachi." Shisui coughed out as he spat blood onto the ground while Itachi got in front of him. "Stay behind me," he said as Shisui nodded and slumped to the ground. "State your business. Why are you attacking my clan member?" Itachi asked but got no response as the masked figures just looked at him in silence. After a few moments of silence the Anbu shot forward and went to strike Itachi. Before Itachi could defend himself though a giant wooden wall erupted in front of him and blocked the strikes as the two Uchiha looked in surprise. They looked up to see Naruto standing on top of the wooden wall with his blade drawn out of its sheath. He looked down at them. "I was going to tell you eventually," he said as Itachi had questions bubbled up in his head but would save them for later. "This one possesses Mokuton," one of the Anbu said in an emotionless tone. "Take him alive. Leader Sama will want him." The other Anbu nodded before the 7 of them went forward. 4 went towards Naruto while 3 went towards Itachi, whose Sharingan was now spinning. As the Anbu went to fight him, he followed their movements and countered them as he ducked a swing from a tanto and drew a kunai from his pouch. As he ducked another swing, he drove one kunai into the back of the head of one of the Anbu, watching as they dropped to the ground lifeless. With one down, he turned to the other 2 who stood beside each other. Both went through some hand signs before saying Futen. Tatapa. The blast hit Itachi, but instead of falling to the ground or getting knocked away, he erupted into a murder of crows. The 2 Anbu looked around before a pair of hands grabbed one Anbu and dragged him into the ground, where after a few seconds a severed head got thrown out of the earth and rolled along the grass. The last Anbu threw kunai and shurikens down the hole in trying to kill Itachi with a mass barrage of weapons, though after a few moments he saw down the hole was a tree stump. He heard footsteps behind him, but as soon as he looked around he only saw a pair of Sharingan looking at him. He found himself trapped on a tree as Itachi melded out of the tree with a kunai in hand and slashed at his throat. The Anbu dropped to the ground lifelessly making a soft thud sound. Itachi looked over to Naruto and saw he was handling his Anbu without problems and went over to Shusui, whose breathing was hard and labored. Naruto blocked a strike from one of the Anbus with his blade before slamming his fist into one of the Anbus' faces, cracking their mask and making a sickening crack be heard in the area as the Anbu dropped to the ground dead. Naruto ducked a swing and kicked another Anbu in the stomach, which put him to the ground before he blocked another strike with his blade and pushed forward. Naruto jumped in the air and kicked off from one of Anbu's shoulders and did hand signs. Teppadama. He called out as water bullets shot forwards towards the Anbu, who all quickly evaded the attacks. When they did though a shadow clone of Naruto appeared next to one of them and drove a kunai through his chest, while the real Naruto used a distraction to deliver a hard super-powered axe kick to the back of one of the Anbus, crushing him into the ground and breaking his spine in the process. But the last Anbu who definitely stood their ground, he went to throw shurikens at Naruto, but before his hand could even reach into the pouch, Naruto's blade appeared in his chest. Small bits of blood leaked out from under the white mask before he too dropped to the ground. Taking a deep breath and wiping a bit of sweat from his brow, he noticed from the side that the Anbu that was knocked into the tree was beginning to get up and trying to make a getaway. Ibaku no Jutsu, Naruto said as wooden branches wrapped around the Anbu. Though before the Anbu's arms were completely locked, the Anbu dug their hand into their pouch and put a small pill into their mouth. Naruto appeared in front of the Anbu, but before he could even speak he saw white foam coming out from underneath the mask, making his eyes widen before growling out. He tore the mask out and saw foam coming from the mouth, indicating he had taken a cyanide pill. "Damn it," Naruto said before he let the body go when a green seal glowed on the Anbu's neck and the body was suddenly set on fire as any remains of the Anbu was destroyed. All around similar actions were being done around on the other Anbu as they all were set alight. Whomever they belonged to know some knowledge of seals. Naruto thought before he made his way over to Itachi and Shusui. When Naruto crouched on the other side of Shusui he saw the 2 holes in Shisui's chest and knew immediately there was no way he was going to survive. He looked up at Itachi who looked at him for a moment before Naruto gently shook his head. Itachi's face fell as he looked back at Shisui who was getting very pale and was coughing up more blood. "Itachi, Naruto listen to me," he gasped out as he motioned for them to lean closer. These Anbu were not regular Anbu. They were part of Danzo's root shinobi. They have been brainwashed into becoming emotionless tools at his disposal. Danzo has this belief that every part of the village needs to be militarized and believes he is the one that will bring Konoha to greatness. All he wants is more power and for Konoha to be under his thumb. He then looked at Itachi. "I tried to go to the clan and use a special on the clan members that are revolting, but his root Anbu got to me first and tried to take my Sharingan." "Why go after your Sharingan?" Itachi asked as Naruto was shocked at the part about Uchiha's revolting against the village. Shisui took a long and ragged breath before both watched in amazement as his Sharingan morphed and formed into a 4-sided shuriken. "Mangekyou Sharingan," Itachi said in awe as did Naruto, since no one had ever activated it to his knowledge since Madara and Izuna Uchiha. "I woke from my Mangekyou Sharingan when I was 12. Since then I have developed a powerful tool called Kodomatsukami. The technique itself allows the user to enter the opponent's mind and manipulate them by giving them false experiences, making it seem as if they were doing things of their own free will." "Wow," Naruto said. That might be the most powerful technique that I have ever heard. Yes, and Danzo wants my Sharingan. If he gets it, he would no doubt use it for his own goals. He must never be allowed to get my Sharingan or any Sharingan for that matter. He said before turning to look at Naruto. How good are you in medical ninjutsu? I know you were taught by Tsunade Senju, who no doubt taught you some of her techniques and medical knowledge. He asked as Naruto pondered it for a moment. I'm okay, I guess. Not enough to be classed as a medic nin, but I know enough when the situation calls for it. He said as Shisui nodded before coughing violently again. Good. In that case I need you to do something for me. He said, coughing violently again before continuing. Take my Sharingan eyes out of my body and store them away. The sooner you do it the better. Naruto and Itachi looked shocked by the order, but both looked at one another before they both nodded, since Shisui obviously knew Danzo might try to get to his corpse to obtain the Sharingan. Okay, but I don't have the equipment with me now, but later when you have passed on I can collect the eyes and store them for you. Shisui nodded before smiling. Good. That is good. After you take them, keep them hidden until Itachi will be in need of them. Why would I be in need of them? Itachi asked, not fully understanding, but Shisui just gave him a sad smile. You will understand soon enough. He said before giving one last serious look to Itachi. Do not allow our family to delve into the darkness any further than they already have. If it means you have to take actions against those that would harm our innocent family members, then it should be by our hands to stop them. It's our duty as Uchiha and as shinobi of the leaf to stop those from hurting its people, even if they are part of our village and of our blood. Itachi nodded as silent tears went down his face, with Naruto not faring any better as they listened to Shisui's last words. Lead us, Itachi. Lead our family into the light and rid them of the darkness once and for all. Shisui muttered before his eyes dropped and his breathing slowly came to a halt. Naruto dropped his head down in respect for the fallen shinobi, while Itachi gently closed Shisui's eyes with his palm as he said silent words and bid his clansman and cousin luck in the next life. As he let a few more silent tears stream down his face, Itachi suddenly scrunched his face up and held his eyes as they began to feel like they were burning. Naruto was alarmed and was about to ask what was wrong before he saw Itachi look at him with his Sharingan activated and watched as the three slowly began to move inwards and formed a three-sided pinwheel. Itachi, your eyes. Naruto said as Itachi took his headband off and looked at his reflection in the metal to see his eyes' new form. Manjukum Sharingan. The Manjukum Sharingan is awakened through the trauma experienced from the death of a person very close to the Sharingan user. With the user normally having to witness or experience this firsthand. So that's what Shisui meant. He said quietly. Do not tell anyone about my new eyes. He said towards Naruto, who nodded. As long as you tell no one about my Mokuton. He answered back as Itachi gave a nod back in return. They sat there for a few moments and saw that the burning bodies had now almost been completely destroyed and that there was almost nothing left of them. Collecting Shisui's body and sealing it inside a storage scroll, they both left the field and went back home since they had eyes they needed to remove and needed to talk with the Hokage. Later on, Naruto and Itachi did not have to go to the Hokage's office to see Minato, since Naruto sensed Minato along with Kushina and the twins were at his new apartment, obviously wanting to see where he was now living and give their opinion of the new place. He could also sense Hiruzen was there as well, which was a bonus since they would need to speak with him too. As they walked into the apartment they saw Naruto's siblings along with Ria sitting on their couch talking and playing while Minato, Kushina and Hiruzen was chatting to Anko. Kushina was looking around the apartment trying to find faults in it, but to her disappointment the apartment was actually very nice in her opinion and thought at least her son would live with someone decent. Hello, Naruto. I hope you don't mind, but your mother and I wanted to see where you now live, so we knew where to reach you. Minato said as he spoke a little nervously and scratched the back of his head. Though they were surprised when they saw red marks around their eyes, indicating that Naruto and Itachi had been crying and were looking at them seriously. Anko. Itachi said, getting her attention. Could you please take Ria, Mina, Mito and Ig into your bedroom for a bit? We have matters to discuss with the Hokage. Anko looked at them in confusion, but she shrugged and led the four children into her room. The three adults looked at Naruto and Itachi in confusion, wondering what they wanted to talk about. When they heard the door click, Itachi spoke. Shisui Uchiha is dead. He said, getting surprised and wide-eyed looks from the three. That was not what they expected to hear. How? Minato asked in his Hokage voice, wanting to know why one of his shinobi was dead. We found Shisui after Naruto detected him with his sensory abilities. He was in some kind of battle, so we went as quickly as we could. When we arrived, we found he was fighting with a group of Anbu. Only we saw on their masks were Nis symbols. The two boys watched as Minato and Hiruzen's eyes hardened. Danzo. Hiruzen gritted out. We took out the Anbu, though Shisui had already killed 24 of them on his own, but his wounds from the battle were too much. He died a few moments later. As they recounted what happened, both Naruto and Itachi decided that they would keep the fact that Danzo was after his Sharingan since it could lead to the discovery of Shisui's Mangekyou Sharingan as well as Itachi's. Shisui told me that he was going to try and use something he created on members of the Uchiha clan. He does not want them to rebel, so he thought it could change their thoughts about it, but Danzo got to him first. Minato, Kushina and Hiruzen looked anxious, but Naruto spoke up. I already know. Itachi told me and I heard Shisui mention it. It explains why Mikoto-sensei has been so jumpy lately. I have new information on that front as well. Itachi spoke as Minato and Hiruzen stood ready to listen, with Kushina listening in as well. He had already told Naruto about it during their way back to the apartment and it made Naruto boil in anger. The adult saw his reaction and wondered what it could be. Itachi nodded to Naruto, who put up a hand sign. Fuin. He said as the adults all saw silent seals around the apartment glow to life. Both Minato and Kushina inwardly smiled and jumped for joy at their son's knowledge and usage. My father, along with the Uchiha members that are going through with the coup d'etat, had a meeting last night. They are going to attempt the coup within the next few days since they are tired of waiting. He said as Minato nodded, knowing the arrangement had to be made now. However, during the meeting the subject of your daughter Mito sprung up. He said as the adult's eyes all widened. The Uchiha clan knows Mito is the Jinchuriki of the nine-tailed fox and they plan on breaking the seal. Naruto answered as they all snapped their heads to look at him. Minato and Kushina looked at Naruto in a loss for words. Naruto. Kushina whispered. How do you know what your sister contains? Naruto sighed. I found out when I was 10. I saw the seal by accident and then when I went to look at the seal, I must have accidentally entered some kind of mindscape because the next thing I knew I saw a pair of large red eyes looking at me and threw me out with a roar. Plus I could never forget its chakra after that night. Minato and Kushina looked at him sadly and as much as they wanted to talk to him about it, right now it had to wait. How does your family know about Mito's status? It was kept very tight-lipped about it. Only myself and a selected group are aware of it. Minato asked as he narrowed his eyes at Itachi. I am unsure, though I do have a suspicion. He said as Minato motioned for him to continue. When I listened to what they were saying I heard a voice that I did not recognize. When I managed to get a look inside of the room there was a man in a black cloak speaking with my father. There was never a name that was given and I never saw his face, but when he turned around I saw what was in the hood. His face was covered by a mask with a black flame-like pattern and a single hole for his right eye. Afterwards he used some kind of to teleport away. After that they just spoke about how they would attack and who they would allow alive when they ruled. Naruto nodded and turned to look at the adult, but he almost took a step back at what he saw. His father's fists were gripped so tightly that his nails made his palms bleed and his eyes had steeled over even more than before. His body even shook a little as he gritted his teeth. Though his father looked imposing, it was his mother's look that scared him. Never in all his years of life had he ever seen his mother have a look of absolute hatred on her face. Her violet eyes were so dark that they looked ready to kill. So he came back. Hiruzen said as Kushina and Minato tried to rein in their anger. Who came back? Who is this guy? Naruto asked, since he must have done something terrible to have earned his parents' hatred to such a degree. He watched as his parents turned to one another and spoke in hushed voices that Naruto could not make out. After a few moments, they turned to look at him. Naruto, we know you must have questions about who this person is, but now is not the time to tell you. Once the problem with the Uchihas has been solved, then we will tell you what you need to know. Naruto eyed his parents before he reluctantly nodded. But he was intent on finding out what they were keeping from him. So what happens now? Naruto asked as his father had a sad look on his face as he looked at Itachi. They have to stop Itachi. I'm sorry to have to do this, but Fugaku has gone too far now. I don't know how he thinks he will get away with it, but I cannot allow him to put the lives of the people of Konoha in jeopardy. Itachi sadly nodded, knowing internally that it was always going to come to this eventually. Though my father and most of the Uchiha police corps are involved, there are many that want no part in it. My mother and my two siblings Sasuke and Ria must be spared. My mother only has not gone to tell you because he threatened to harm Sasuke and Ria if she did. Minato nodded. Of course. Those that are not involved in the coup will be spared and will not be held responsible for the action of those that want to hurt the village. I hoped it never had to come to this. Hiruzen said sadly, since he was just a boy when the Uchiha clan had first settled into Konoha with the Senju clan and the other clans. Minato and Kushina nodded while Kushina's thoughts turned to her longtime friend and wondered what Fugaku had put her through. If that is the fate that falls to the dark part of my family, then I ask you now that you allow me to be the one to draw the curtain on that part of the Uchiha clan. Allow me to end what my father is planning. The adults looked at Itachi in shock and surprise. No, Itachi. I cannot ask you to do that. Not to your own family. It is noble of you, but I will do my best and handle this now. I can't allow you to take on this burden by yourself. Itachi shook his head. I thank you for the consideration, however this is my family. If someone is to be the one to stop the evil that has corrupted my family, then it must be left to me. Shisui told me before he died to help bring the Uchiha out of the darkness and back into the light again. I will do just that. Minato and Hiruzen looked with difficulty as they both admired the fact that he wanted to be the one to stop it, but could they really let it fall to a 13-year-old to murder part of his family? If I may make a suggestion. Itachi said. If you do not feel easy with me going in alone, then I can think of a fair agreement. You may send with me 2 of your best Anbu to accompany me, but on the condition that I have one person I can fully trust with me. Minato and Hiruzen looked at one enough, having a silent conversation before they looked back and nodded at Itachi. That is agreeable. I know which 2 Anbu to send with you, though please state who you will pick. We need to know that they are skilled enough and can be trusted. Minato and Hiruzen watched as Kushina gave a little gasp when Naruto stepped forward. No, absolutely not. Kushina said, putting her foot down, but Minato obviously was not listening since he looked down at his son in sympathy and pride at wanting to help his friend with this action. Naruto, are you sure about this? I know you are strong for your age and could probably defeat all Chunin and many of the Jonin of this village, but are you positive you want to help with this task? Minato asked since it made him uncomfortable that his son wanted in on this mission. I'm positive. I won't let Itachi do this by himself. I will help my friend in this task and I will not let him take the life of some of his family members all on his own. Itachi gave him a nod of thank you. There is no one I trust more in this village than Naruto or my other teammate Anko. They are the only 2 I would fully feel comfortable watching my back. The adults all looked with heavy breaths. While Kushina did not like it one bit and showed it by the frown on her face, she knew Minato had the final say in it. Minato and Hiruzen once again had a silent conversation between one another before Minato turned back to face the 2 boys. Very well, Naruto, you will accompany Itachi as well as 2 Anbu to infiltrate the Uchiha clan compound and kill those that are attempting to join the coup in the village. Be at my office at 1700 hours PM where I will give the briefing to the other 2 Anbu as well as get you fitted for Anbu gear. He said as both boys nodded. Minato then left with Hiruzen and a reluctant Kushina, knowing that plans had to be made for tonight and protection had to be issued to Mikoto and Itachi's siblings as well as Naruto's siblings. Kushina was not going to let a soul get to Mito on this night. When she got her children from Anko, she took Mito's hand and gripped it gently but firmly as she led her away. Mina and Igi were picked up by Minato as they waved goodbye to Naruto. As they left, Itachi and Naruto quickly went to Naruto's room and threw up some more silent seals. Anko was curious what the pair were up to, but before she could get an answer they locked the door. Her eyebrow rose at the action, but she dismissed it as one of the weird boy things. Inside the room, Shisui's body was unsealed on the floor of Naruto's room as Naruto had a scalpel and some medic supplies by his foot as well as a jar full of an unknown substance. Taking a deep breath, he gently opened the deceased Shisui's eyelids and with the scalpel began to make incisions around the eye so he could safely remove the 2 Sharingan. After a couple of minutes of careful precision, Naruto had extracted both Sharingan from Shisui's eyes and put them in the jar. This liquid should conserve them and keep them alive, so to speak. Itachi nodded and took the jar before he took a storage scroll and sealed the Sharingan inside before he sealed that scroll on his arm. We're better to keep it safe than on your own body. That night, nightfall had arrived as the moon was high in the sky and many were on their way home for the night or were just starting to enjoy Konoha's nightlife. On the rooftops overlooking the Uchiha clan compound, 4 figures stood as everyone around them did not even notice they were there. All 4 wore masks on their faces that were porcelain white with various markings that represented an animal. This does feel a little weird being like this. Naruto thought since being an Anbu was not something he actually planned on doing, even if he was just for one tonight. He had picked a black striped white tiger mask in honor of his summons. Where are the targets currently? Kakashi asked with his dog mask while looking at Itachi with a crow mask. My father is in the central manor while the rest are spread out through the compound. Half would be found in the east wing of the compound. The rest will likely be scattered, but with Naruto's sensor abilities we can find them quickly. My mother and siblings are at the Namika's house, while the rest of the innocent Uchihas are at a safeguarded bunker with Sandaime-sama. Naruto was glad of that since Hiruzen felt it was best he watched over the other Uchiha and the chance that Danzo might try to pick one of them off and gain a Sharingan. Good, we don't want any innocent casualties tonight. Naruto said as Itachi nodded, as did Kakashi and the other masked Anbu, who was referred to as Tenzo. Lying in Naruto's pouch was a tri-pronged kunai his father had given him to use to summon him in the emergency in case things went wrong. Minato wanted his son to be able to call him if anything that did not go as planned happened. His mother meanwhile had stuck to Mito all day and had even brought Tsunade and Shizune to the house to watch over her in case this masked person striked. He wanted to know what it was about this man that made his parents so angry and worried. Shaking his head of his thoughts, he saw one of the messenger hawks go overhead, which was the signal to move in. Naruto looked at Itachi and nodded before the four jumped from the rooftops and went to complete their mission. Kakashi and Tenzo paired together and took the west wing, while Naruto and Itachi would pick off the rest. Naruto and Itachi ran along the rooftops and spotted three Uchiha walking together. "That's Yushiro, Inabi, and Tekka, three of my father's biggest supporters," he said as Naruto nodded and both began to prepare themselves. As the three Uchiha walked alongside the road, they activated their Sharingan and looked towards the roof they were standing on. Only there was nothing there when they looked. When they turned back around, Itachi was in front of them and drove a kunai into Tekka's throat and kicked him to the ground as he bled out in silence. "Traitor!" Yushiro roared before the shusui went through his chest and through his heart. He looked down at the blade before his eye rolled into the back of his head, with the last thing he saw being Naruto's Anbu mask. Inabi grabbed a kunai from his own pouch with his Sharingan flared with anger and swiped at Itachi. However, Itachi easily dodged and drew his tanto out from its sheath. He swung and took off the head of Inabi. But the three Uchiha dead, he nodded to Naruto, who quickly unsealed some containment scrolls and sealed the bodies inside. Once it was done, they moved on to their next target. "In that house," Naruto said as Naruto and Itachi burst through a wall with a surprised Uchiha about to have dinner. Before he could even react, Naruto had snapped his neck and sealed him in a storage scroll in a matter of seconds. It went on like that for the next 10 minutes, as the rebel Uchiha did not even know what had hit them. With the advantage of surprise, Naruto and Itachi killed 28 of the rebelled Uchiha. None had managed to put up much of a fight and were dead within seconds. Naruto swung his blade and decapitated the head of one of the Uchiha that tried to strike him with a tanto blade, while Itachi used his Kajin fire attack to pierce the chest and instantly kill his target. By the end of it, a blood-covered Naruto and Itachi walked silently down the streets, since they both knew that by now most of the Uchiha traitors had been dealt with. Naruto could sense Kakashi and Tenzo throughout the mission, and both were alive, meaning it had gone well for them. After a few minutes of waiting, Kakashi and Tenzo appeared in front of them, both blood-covered as well as Kakashi, holding a few storage scrolls in his hand. He looked towards Itachi and gave them to him. Tenzo and Kakashi looked at the two before they vanished from the compound as Naruto and Itachi focused on the building in front of them. There was just one left. Fugaku Uchiha. Naruto and Itachi walked towards the main house of the compound and walked inside. Naruto sensed Fugaku. "He is in your parents' bedroom." Nodding, they both walked up the stairs and headed down the hallway. Itachi counted his steps before he stood outside his parents' room. He turned to Naruto. "I must do this on my own." Naruto did not need to hear any more before he nodded and leaned against one of the walls as he watched Itachi open the door to the dark room and walk inside. The door quickly closed behind him. As he did, Naruto made a few shadow clones to scout the compound and make sure all the bodies had been picked up, not wanting to leave it to chance. In room, Itachi walked inside calmly and collected and looked towards his father, who was on his knees and staring through the window and had his attention on the moon. Itachi walked up and stopped just behind his father. "So you have made your choice. Your mother has chosen this path as well?" he asked. "Yes, she has, as well as Sasuke and Ria." Not looking towards Itachi, Fugaku nodded his head and kept his eyes fixed on the moon. "It seems I have failed this clan just like my predecessors before me. Perhaps you can finally bring our family's curse to an end." Fugaku then turned to look at Itachi ever so slightly. "You are the man of the house now. Look after your mother and siblings. The clan is in your hands now, and beware the masked one. He will try to influence you or anyone else in the Uchiha clan. I may not show it, but I am proud of you, Itachi." Fugaku said as behind Itachi's Anbu mask, tear ran down his face as his grip on his tanto shook. Taking a steady breath and calming himself with his grip on the tanto reaffirmed, he drove it forward and impaled his father straight through the heart. Fugaku made a few strangled noises as life left him until eventually his body slumped to the ground, eyes and mouth closed as he went into the afterlife. Itachi sniffled as his breath became slightly uneven as he looked at his father's dead form, but steeled himself. He could let out his grief later. The man might have been a traitor, but he was still his father. He quickly sealed the body away and made his way out of the room, not wanting to be in it any longer. As he arrived outside, he looked towards Naruto and nodded, signalizing that it was done. "My clones have swept the area. All Uchiha rebels have been killed and stored. There are none left. Then it is time to go," Itachi said quietly as Naruto nodded in response and quickly made their way out of the house and back outside. As the two boys were about to jump to the roofs, Naruto stopped as he felt a signature he did not recognize a little ways off from the compound, hiding in a tree. It felt like they were looking towards them. Naruto took a breath and looked straight over, but saw no one was in the tree. Though he could have sworn he saw the air from one of the branches ripple, almost like something got sucked away. "It's been a long night. I'm sensing things that are not there," he thought before he followed after Itachi. Namika's house. Makoto sat on one of the couches as her hands rested in her lap with her thoughts wild and full of concern for her eldest child. Sasuke too was asleep, having taken a spare bed that was set up in the twins' room. Kushina had applied so many barriers and protection seals around that room that when they all activated it looked like a Christmas tree. Kushina was sitting beside her friends with Tsunade not far from them with Shizune. Minato was leaning against the wall beside Kushina. Kakashi and Tenzo had already gone, filling in what they could, and that when they left only Fugaku remained, and that both Itachi and Naruto were fine. This quickly made all of them in the room feel better, but was still worried for the two boys. I don't like this. They should have been back by now. Kushina spoke as she got up and started pacing. They will be fine. Those two can handle it. Naruto and Itachi are the best of the next generation. They can get this mission done. Tsunade spoke as Makoto nodded in agreement. I know my two students. I know that independently they are very strong, but together I have no doubt they would be near unbeatable. Kushina listened but continued to pace. As she was about to speak again, they all heard the door open and close and footsteps making their way towards them. They looked to the doorway and felt relieved when Naruto and a still masked Itachi walked in. However, all the adults felt sick to their stomach and ashamed of themselves when they saw all the blood that covered their children. Makoto and Kushina wanted to cry, while Minato wondered if he did the right thing letting them do this. The mission is complete, Hokage-sama. Itachi spoke. The bodies of all the Uchiha are in storage scrolls that Naruto has sealed on his wrists. Naruto showed the seal to everyone as they all nodded. How many did you take down? Minato asked gently. It was Naruto who answered. About 28, while Kakashi and Tenzo took out around 25, I believe. Minato accepted the answer. There was no one else around. Just the team and the Uchihas. Itachi nodded yes, though Naruto looked a little suspicious but did not voice his opinion. His parents saw this and would ask him about it later. They gave them a brief run-through of what happened along with any added details. Once it was over, they watched Makoto stand up and walk towards Itachi. Itachi took off that mask. She said gently, but Itachi did not move. In fact, he hardly reacted at all. Makoto had an angry look on her face. Take off that mask and look at me. She said with a bit more force laced in her words. After a few moments of silence, Itachi's hand shakily went up to his mask and took the crow mask off. When he did, Makoto sobbed and felt her heart break as she watched a flow of tears continue to run down Itachi's face. Not wasting a second, Makoto wrapped him in a tight hug as she placed her son's head in the crook of her neck. Itachi never spoke a word but let his arms wrap around his mother and just grieve, not caring that people were watching. Everyone looked in sadness, as did Naruto as he wiped some tears from his eyes and sniffled. As he did, he too felt arms wrap around him. He saw Kushina wrap her arms around him and held him close to her. Naruto relaxed into his mother and gently hugged her back, as well as she gently stroked the back of his head and let exhaustion from the night finally take over. Later that night, after showering and getting something to eat, Naruto headed into the kitchen of the house since there was one last thing he had left to do. He wore some spare comfy clothes he had brought with him. Makoto had taken Itachi into the spare room and would stay with him for the night, seeing that her eldest child needed her the most right now after what he had to do and taking the life of his father. Tsunade and Shizune had left for the night as they headed back home, while his siblings along with Itachi's continued to sleep silent as if nothing had happened. Walking into the kitchen, he saw his parents sitting at the kitchen table, both not saying a word. They looked up at him when he came into the kitchen and took a seat in front of them. You both said you would give me answers. I want those answers now. Minato and Kushina nodded, though both looked sad. They did not think they would have to tell him at such a young age, but their son was not like other children. They saw that now and knew he could take it. It was Minato who spoke and began to tell him. We will tell you the truth about that night on October 10th. Chapter 17. Becoming famous. Naruto pushed himself forwards as he ran along the tree branches, with his eyes focused on the route ahead of him. Beside him, Anko and Makoto jumped along his right and left, all looking towards the front, keeping their eyes focused and their wits about them. The trio were currently on a scouting mission along the border between Fire Country and Grass Country. They had gotten reports that a missing nin was seen along this route and had been causing trouble to travelers and merchants who were trying to get to Konoha and Iwa for trading purposes. They originated from Wave, since Wave was a major trade point in the elemental nations, and this missing nin had caused the trading to get many major delays. Naruto was sent to investigate alongside Anko and Makoto. Anko, since she wanted to get out of the village for a little while with the torture and integration division taking up a lot of her time. While Makoto was sent since Minato wanted a well-known shinobi on this mission in case things did not go their way. Itachi meanwhile had joined the Anbu and was quickly rising to the rank of an Anbu captain. Naruto, though offered to become an Anbu, settled instead with becoming a Jonin. The life of an Anbu was not the one he wanted. Anko, not wanting to be left behind, had managed to get pushed to special Jonin. While her taijutsu and summons were easily Jonin level, she still had to work on her ninjutsu and stamina portion of her skills, something Makoto was helping her with when possible. The trio were running almost on the border between the two countries, and they were surprised that they had not run into any Iwa shinobi yet, since most would have had patrols in the area, similar to what they were doing. Does anyone sense Naruto? Makoto asked as Naruto focused on his surroundings. He spread his sensory abilities to 2 miles wide. After a moment of silence he opened them and shook his head. Nothing so far. In that case it may be best to stop for the night. It is almost sundown and we do not want to be running during the night since our view would be obscured and it will be more dangerous continuing. Naruto and Anko nodded and quickly found a small cave formation a little ways off that would be perfect for a camp setup. It was only about 12 feet long into the mountainside, but it did give them some cover and would likely be the best thing they would find. Makoto had been going on missions more regularly lately since it helped to prove the Uchiha's loyalty to Konoha. When the other clans, shinobi and civilians discovered and were told about the almost rebellion, the Uchiha clan lost a lot of trust and respect. Since then Makoto had become the head of the Uchiha clan and was grooming Itachi to one day take over since he was the eldest child. She was teaching him what he needed to know so that when he took over, he could be an efficient leader and know when to be kind and when to be strict. Something unfortunately Makoto's second son Sasuke seemed to need. When finding out about his father, Sasuke had become a very quiet broody boy who preferred being alone and shot anyone down who wanted to befriend him. A few times Itachi and Makoto had to stop Sasuke from pushing Ria around since he did not want a weak sister. Makoto would quickly discipline her son, which only made him brood more. He made his life goal to defeat his older brother and become the head of the clan. Itachi's only response to that was a flick to the forehead and telling him he would be waiting. It seemed that while Itachi and Ria had taken after Makoto mostly, Sasuke's personality was leaning more towards his father's and his way of thinking. The one clan that thrived off the Uchiha clan essentially being cut in half was the Hyuga clan. Before the Uchiha clan was the most powerful, but now with their numbers halved, the Hyuga clan was now the largest of main clans and as well as the most powerful. That was something the Hyugas obviously knew since some became quite pompous and walked with an air of superiority. But the clan head Hiashi Hyuga quickly stopped that and punished anyone who tried to think that way. The Hyuga clan head may have been strict and most times cold, but he refused to have his clan looked down on because of a few members trying to act better than everyone else. Naruto, you find us food whilst Anko and I will set up camp. You know what to do if anything goes wrong. Naruto nodded. Throw a kunai in the air with a flare seal strapped to it. I got it. He said as Makoto nodded at him and watched him leap into the bushes. But Naruto searched the nearby wooded areas and managed to come across a small river about 8 feet wide and went up to Naruto's knees. He guessed it must have connected to one of the bigger rivers and towards a lake since he found it was teeming with fish. I was hoping to find a deer or maybe some rabbits, but I guess this will do. He said as went into the river. He closed his eyes and sensed the fish in the water as they gently and quietly swam past him. Waiting for a few moments his hand suddenly struck the water and a moment later his hand left the water and had a fish in his hand. Smiling, he threw the fish onto the river bank and he copied this movement 5 more times until he had about 6 fish all resting on the riverbank. Nodding and thinking to himself he just stood in the water for a few moments as he took in the clean air of the forest. He enjoyed the forest when it was peaceful and in a strange way felt one with it. Whether that was because of his Mokuton or it was just him. I should get back. No doubt Anko and Makoto will want their dinner. Anko, after all, has a stomach that seems endless. He thought the same could be said about him. Stretching his arms and cracking his shoulders, Naruto got out of the river and shook his legs, making small splashes of water hit the dirt and grass. He picked up the 6 fish 3 to a hand and began walking, though before he could move a chakra signature appeared to his surprise coming from behind him. He frowned when he felt it was panicked and possibly injured from the erratic feelings he was getting from it. A moment later a second, stronger signature appeared and quickly determined that the first signature must have been running from the second one. The second signature was definitely Jonin level, while the first was lower than a Jonin, but a bit higher than a Chunin. Looks like they're about a mile away. He thought and could feel the stronger of the two closing in fast. Biting his lip, Naruto quickly made a shadow clone. Go back to Makoto-sensei and Anko, tell them what I have sensed. I will put a flare kunai in the air when I have arrived at where the 2 signatures are. The clone nodded and took the 6 fish before he ran back to the camp while Naruto turned, made sure his blade was strapped to his side before he pushed off as quick as he could and towards the location. As he ran, he could sense the 2 signatures getting closer and closer before he felt the first suddenly stop, almost like it was making a last stand. The second drew closer and flared its power. Naruto ducked under some branches and moved quickly and quietly through the trees, hardly leaving a mark on the branches from how fast he was going. Pushing off from the trees, he quickly found himself very close to the two signatures and found that they were in a small clearing. He poked his head through the bushes as quietly as he could and observed who the two signatures were. He first focused on the stronger of the two. He was a man in his late 20s, maybe early 30s, and had blue eyes with a darker ripple around the pupil, waist-length green hair, with the top two bangs falling down on his cheeks on each side, and having dark fleshy lips. He wore a grey hooded mantle with 3 red stripes. Under the mantle was a dark brown sleeveless vest falling to his knees where the inside was purple, a light brown belt, and light grey pants. All over his body were various protective bandages on his chest and legs. Naruto knew who he was from studying the bingo books. This man was Raiga Kurisuke, a missing nin of Kiri, former member of the Seven Swordsmen, wielder of the dual swords Kiba and A-rank shinobi. A very deadly foe. Naruto thought before he turned to the other signature and almost fell out of the tree when he saw who it was. 4 years had passed since he last saw her, and yet she looked almost exactly like the last time he saw her, other than the fact she was 4 years older as well. Her black hair was still short and stopped just past her chin. Her uniform was similar as well, though now she had the pale brown Chunin jacket added to it. What are the chances of her being here? He thought to himself before he saw the swordsman raise the twin Kiba blades. The pair of swords were slim and straight double-edged blades. Both blades also have an upward curved bladed prong near the tip of one side of the blade and another one near the base of the blade's other side. Makoto-sensei will probably yell at me for this. He thought before with a burst of speed, pushed himself off the tree branch and landed between the two. The two Kiba blades were coming down at him, so he drew Shusui out and managed to block the strike. When he blocked it, he threw a kunai into the air, causing a flare, though no one was paying any attention to it. Naruto interference caused both to be surprised seeing another shinobi nearby, though Kurisuke had her jaw hanging open as she looked at Naruto. What is he doing here? Raiga pushed himself away a couple of meters and looked at the person in front of him. Hiroi Senkum? Was his first thought before he realized the person in front of him was too young and the hair was too short as well as the eyes. Who are you, boy? Why are you interfering? Raiga asked as he took 2 steps forward with the Kiba blade held tightly in his hands. Naruto shrugged. I was in the neighborhood and I heard fighting. I came to check it out, and you can imagine my surprise when I found a member of the Seven Swordsmen fighting an injured Iwa Kunoichi. So why interfere? Last I checked Konoha hated Iwa and vice versa. Oh, they still do, but I think it's a stupid rivalry. Personally, I have no problem with Iwa and this girl here I know in a way. I don't really want to see her get killed. Naruto looked behind him for a moment to look at Kuritsuchi injuries. Her right leg had a big gash in it and a small bit of the bone was lodged out of her skin. It was a surprise that she managed to run as fast as she did with that kind of leg injury. He turned back to look at Raiga. You can't beat me, brat. I was once a member of the Seven Swordsmen, 7 of the best users in all of Kiri. You think you can hold a candle to my skills? There is one way to find out. I have always enjoyed fighting strong opponents and I have always wanted to fight one of the 7. Kuritsuchi, who was lying behind them watching this unfold, did not understand it. She did not understand why he was protecting her. Shouldn't he hate her? After all, Iwa and Konoha were like oil and water. They just don't mix. As Naruto readied himself again, he felt his cage bushin from earlier disperse and now knowing that Anko and Makoto were on their way. Kuritsuchi. Naruto called, getting her attention. If you can move, then I suggest you move out of the clearing unless you want to get involved in your current state. He said. Kuritsuchi gave him a mild glare but quickly dropped it before she did her best to crawl away. Focusing in front of him, Naruto's eyes went slightly wide when he saw Raiga now just a few feet from him with the Kiba blades coming down on top of him. He quickly brought Shusui up and blocked the strike and held it there as Raiga slowly began pushing him back, using his superior physical strength against Naruto. As Naruto got pushed back, he released the hold from the 2 blades and ducked a swing. He then cocked his fist and threw it towards Raiga's side. Raiga though saw it coming and jumped a few feet away, only to see the punch cause a crater to form into the ground. I have to watch this one carefully. He thought, now recognizing that Naruto was not some run-of-the-mill shinobi. Raiten Raikyu. Raiga said as a ball of lightning formed in his hands and he threw it towards Naruto. Naruto though saw the ball coming. Fuden. Tatapa. A burst of wind shot forward, stopped the lightning ball dead in its tracks and made the lightning dissipate. Naruto pushed off from the ground and went to deliver a hard kick to Raiga's stomach. Raiga however caught Naruto's foot and twisted it, making Naruto's body twist in the air before he fell to the ground. The slightly dazed Naruto saw one of the Kiba blades coming towards his head and moved it to the side, narrowly dodging the top of the sword. He brought his left leg up and kicked Raiga away, making the swordsman's feet skid along the ground a few meters before he stopped. Naruto got back up, but Raiga threw one of the Kibas towards Naruto's face, and Naruto narrowly dodged it again, but this time felt the tip of the blade slash against his cheek as a bit of blood trickled down it. Naruto pushed himself away. Suiton Mizu Dangan no Jutsu. Raiga quickly did the same. Suiton Mizu Dangan no Jutsu. The bullets from each side collided with one another, neither managing to hit the opponent, and the jutsus quickly cancelled each other out. Raiga and Naruto battled, both trying to get the better of the other, as Raiga swung one of the kibas at Naruto, who managed to block the blade. Raiga then brought the second kiba up and aimed it at Naruto's abdomen from the side. Naruto saw it from the corner of his eye, and the blade hit Naruto. Kuretsuchi gasped a little seeing Naruto get hit, but then saw his form burst into smoke and be replaced by a log. Raiga looked around for a few moments before he saw a shadow forming beneath him. He looked up and saw Naruto coming down towards him. Naruto aimed to split Raiga right down the middle, but with his swords in an X shape, Raiga blocked the strike as the two again fought for dominance. This time though Naruto used his footwork to his advantage and managed to slip his right leg between Raiga's. He then leaned forward as their blades were crossed and head-butted the swordsman, making him stumble back. Taking the chance, Naruto threw a chakra-enhanced kick to Raiga's stomach, making him tumble and skid to the ground. Raiga fumed as he got back up and felt a small trickle of blood go down his forehead before quickly sweeping it away. From the side of the clearing, Kuretsuchi was watching in slight awe. She looked at Naruto and could not believe that someone her age was managing to hold his own against someone as strong as one of the 7 swordsmen. I thought he was strong before, but in the last few years he has not been slacking. I can barely keep up with their movements as they are. Alright brat, you're not bad. I'll give you that, and your sword is a fine blade. But it's time to stop messing around. He said as Naruto watched as Raiga held up his right hand and made a sign. No jutsu? He said as Naruto watched in panic as a heavy mist began to form around the field. As the mist settled in, he managed to notice as well before the mist covered the top that the sky had darkened and thunderclouds had set in. As the mist finally settled, Naruto could barely see 6 feet in front of him. His view was completely obscured and he quickly knew that eyesight was not going to help him here. I have to use my sensor abilities for this one. They might be the only thing I can use in this situation. Now you are in my territory, boy. Raiga said as though his voice could be heard from all directions. Naruto guessed he must have been projecting his voice with his chakra. This is a little trick I learned from my old pal Zabuza. Well, more like stole it from him, but it's all the same. If you are trying to scare me, then you will have to do a lot better than that. Naruto called but heard a low chuckle. We shall see. He said before Naruto heard thunder rumble over and could scarcely see a bright light suddenly strike not far from him. He sensed Raiga was about 20 meters to his left and threw a few shurikens in that direction. He heard some clanging before Raiga's voice was heard again. Ikazuchi no Kiba. Naruto could barely see a lighting current that must have originated from Raiga shooting towards the sky and saw it ripple along the skyline. After a moment, Naruto's eye widened and quickly jumped to the side and rolled away just as a bolt of lightning formed and shot down towards the ground, making a small explosion occur. That was too close. Naruto thought before he went back to sensing for Raiga, who was now 10 meters behind him. He quickly turned around and blocked a strike from Raiga. Sanjiroku pound HM. Naruto called as Naruto slashed the air and made an airstrike sail towards Raiga. Raiga though only grinned as he ducked and rolled out of the way and went back to using the mist. Ikazuchi no Kiba. Naruto once again heard as he saw lightning shoot into the sky again, and Naruto once again managed to roll out of the path of the falling lightning strike. However, as he rolled, he inadvertently rolled towards Raiga, who was waiting for Naruto, and drove the kiba into Naruto's side. Naruto sensed him at the last second and moved to the side, but still the blade managed to cut his side and make blood begin to pour out of the wound. Naruto jumped away and clutched the wound. This is not good timing. He thought as the hand over the wound began pumping healing chakra into the cut, hoping to heal it enough. It looks like the young swordsman is now injured. I guess he is not as strong as he thought he was. Raiga taunted. Naruto took a calm breath. Okay, enough is enough. No more letting him toy with you like this. The next strike he might land on me could be the last. Use the training your senseis have given you. As his left hand poured some more healing chakra into the wound, Naruto brought his right fist up and slammed it into the ground, causing the entire field to quake and become dislodged as large rocks and debris shot all over the place. Raiga, who was going to strike Naruto again, lost balance and stumbled just as Naruto managed to sense where he was again. Pushing himself forward, Naruto clashed blades with Raiga again as Raiga tried to force Naruto back. He managed to do so, but watched as Naruto burst in a puff of some. Where is he? He thought as he tried to look around, only to realize that the tables had now turned and Naruto was now using the mist to his advantage. Not wanting to let a kid beat him, Raiga put his blades in the air as lightning hit the blades and electricity covered his entire body. Rejeki no Yoroi. This is only good for one attack, but I will kill you. Naruto listened nearby as he closed his eyes and sensed Raiga. He could tell that in particular had taken a lot of chakra from him and sooner or later the guy would be running on empty while Naruto's large reserves still have plenty in them. His wound on his side was now partially healed, though as soon as the battle was over, he would need to finish the job and bandage his side. The armor was similar to what the Raikage used, only nowhere near as strong. Naruto gathered chakra and built it up in his body. If I can use a powerful burst of chakra to release it, then it should be possible to do something similar for this. Nothing can get through this armor. Be thankful that afterwards I will give you a proper burial. I'll pass. Naruto thought before he gathered earth chakra in one hand and water in the other. He slammed them together and was thankful that the mist was in full effect. Mokuton Mach is Mchika Kyari. He said silently and grinned as moments later he felt Raiga become panicked and a loud cry echoed out. Where is he? Raiga said to himself as he looked all around for Naruto, hating that he was now the one being toyed with. Trying to get a lock on the young shinobi, Raiga was about to push off towards where he thought Naruto was, but before he could move, he felt two sharp objects pierce into his ankles, going straight through the bone. Ah! Raiga cried out as he dropped one of the kibas, making the lightning around him disperse and leave him. He crouched down as his hands held his ankles, pain was shooting along his ankles like fire. From afar, Naruto heard the dropping of a blade and used this moment to his advantage, and perhaps now would be a good moment for him to use a new technique of his. Itoryu. Kumenbachi. He said as he ran towards Raiga and jumped into the air. As he descended down towards Raiga he positioned his blade into a stabbing position. Coming down from the air, he saw Raiga stand up shakily and at the last moment saw Naruto coming down towards him. He tried to move, but his ankles were in too much pain. He tried to block it, but he was too slow and his last technique had taken a lot out of him. Naruto's blade came down upon him and went straight through the right side of his chest. Naruto stood like that for a moment as his sword impaled the former Kiri shinobi before he drew it out and put Shusui back into its sheath. He then gathered a big amount of chakra before a few moments later he released it all. The result was what he wanted as the mist around him began to disappear and clear up. As it faded, he saw that beside Kuretsuchi were Anko and Mikoto both looking worried. Though he saw Mikoto's shocked look when she saw Raiga slump to his knees on the ground. Whoa. He heard Anko say as Kuretsuchi nodded from her seat on the ground. I wondered when you two would get here. He said. He saw Mikoto look at him with a scowl on her face, but then saw her attention focus back behind him. Turning around his eyes widened when he saw Raiga starting to stand up and grabbed his two kiba blades. Wow. What a guy. Now I know why he was a member of the Seven. This is not over yet, brat. Now until one of us is dead on the ground. Raiga managed to wheeze out even though his hands were barely able to hold the two blades. From the side Anko was about to step forward but stopped when Mikoto put an arm in front of her. This is not our fight with Anko. This is a battle between two swordsmen. If we intervene now then we would only shame them both. This will most likely be Raiga's last stand. She said they saw Naruto turn back around and grip his sheath as he got in a position that all three recognized. The whole field was silent as the two Kenjutsu users stared at one another. Raiga, despite the pain in his ankles, ran forward as the kibas lit up, covered in lightning again. Every step he took sent waves of pain through his ankles, but he ignored it for this last moment, knowing it might be his last. He swung his blades down. Raric no Tatsumaki. As he closed in, Naruto closed his eyes and put his hand on the handle of the Shusui, and once Raiga got close, he snapped them open. Itoryu II. Shishi Sunsen. Naruto disappeared and then reappeared behind Raiga as Raiga stopped dead in his tracks. A small trickle of blood went down his chin before he managed to turn his head towards Naruto and looked at the blonde who now turned his head around to look at Raiga. Why you are a fine swordsman. I may have started out your enemy. But now I am glad that I could fall to the sword of one who will become a great swordsman in our world. Naruto said nothing but nodded as he made the final clink sound as his blade hit the sheath. When it did, blood spurted from Raiga's chest as a long diagonal cut appeared and forced Raiga to the ground. As he hit the ground his eyes closed permanently while Anko, Mikoto and Kuretsuchi now had one thing on their mind. Naruto he just killed a member of the Seven Swordsmen. Naruto looked at his fallen opponent and offered a small prayer as he wished for his opponent a good life in the afterlife before he put his hand over his left shoulder where a long cut now lay. I guess Raiga's last cut did manage to hit its mark, he thought. The wound was not life-threatening or anything, but he knew that it would scar over and for that he was actually happy. It would be a scar that would serve as a memento from his battle with a member of the Seven Swordsmen and a powerful Kiri shinobi. Silently Mikoto, Anko and Kuretsuchi who was being carried by Anko, reluctantly made their way towards him. They saw his wounds and knew he would need to get them checked over soon, but for the moment let him lament his victory. Well, almost before he felt a whack on the back of his head. Ow, what was that for? He said looking towards his sensei who scowled at him. What were you thinking of challenging an A-rank shinobi and member of the Seven Swordsmen to a battle? You could have been killed. But I wasn't. That counts for something, doesn't it? Perhaps, but if it did not go that way, imagine what your family will think when we might have had to take your body back to Konoha. Think about Naruto next time. Is your life worth risking for somebody who is a shinobi from another village? Naruto shrugged. Probably not, but I did so anyway. It would have been wrong of me to have just stood there and let him kill her. I won't let that happen on my watch. Not even if they are from another village. Personally, I don't care about the silly rivalry between our two villages, and I did the right thing. Makoto and Anko rolled their eyes, but knew Naruto would have intervened any way you look at it. So what exactly do we do with the body? Anko asked as Makoto looked at Naruto since he was the one who defeated Raiga. I guess I will take it with me back to the Leaf. Raiga had a big bounty on him since he was an A-rank missing nin and member of the Seven Swordsmen. It would be a nice income addition to have. Plus we now have the Kiba blades to deal with. He said as he walked over and went to pick the twin blades up, only for a new presence to appear and land in front of Naruto. The figure was a Kiri hunter nin that wore the Kiri Anbu uniform. He had light blue hair that stuck up straight, and Naruto could sense he was at least Jonin level. On his ears he had talismans hanging from them, and behind his mask, he could sense one of his eyes was different from the rest of him. Makoto and Anko prepared themselves as Makoto clutched her tanto in her right hand, while Anko ready to bring out a snake summon. The figure stood in front of Naruto and looked down at the 14-year-old before looking at Raiga and shook his head. What is it you want? Naruto asked as the hunter nin edged a bit forward as Makoto and Anko took a step forward, while Kuretsuchi just watched as she held onto her leg. The Kiba blades. They are property of the village hidden in the mist, and I will be returning them as such. My future Mizukage mate Terumi will need the assistance of those blades. Everyone looked at him in confusion. I thought the Mizukage was the Yagura of the Three Tails. He won't be for long. Our Kiri rebellion will soon gain victory, and Yagura's reign of terror will soon end. The Kiba blades will help in his end, and the nickname Bloody Mist Village can finally be put to rest. Naruto looked towards the Kiba blades that were right in the middle of the two of them. He saw the rebellion hunter nin reach for his kunai pack slowly. Not wanting to cause any problems, Naruto took a step back. The hunter nin took this as a signal that Naruto would not take the blades. He leaned down and picked them up before he sealed them in a storage scroll. But when he went to collect the body of Raiga, Naruto stopped him by putting Shusui on his neck. I don't think so. I triumphed over Raiga, and I will be collecting his bounty. This will not be. Listen buddy. If you have not noticed you are outnumbered 3-1. I could have fought over those two blades, but I didn't because I knew there could be problems between Konoha and Kiri if I did that. The last thing I want is to bring unnecessary battles or war to my home. But this is where I draw the line. I will be collecting the bounty from Raiga's head. Naruto then leaned in and whispered in the hunter nin's ear. Unless you want me to tell the Hokage and the Hyuga clan that you have a Byakugan in that eye of yours. He said making the blood run cold through the hunter nin. He looked towards Naruto and retracted his hand away from Raiga. Without missing a beat, the Kiri hunter nin jumped away onto one of the tree branches and sped off. Naruto meanwhile sheathed his blade and stored Raiga's body in a storage scroll. He walked back over towards his comrades and guests and headed back to their campsite. Naruto picked up Kuretsuchi's bridal style, making the girl blush and wriggle, but a raised eyebrow from Naruto quickly made her stop and go quiet. As they ran along the treetops and Naruto verifying that Kuretsuchi was okay to be with them, the Iwa girl made the best of what she got and leaned into Naruto. The next day Kuretsuchi was in a similar position as she held onto Naruto's neck from behind as he piggybacked her with Makoto and Anko slightly in front of him. The rest of the night had been uneventful as Naruto healed Kuretsuchi's wounds, while Makoto used her limited knowledge of medicine to heal Naruto. But once they got back to the village he would have to go to the hospital to get them checked over. Not much had been said from Kuretsuchi, other than thank you for the food and shelter from the Leaf Shinobi. Currently they were escorting Kuretsuchi to the border between their two countries and would drop her a little distance away from a patrol station. Makoto did not want to risk the Iwa Shinobi, thinking they were hostile. Since grass country was between their two countries, they would drop her off at one of the spots Iwa Shinobi stop at regularly in the border country. You okay back there? He asked as Kuretsuchi nodded. Are you going to say anything other than nod or shake your head? He got his answer in the form of a shaking head. He pouted a little before shrugging. Suit yourself. Be ashamed not to hear that pretty voice of yours. I'm sure it makes many men and some women tingle when they hear it. Naruto smirked a little when he saw her face heat up and felt her flick his ear. Don't say such things. Fine. He said back, just happy that she finally spoke. So. What have you been doing since our battle during the Chunin exams? Getting stronger I bet. Of course, I said I would and I will still want a rematch one day for that humiliating defeat you gave me. I thought you were going all out against me, but your match with the Uchiha was even more earth-shaking. I hate it when people hold back against me. Hey, you can't blame me for not going all out. I had a genius Uchiha to go up against. I needed some tricks up my sleeve, and I could not reveal them all in the match with you. Kuretsuchi huffed. Yeah well don't think you're going to win next time. I will show you how strong I have become. My father and grandfather have both been training me non-stop for the last 4 years. Naruto nodded. Well, when you want your rematch then I will be happy to give you it. Uritsuchi nodded back. She turned to look at Anko and Makoto and could see they were both looking at her from the corner of their eyes, obviously making sure she did not try anything. So why did you help me? She asked as she saw Naruto turn his head to look at her. He shrugged again. Why not? I mean, I know we are from 2 different villages that happen to not like one another very much, but I could not just let you sit there and die. You do know that most would have just let it happen, right? I know, but I guess I am not like most people. Most people would say that, thinking they have something different that makes them stand out. True, but I guess in my case it is true. Uritsuchi looked at him before she nodded again and leaned closer towards him as she looked into his violet eyes. She had to admit that his eyes were very beautiful. Since she knew Yondaime had blue eyes, she guessed he inherited his violet eyes from his mother. And she would also admit that he was quite handsome. She looked over towards Makoto and Anko again to see that they were not watching them anymore. Gathering a bit of courage and hoping no one found out about what she was about to do, she leaned over his shoulder more, which made him look towards her. Before he could do anything or react, Kuritsuchi's lips pressed against his. It was quick and did not even last a second, but he felt her soft lips against his and could taste cinnamon on them. It made him want to lean in and kiss her back, but stopped when he almost tripped over and fell to the ground. Tell no one. That was just a way of saying thank you. Don't look into it, she said before she looked away. Naruto could not say anything since he was too gobsmacked to even respond, so he settled for nodding. He then turned back in front of him and kept running along the treetops. The group stayed silent for the rest of the time before they eventually reached the spot where they would drop Kuritsuchi off. She was able to walk slowly towards the patrol station and she watched as the trio of Leaf Shinobi left the area. Though she saw Naruto turn his head to look at her and the two just looked at each and their faces went a little red and heated up before turning away. As they left, both had a tiny smile appear on their faces while Kuritsuchi shook her head. Calm down, girl, it was just one kiss. A kiss you initiated. She thought before making her way to her destination. Naruto meanwhile thought similar things. It was just one kiss. It did not mean anything. Right. Konoha 3 days later. Minato sighed and leaned back in his chair to take a moment's rest as the paperwork just built up and up on the table. He did try the cage bushin to conquer it, but his wife put that idea down, saying he could not cheat his way through it and had to man up. She is so cruel to me. He cried inwardly before shaking his head and sitting upright as Kushina and Makoto walked through the door, both happily chatting and smiling. How is he? Minato asked, referring to Naruto. He's fine. Kushina answered. Shizune said most of the injuries have already healed, but the bigger wounds like the one on his shoulder and side will scar over. Minato nodded and leaned back again and whistled. Our son, who is 14 years old, managed to defeat one of the 7 swordsmen. Who would have thought it, even if Raiga was not one of the stronger members. The moment they returned, Makoto sent Naruto straight to the hospital to get his wounds looked over and sent Anko with him. Then when she arrived at the Hokage office, Minato and Kushina were in the office making out on the desk. Makoto quickly spoke up since she did not think the village needed an Uzumaki Namikaze baby. No. 5. After relaying what happened on the mission and getting to Naruto, Kushina had completely blurred out of the room as she ran so fast to the hospital that most only saw a red blur barreling past them. When she arrived, she all but smothered her son into her chest and was checking him over before lecturing him about fighting a member of 7 swordsmen, saying he could have been killed. Minato was the same, though inwardly he could not have been any prouder. As the trio spoke, Jiraiya jumped through the window and threw a bingo book at Minato, who quickly caught it. "There reason you threw this to me, sensei?" Jiraiya frowned. "Take a look on page 165 and see what your son has done." Everyone frowned at the tone, but Minato quickly opened up to page 165. Makoto and Kushina looked over to see what they were supposed to be looking at before they all went pale and eye-wide when they saw the brand new member of the bingo book. Name: Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. Age: 14 to 15. Gender: male. Origin: Konohagakure. Shinobi rank: Jonin. Caliber rank: A. Known alias: Konoha no Tsubasa Akuma, Konoha's Blade Devil. Known clan affiliation: Uzumaki clan. Known element affinities: Fuitin, Doton, Suiton. Skill list: Ninjutsu 4. Ninjutsu 4. Ninjutsu NA. Intelligence 4. Strength 3.5. Speed 3.5. Stamina 4.5. Hand seals 3.5. Weapons: katana made of black metal with a purple guard and black sheath. Physical description: stands 5'6" and weighs 155 pounds. Golden blonde hair and violet eyes, tanned skin, and is known to wear traditional Leaf Shinobi attire. Special abilities: known to have chakra sensor-like abilities. Despite age, he has cage level chakra reserves. Known family: Minato Namikaze, Yondaime Hokage, Kairoi Senku, Kushina Uzumaki, Benem. Other information. Is known to have killed Raiga Kurosaki in a sword fight and is known to be able to use the Rasengan in battle. Bounty. 25 million Ryo dead or alive stationed by Iwa. 25 million Ryo alive stationed by Odo. As they read the bingo book, everyone just stared at it in fascination and with a single thing on their minds. Incredible. Chapter 18. On my way. Naruto woke up and his eyes flickered as his gaze looked over towards the window in his room, getting a good look of the sky and the few clouds that hovered along it. Turning over he then looked up at the ceiling for a moment before he felt a familiar feeling between his legs. He looked down and groaned again when he saw his manly part was erected and making a sizable tent form from his covers. It had been that way ever since he last met the Iwa girl Kuretsuchi. He blamed that quick kiss she gave him because since then he had not been able to get her out of his head. Every time he thought of her he could still taste the cinnamon from her lips and as well as feel how soft her lips were. What are these feelings towards her? I don't understand them. He thought since just the thought of her and her light pink eyes made his stomach do a few flips and his heart flutter. Could I have feelings for her? He wondered since it sounded so stupid if he did. He had only properly met her twice and one of those times she was trying to kick his ass. He did not dare speak to anyone about this. If someone he knew discovered he was developing potential feelings for a girl from Iwa, the granddaughter of Tsuchikage no less, it would bring trouble and he knew it would cause even more problems between him and his family. His friends might accept it, but he dreaded what his parents would have thought about it. Especially considering how Iwa thinks of his father. Sighing and getting out of bed, he took a quick shower and dressed in some comfy civilian clothes since he had the next few days off. At 15 Naruto was now 5'8" and was now taller than his mother and the same height as Tsunade. His hair was kept short since if it got longer, then he would just look like his father. The main noticeable change was that now on Naruto's forehead was a purple diamond mark just like Tsunade has on her forehead. Since the news of his battle got out with Raiga Kurosaki and that he was now in the bingo books as an A-rank shinobi, Tsunade and others knew that Naruto would be targeted by bounty hunters, shinobi, and missing nin. So Tsunade decided that to make sure he had a better chance of surviving an encounter with a potentially stronger opponent, she placed the creation rebirth seal on his forehead. That way Naruto could store chakra into that seal, and if Naruto is injured to a point where he might die, then he could release it if stored enough chakra and heal all his wounds. Plus it helped that Naruto had some knowledge of medicine thanks to his training with Tsunade. Tsunade knew that this would shorten his lifespan as did Naruto if he ever used it, but to her, she would rather Naruto lose 5 years of his life than lose his life altogether. Kushina, Minato, Mikoto and Hiruzen all agreed as well and would give them some relief knowing he had the seal stored on him. Wearing simple black shorts and a dark green shirt, he walked out of his room and saw Anko and Itachi sitting around the table as Itachi ate his cereal while Anko was guzzling down a glass of orange juice. Morning sleepyhead. Anko said as Naruto gave her a tired wave and Itachi a slight nod. The Uchiha boy just nodded back before going back to his breakfast. Is I take it? He asked as he put some toast in the toaster and waited for it to pop up. He saw Itachi dressed in his Anbu uniform while Anko was in her usual shinobi wear and was slipping her sandals underneath the table as she drank. You know it got 3 people to torture today. Oh the blood and the screaming. It just tickles me. She said as she shivered. You know you're never going to get a boyfriend if you keep scaring people like that. Itachi muttered but felt a swift foot kick him in the shin. Though it hurt he did not show it and instead just raised an eyebrow at Anko who was smiling happily at him. No man could ever handle my desires, my wonderful Uchiha friend. She said ruffling the top of his head and making his hair go messy. Besides, as much as I like boys, you know I do like women just as much. So you keep telling us. Naruto said since Naruto and Itachi discovered that their teammate and friend was bisexual. In all honesty they were not that surprised since Anko always seemed to look at girls behind their chests when they were not looking. Plus it did not bother them since they both knew she had a thing for both sexes very early on and they accepted it easily and quickly. Then I guess I will warn the male and female population of Konoha and warn them Anko is looking for a good rut. May Kami save them. True but maybe we could get around again. You did love it when we went at it that one time. Anko said, wiggling her eyebrows at Naruto who shook his head. That was something Naruto would never forget since it was only a couple of months ago. Naruto and Anko had been home alone and somehow the topic of sex had come up and how it led to them saying that since they were shinobi, they could die on any mission at any given time. Both mentioned that neither wanted to die a virgin. So after some more talking and the eventual addition of some alcohol, Naruto and Anko lost their virginity to one another. It was not bad, if anything for their first time it was pretty amazing, since Anko did things with her tongue that Naruto did not think was even possible. And Anko loved how rough Naruto could get when they were in the moment along with his stamina. The next day after their night of passion, nothing really changed and they went back to being normal friends. Both were not that bothered by it and were happy that they had sex for the first time with a good friend and someone that they both enjoyed being with. They did not understand why people thought sex would overcomplicate things. Before they were friends and now they were friends who lost their virginity to one another. Nothing more, nothing less. Though they both felt sorry for Itachi when he came out of his room looking dead tired and glaring at them, neither realized he had even come home and must have heard them going at it since Naruto did not put up silent seals around the room. I thought we agreed never to mention that again. Itachi said as the two chuckled before Naruto grabbed his toast and went towards the door as he slipped his sandals on. Where are you headed? Anko asked. Just to the messenger tower. I have not checked it in a week so I thought I would do it now. Can you check mine please? She asked giving him the puppy dog look, making him roll his eyes before nodding. As thanks she blew him a kiss before getting back to her breakfast. Leaving the apartment building Naruto walked at a leisurely pace as he greeted and waved to a few of the civilians and other shinobi. He saw Kurenai and Asuma sitting with one another and talking quietly to each other. When they saw him they gave him a wave hello which he happily gave back. As he walked down the path of the Leaf Village, he stopped at a small cafe he made regular stops to and bought his morning coffee. As he walked out he sensed two small figures barreling towards him from behind. Quickly turning around and opening his arms he held strong as two blonde blurs smashed into him and hugged him close. Naruto Nai. Mito and Ig both called as they smiled up at their big brother who still held them and began walking with the two 10-year-olds, one in each arm. We haven't seen you in ages, Nai-san. Where have you been? Ig asked while Mito was giving him a mixture of a pout and a glare, wanting him to answer quickly. You better answer Nai-san or I'm telling Kachan. Mito piped up, making him roll his eyes. If you must know then I have been on a lot of missions over the last 2 months, so I have not been home much. But now I have a few days off which if you want I am sure I can give up to spend the day with you two munchkins and Mina-chan. Besides, why are you two not at the academy at the moment? Last I checked, Thursday was a school day. Iruka-sensei was not well and Mizuki-sensei got pulled out to do a mission. So we got the rest of the week off. Ig answered as Naruto nodded. The twins both nodded eagerly as Ig hopped down from his brother's arms and walked beside him, while Mito climbed up her brother and got on his shoulders. You comfy up there? He asked as Mito nodded her head before the trio began walking again. They talked and chatted happily as they asked him about what kind of cool missions he had been on lately and if he could teach them some new things. Apparently they were getting bored in their class since Iruka just babbled a lot and lectured too much. Though they did train from time to time with their parents, Kakashi and Jiraiya, it was only light training and nothing cool in their own opinions. Naruto made it fun when he showed them a thing or two and would turn it into a game. They eventually arrived at the messenger tower and when they got to the top, the twins went straight to petting the various birds that were kept up there and fed them little treats. Naruto smiled at them as he collected his and Anko's messages. He put Anko's away into his back pocket and took a quick look at his own. It was only 2 pieces, one of which was from a weapons dealer from Iron Country, since he liked being kept up to date about the latest chakra metal weapons they developed over there. He then looked at the second message and immediately he turned serious since on the front of the letter was the royal emblem for the fire daimyo. The fire emblem was not difficult to recognize and he knew if he was getting some kind of message from the royalty of Fire Country then it must have been extremely important. Opening it, he quickly began reading it. As he did the twins looked over and saw Naruto's face look gobsmacked and suddenly have the need to sit down. Both went over to try and look at what the parchment said, but Naruto kept it close so that no one else could read it. The twins then resorted to climbing on his shoulder with their curiosity growing, but Naruto then stood up making them fall on their butts. Oni-chan, what does it say? Mito whined while Ig pouted, both hating being kept out of the loop. Naruto looked at it again for a few moments before looking at the twins. It is nothing to concern yourselves over. Do you know the way back home? They both nodded yes but still looked confused. Good, you should both go home. I need to go get some advice about something. I will see you both later. He said, patting them both on the head before he took off quickly. Both the twins watched him go. Oni-chan is so weird sometimes. Ig said as Mito nodded in agreement. But Naruto ran across the rooftops as quickly as he could before he landed in front of the Uchiha clan compound and quickly ran forward. He gave a quick wave or nod to the Uchiha members that knew him before he arrived at the main manor house. Approaching it he saw Makoto sitting on a porch reading while Ria was by her feet coloring a picture. Makoto looked up and smiled when she saw her student coming towards her and placed her book down. Hello Naruto-kun, this is a nice surprise. I was not expecting a visit today. She said happily but looked at him in concern when she saw his serious but nervous look on his face. She quickly sent Ria inside as Naruto took a seat next to her and showed her the letter that was in his hand. Her eyes went slightly wide when she saw the Fire Country emblem and already had an idea of what it might be. She scanned the contents of it as Naruto sat quietly beside her. Since Makoto was one of only 2 people he knew about that could relate to this, he valued her opinion highly in this regard. After a minute, Makoto looked up at him looking both stunned and immensely proud. "They want you to join the Guardian Shinobi 12. She asked as Naruto nodded in his head. "Naruto is such a huge honor. Oh, I am so proud of you." Makoto leaned forward and hugged him in congratulation, which Naruto quickly reciprocated before they broke off. "What should I do? I mean, should I take it? I don't see why you shouldn't be honest with Naruto. It's such an honor to be asked to join, and very few people ever get asked. They only ask those that the royal family recognize as the best or will one day become the best. The fact that you have been asked means that they recognize you as someone who has and will go on to do great things, I guess." Naruto answered looking down at the letter. "Plus it says they just want me there for 3 years, possibly longer if I choose to stay on longer. I would be back by the time I'm 18. Then what are you doubting?" Makoto asked her student. Naruto was quiet for a moment before answering. "My life is here in Konoha, my family, my friends, my colleagues, not seeing them for 3 years kind of scares me a little. I know it sounds silly, but I would be on my own if I go. When I am in trouble or need help then I have people here to fall back on. You, Itachi, Anko, Jiji, Tsunade-sensei, Shizune-chan, Ka-san and Tu-san." Makoto nodded and she understood. Every time Naruto left the village for a mission, he was either with a team or with people he knew. Now if he went he would be going on his own. As strong as Naruto was, the one thing he always hated was being on his own, and Makoto knew that. "Don't use your head for this, Naruto. That is the best advice I can give you on this," she said as he looked back at her. "If you use your head you will overthink it and start weighing the pros and cons. Tell me, Naruto, what does your heart tell you to do? Do you want to stay in Konoha or do you want to go and join the Guardian Shinobi 12 for 3 years? Know now that whatever you decide you have my full support as both your aunt and your teacher." Naruto nodded and sat there for a moment as Makoto leaned back and just observed her student as he thought it over. In her own opinion, she wanted him to go because she knew it would be good for him. It helped her become where she was today as a shinobi, and she knew that it would do wonders for Naruto. It would start him on his path to becoming a shinobi that will rock the foundation of their world just like so few before him had done. He had the potential, it was one of the reasons she wanted to be his sensei. So she could say that he was her student and that she helped turn him into the great man she knew he would become. Then minutes passed as the silence between the two was uncomfortable as Makoto waited for his answer. Then just as she sat forward, Naruto turned to look at her and gave her a small smile. I think I want to join the Guardian 12. Makoto had a look of pure happiness and from her eyes you knew she was proud. Then you have your answer and I think you have made the right one. This is an offer that will only come to you once in your lifetime. So many before you have turned it down like your parents for example, Kakashi, Jiraiya and Tsunade as well, and I always think they made the wrong choice. Leaving the village and joining the Guardians 12 for 3 years when I was 17 was one of the best decisions I made because it helped me grow as both a person and as a shinobi. I know it will work for you as well. Naruto leaned over and placed his head on his teacher aunt's shoulder as she patted his head. Thank you Makoto-sensei. You're welcome Naruto. That's what I'm here for. Later that day, after his talk with Makoto, Naruto then went to Asuma since Asuma returned from being a member of the Guardian 12 2 years ago, and Naruto could see how much Asuma had both matured and how much stronger he had become. He was now one of the strongest jonin in the village. Speaking with Asuma, the son of the Sandaime Hokage, congratulated Naruto on being asked and spoke with him for about an hour as he told him his time in the group and how it was 3 of his best years as a shinobi. He wished Naruto luck and told Naruto that he had made the right choice. Now Naruto had another job to do. Tell his family. Thankfully it was easy to do since his family were all having dinner at the Namikaze household. He told Itachi and Anko earlier that day and the two had both congratulated him and wished him the best of luck. He had their blessings which was a relief since he did not want his 2 best friends thinking he was just up and leaving them. He was sitting beside Shizune as his family were all around the table. His mother had Igi and Mina next to her on her right and Tsunade next to her on her left. His father was at the head of the table while he was sitting right at the end with Jiraiya, Shizune and Mito sitting to his left. Hiruzen meanwhile was at the opposite side of the table. Kakashi had also been invited but he was 2 hours late so they started without him. Minato was conversing with Jiraiya about trivial things while Kushina was speaking with Tsunade and Shizune. Igi and Mina were talking to Hiruzen who was telling them old stories about his time as a genin. "Oni-chan, are you okay? You are being really quiet." Mito asked as Naruto nodded. "I'm fine Mito-chan. I just have a bit on my mind, that's all. Is it about that letter you got today?" She asked thought and said it a little loudly since everyone around the table headed and looked towards Naruto. "Letter? What letter is she talking about Naruto?" Kushina asked as she leaned forwards, looking a little curious and worried. Naruto looked around to see all eyes were on him. He sighed a little and stood up. He reached into his pocket and took the letter out. When everyone saw the royal family fire emblem they looked a little surprised and already had potential outcomes going through their head. He leaned over and handed it to his father. Minato took it and began reading it over to himself for a moment before he looked at Naruto in surprise. They want me to join the Guardian Shinobi 12 and I have decided that I want to go. No one said a word as they let the information sink in. He was not surprised when the first voice he heard was his mother. No, no, absolutely not. You are not leaving the village for 3 years to be some pompous man's bodyguard, she said with her voice raised high. Naruto is a great honor. Well done. Shizune said as she hugged him just like Makoto did earlier. It is quite an honor to be asked to join the Guardian 12 Naruto. I know Asuma speaks very highly of the group and that it helped him grow as a person and as a shinobi. Yeah, I ran in by Asuma-san and Makoto-sensei earlier to get their opinion on this since they are former members of the 12. You told Makoto before you told me? Before you told your family? Kushina said not looking at all pleased. Of course I did. She is a former member of the 12 and she is my sensei. Who better to ask for advice on this? I don't think that would be wise. Jiraiya piped up as attention was drawn to him causing Naruto's eyes to narrow at the man. He had very little respect for the perverted Sannin and viewed him with much contempt ever since the man showed that he cared very little for Naruto, as if he cared at all. Minato and Kushina have many enemies and Naruto being out of the village for 3 years would be a bad idea. We don't need any unneeded attention from a 15-year-old trying to make a name for himself. Your family should come first in this and not your own selfish desires, Naruto. Jiraiya said as Naruto and a few others frowned at how he put it. The fuck's his problem? He should be pleased that I am out of his hair or not even really care. Naruto thought about looking at the toad Sannin. Yes, well, too bad it's not up to you, you old pervert. Naruto said as Jiraiya scowled. I have already chosen what I will do and I want to join for the 3-year contract. Makoto-sensei, Asuma-san, Itachi and Anko have all given me their blessing and told me I should take the offer while I can. The adults all look thoughtful while his siblings look sad at the thought of him leaving for so long. Mina especially was barely holding her tears at bay. Well, I see no problem with it. I think it would be a great experience for Naruto. Tsunade spoke. I know I turned it down as did many of us here, but that does not mean Naruto should have to. If he wants to join and protect the fire daimyo for 3 years, then he has my blessing to do so. She then smiled at her student, making him smile back at her. You already know my answer. Shizune said, ruffling his hair, making him put a little before smiling again. And you already know mine. Jiraiya spoke, not bothering to look up from his dinner. And you know mine. I don't want him spending 3 years out of the village allowing Kami to know who to try and hurt him. Kushina spoke firmly, making sure everyone, especially Naruto, knew what she thought about this. Naruto then turned to Hiruzen who had a contemplative look on his face. After a moment of silence, he took out a small piece of paper, wrote something on it, and handed it to Naruto. Naruto then looked it over. Who is the king of the Hidden Leaf Village? It was a question that he had asked Asuma before he left for the Guardian 12 and a question Asuma had failed in answering. Now he wondered if Naruto would fall for the same answer or give the correct one. Naruto looked it over before he wrote his own answer down and gave it back to Hiruzen who looked it over. Everyone else was looking in curiosity to what was being messaged between the two. The children and the next generation of shinobi of the Leaf Village. Seeing the answer and knowing it was the correct one, Hiruzen smiled and nodded at Naruto. You have my blessing to go to Naruto. Thank you, Gigi. Naruto was relieved that Hiruzen was okay with him going. Turning around then looked at the only person who had not answered yet. Minato sat in his seat and everyone turned to look at him waiting for what his answer would be. Being Hokage, he should have been used to being looked at in such a way and being used to the pressure. But since this was his son who the topic was mainly about, he could not help but feel a little nervous. He knew that the disadvantage would be that Naruto might be targeted by his or Kushina's enemies as well as die protecting the fire daimyo, since there would have been hundreds if not thousands of rogue shinobi or mercenaries that would want the head of the daimyo. The advantage though would be that Naruto would get to see more of the world, he would train with some of the strongest people in Fire Country and would be put in a positive light and gain the favor of the fire daimyo. Having a daimyo on your side could only be a great boost for any shinobi. He looked the letter over again quickly before looking up at his eldest. When would you leave? It has no specific date but would like an answer ASAP. I don't think the fire daimyo is one to wait. He said after meeting the fire daimyo himself he knew the man could be a little impatient but overall was a pretty decent guy. He was a man that was worth protecting. I am thinking about 2 days' time. I have already sent a return letter saying I would join. They will probably be expecting me to arrive by sometime next week. Minato nodded and sighed. He scratched his head before answering. I guess your mind is already pretty made up then, isn't it? He asked as Naruto nodded as he confirmed the statement. If it's what you want then I will not stand in the way. He said giving his son a small smile and was happy when Naruto returned one. Though by the look on his wife's face, she most likely was not happy with it still and would be giving him an earful later that night. As everyone slowly began to talk and discuss again, Naruto noticed the chair where his baby sister Mina had been sitting was now empty. He could hear tiny footsteps making their way upstairs before he sighed and stood up. If you could excuse me for a moment. He said as everyone now noticed that Mina had snuck off at some point and guessed Naruto was going to go talk to her. Mina's room. Naruto walked up the stairs and walked towards Mina's room. On the door it had Mina's name written in pink and had little stars and glitter decorating it. He smiled because it just showed how innocent Mina really was. As he knocked on the door, he could hear soft crying and sobbing coming from inside. Mina-chan. Can I come in? He didn't get a reply and only heard more sobbing. Turning the handle gently he opened the door and stepped inside. Looking over towards his sister's bed, he felt his heart ache when he saw his little sister curled up in a ball as tears ran down her cheeks and her face looking red and puffy. Mina-chan. He said softly as he went towards her bed and kneeled beside her, going down to her level. He pushed a strand of hair out of her face and gave her a soft pat on the cheek. Please don't cry, my little Haim. It hurts seeing you so upset. She sniffled as she ran her hand across her nose. Naruto pulled a tissue from a small tissue box on her bedstand and had her blow her nose before he wiped away some of the tear from her eyes. As he sat on the bed, he felt her get up and crawl onto his lap. She put her head on his chest and wrapped her arms around him as her little legs dangled off the side. I don't want you to go. I don't want you to leave me. Naruto sighed and put his head on top of hers as he hugged her back. I know it might be weird without me around, but it will only be for 3 years. Then I will be back and we will be together again. You need to understand, Mina, that this honor I have been given only comes around once in a lifetime. If I don't take it then I might always regret missing the opportunity. She sniffled again, but he felt her nod her head. Besides, you know I would never leave you anyway. I'm always with you even when you don't realize. She turned her head to look up at him with a confused look on his face. He just smiled as he nuzzled his nose against hers, making her smile and giggle a little. I'm always right here. He said, tapping her chest with his fingers. Just like you will always have a very special place in mine, a special spot that no one will ever take. Mina tapped his chest like he did to hers as Naruto nodded. You want to know a little secret about Mina-chan? He whispered into her ear. Mina nodded her head eagerly, wanting to know the secret. Out of all the people that I care about in the world, you are the person I love and care about the most. But don't let Ka-san or Mito-chan find out or they might get jealous. He whispered in a hushed tone, making Mina giggled again before she leaned up and gave him a big kiss on his cheek before she just sat with her big brother and enjoyed his warm cuddles. Naruto sat there hugging his baby sister and he could not begin to realize how much he was going to miss not only her but Mito and Ig as well. Hey now. He said, getting her attention again. How about tomorrow just you, Mito and Ig spending the day together? It will just be the 4 of us and we can have a day of fun. We can all go to the park together, go up to the Hokage monument and have some Ichiraku's ramen for lunch. Would that be nice? Mina's eyes gleamed happily and quickly nodded her head, showing she liked the idea before the two decided to go back downstairs and enjoy their dessert. Next evening, Ashina took a heavy breath as she combed her hair in the mirror in her room as she wore her light purple nightgown getting ready for bed. She was not ready to see her eldest son leave tomorrow, not one bit, but she had eventually relented after she and Minato had spent a good 2 hours during the night talking about it, with Minato finally convincing her. The main convincing part was how he described Naruto's feelings towards them both. After discovering how they unknowingly treated him for 5 years, Naruto was very distant and sometimes cold towards them. Not outright, but he was rarely in the same room as them. Now though some of that trust had begun coming back and Minato said he had noticed that Naruto was talking to them a bit more than he used to and he smiled more around them. It showed that things between the son and parents were slowly being rebuilt at a good steady pace, which is what both parties wanted. Realizing that, it helped her see that Naruto was not a baby or a little boy anymore. He was a young adult and a shinobi of Konoha. One that could hold his own and protect himself when it came. He was a smart boy and he knew when things got too bad and when to bail. So eventually she gave him her blessing. Are you coming to bed, Kushi-chan? Minato asked as he put a book to the side and got ready to go to sleep. I will in just a moment. I just want to check that the kids are okay. She said, standing up as Minato nodded. Walking out of her room and into the hallway, she first stopped at Mina's room and peered in. However, she saw that Mina was not in her room. A brief bit of panic hit her as she went to look into Naruto's old room since the twins and Mina convinced him to stay with them for his last 2 days, something Kushina was so happy with. Looking in once again, she saw her children were not in the room. Now even more panicked, she almost ran over to the twins' room. She opened the door and was about to go in, but stopped herself when she saw what, or better yet, who was in there. The two beds that the twins slept in had been pushed together to make a bigger bed, and in this new bed were all four of her children. Naruto was lying in the middle and had Mina fast asleep on top of his chest as her little head lay in the crook of his neck. Ig and Mito had stationed themselves on his side and cuddled into him. Over them were Naruto's arms, which kept them secure against him. Kushina had to bring her hand up to her mouth to stop little sobs from coming out. The scene in front of her was nothing more than perfection. The four people that she had carried, birthed and loved more than life itself all together in a peaceful sleep. I don't think I have seen them all together like that since they were little. Minato said, appearing behind her and wrapping his arms around her. Kushina leaned into her husband as they looked at their children happily. It will be strange with Naruto gone for 3 years. I don't like the thought of one of my babies being so far away from me, but I can't keep babying them all forever. I have to let go eventually. Minato nodded silently as they just stood there for a moment looking at their children. At the same time they both noticed that there was a bit of space on the bed where Ig was laying. Minato saw Kushina look at her children with pure unconditional love. He kissed her head. Stay with them for tonight. He said as she looked at him. There is room for one more on the bed and I know you want to stay with them. Stay with our children tonight and I will see you in the morning. He said. Kushina looked at Minato and smiled at him. She gave him a kiss on the lips before they broke apart. Thank you. She said as Minato nodded at her before quietly going back to their room. Closing the door behind her, Kushina walked towards the bed and quietly tucked into the bed and laid on her side. She wrapped her arms around Ig and felt her youngest son lean into her as she kissed his head. She saw Naruto's hand just beside her and gently held his hand into hers. She felt him squeeze back slightly and not rejected, making her happy. She leaned down on the pillows and slowly began to fall asleep. She could spend any night in the same bed as her husband, but just for tonight she wanted to sleep beside her babies and keep them where she could see them. Next morning, Naruto stood in front of one of Konoha's main gates, with a rucksack slung over his right shoulder that had various clothing and some storage scroll contained inside it. The gates were wide open, ready for him to set off and make his way to the fire capital. Behind him Minato, Kushina, Ig, Mito, Mina, Tsunade, Shizune, Hiruzen, Mikoto, Itachi, Anko, Hade, Yugao and Hana all stood there as they waited to see him off. He first said his goodbyes to his friends as he shook hands and one shoulder hugged Hade and Itachi while the girls gave him full hugs and a peck on the cheek. They reminded him to get stronger because when he comes back in 3 years, they will have advanced forward a lot. Next was Shizune, Mikoto, Tsunade and Hiruzen. He hugged all three of them as Hiruzen gave him some parting advice, as well as a few elemental types for him to master. Hiruzen also told him that when he returned, he would be looking forward to a future spar with his surrogate grandson. Naruto was more than happy to accept. Shizune gave him some healing cream and ointment that should last him a year, maybe longer depending how much of it he needed. She let a few tears slip as she kissed his forehead and reminded him to stay safe and not to get overly confident. Mikoto wiped a stray tear away as she hugged her student and kissed his forehead as she thanked whoever was listening that she got to be part of this wonderful young man's life. Tsunade did the same and gave him a kiss on the head as well as passing over the Sandaime Hokage's necklace to him, which surprised everyone. I know you will be the first to break this curse. She said before she discreetly slipped a storage scroll into his cloak as she hugged him. That scroll contains some of my grandfather's Mokuton jutsu. The time away will be the best time to begin fully practicing your bloodline. Naruto nodded before he eventually got to his family. His father was the first who brought Naruto in for a hug. Naruto accepted the hug as father and son stood there for a moment before breaking apart. Minato put his hand in his pocket and gave Naruto one of his three-pronged kunai. Naruto looked at him as if ready to say no, but Minato beat him to it. Just in case, that was all Minato said. Naruto hesitated for a moment before nodding and slipped the kunai away into his cloak. He knelt down to Ig who sniffled a little. He put his hand on his little brother's head. With me gone for the time being I need you to be the one to look after our sisters. Do you think you can handle it? Ig quickly nodded and gave him a confident expression as he slipped his pinky around his brother's, making a pinky promise to protect their sisters. The two brothers hugged for a moment before they broke apart. Next was Mito who was teary-eyed and Naruto quickly brought her in for a hug as she sobbed a little. I'm going to miss you. She said through her sobs as Naruto gave her a sad smile and kissed the top of her head. I'm going to miss you too. But it won't be forever. I will come back and when I do, I want to see how much my little sister has improved in her shinobi skills. Remember to practice every day and don't get lazy or sloppy. He said as Mito nodded and went in for another quick hug before Naruto turned to his littlest sister who had the hiccups as she cried. My little Minaheim. Don't cry. Remember what I told you. He whispered to her as she hugged him tightly around the neck. He felt her nod her head and poke his chest. In there and in here. She said as she tapped her chest as well making Naruto nod at her. That's right. As long as you remember that I will always be with you. He said as gave her a kiss on the head while Mina gave him a big long sloppy kiss on the cheek. I will write to the three of you when I can and I want you to tell me how everything at home is okay. He said to his three siblings who all nodded and were all brought in for a sibling hug as Naruto wrapped his arms around the three as they snuggled into him. After a few more moments passed, they broke off and Naruto had just one person left to say goodbye to. He moved over and stood directly in front of Kushina, who was doing her best not to start crying and tried to be strong. But judging from the way her lip was quivering, it was not going so well. She opened her arms out as if asking if she could hug him and internally hoped he would accept. Naruto stood there for a moment before he smiled and moved in and hugged his mother. He wrapped his arms around her since he was now taller than his mother. Kushina wrapped her arms around him as well and began speaking quietly to him. I know you are grown up now, but as a mother I need to tell you these things. Remember not to stay up too late and to get plenty of rest. Remember to eat all 3 meals and not to overdo the ramen like we uzumaki tend to do. Make some new friends while you are at the capital and never get in over your head in dangerous situations. Listen to your senpais and don't overdo your training. I don't want you coming home in crutches or worse. By now Kushina was letting her tears flow. But most importantly, be happy and know that I love you so much. I know I have not been a very good mother to you and I have made some horrible mistakes, but you are my first baby and I see how special you are now. You are my first child and therefore you are a piece of me. She sobbed as she kissed the side of his head. Come home safe and come back to me. Those who were close that heard her words smiled as they wiped some stray tears out of their eyes. Naruto meanwhile listened to his mother's words and deep inside his heart, the pain that was inflicted on him over those 5 years of loneliness and neglect finally began to show signs of healing properly. He hugged his mother tighter, kissed her on the cheek and spoke 4 words that he had not said in so long. I love you. Ka-chan. Kushina let out a little gasp and her body shook at hearing those words and hugged him even tighter as she stroked the back of his head while Naruto leaned into his mother, finally enjoying the warmth from her just like he did when he was a child. Letting out a few sniffles, they finally broke apart as Naruto gave her one last smile before he turned around. 2 Anbu escorts stood patiently waiting as they ready to escort him to the capital. Nodding to the 2 Anbu, he walked towards them and made sure he had everything before turning back to look at everyone. I will see you all in 3 years. He said as everyone waved back at him and said more goodbyes before Naruto and the 2 Anbu leapt into the trees and left. As the large group turned around, Minato comforted his wife and began walking back to their homes. They would have seen Naruto turn his head one last time to look at them, letting his tears run down his face, knowing he would not see these wonderful people for 3 years. Chapter 19. The Leaf Boy and the Rock Girl. Naruto's feet skidded along the ground before he managed to halt himself. His arm came up and wiped away a dribble of blood that ran down his chin and spat out some more to the ground. I knew this was going to be a good spar. It is not often I can let loose like this and really push myself. He said as he eyed his sparring opponent from the other side of the field. His opponent was an interesting looking man who had the appearance of a monk. He was a bald man with dark eyes and very thick eyebrows. He wore the standard attire of the ninja monk, which was a white long sleeve shirt and pants with a black one shoulder top going over the top. He wore the sash which represented the 12 Guardian Ninja group and went barefoot. The man's name was Shuriku and was a senior member of the 12 Guardian Shinobi. He had been there since Asuma had been an active member and had been the one to show Naruto the ropes as well as became Naruto's senpai. Sparring with Shuriku was doing wonders for Naruto's training since the man was easily high Jonin level and from what Asuma had told him about Shuriku, the ninja monk was easily on par with Asuma, who was one of the Leaf's best. He might not use ninjutsu or jinjutsu like other shinobi, but Shuriku's taijutsu was very powerful and was quite knowledgeable in genjutsu. Pretty good Naruto, I really have to keep on my toes otherwise I don't think I am going to last much longer. Shuriku was praised as bruises covered his arms and face, as well as a few cuts from Naruto's blade. Well, I have a good sparring partner. I am just glad I can have a good match with my senpai. Come. Shuriku said calmly as he and Naruto sped forward and met in hand-to-hand combat in the center of the field. For 10 minutes the two just fought hectically and so fast that anyone who watched would just see blurs. The ground they sparred on was beginning to crack from the pressure of the pure taijutsu fight. The two met in the idle middle again and both landed a hit on one another's face, making each feel the powerful blows of the other's fist. Prepare yourself, Naruto. Shuriku said as he got in a new stance and an idol of a Buddha appeared behind Shuriku. Brame. Senjutsu. Naruto remained calm as so many golden aura-like arms appeared around Shuriku and were beginning to sail through the air towards him at a very high speed. He had seen his technique multiple times before and no matter how much he dodged he always ended up getting hit. Asuma had told him about Shuriku's greatest taijutsu technique and now he understood why it was so fearsome. It was great in both offense and defense. Naruto readied himself before he began dodging the multiple arms sent towards him. He jumped, he skidded, he ducked, he rolled and used any way possible to dodge the attacks. One attack skimmed his face, while another managed to sail just an inch from his shoulder. I wonder if there is any way to recreate this technique. It is definitely something worth having when things go bad. He thought though, he knew Chiriku would never teach him the technique. The technique was only taught to those who were monks at the fire temple. If you were a monk then you could learn it if you were strong enough. If not then you did not learn it. Chiriku was regarded as the strongest shinobi monk in Fire Nation and one of the main reasons why he was part of the Guardian Shinobi 12. Many looked up to him as a teacher and the unofficial leader of the group. Though there were only a few others of the Guardians and not the initial 12 like most thought, he was a powerful force to be reckoned with and many thought twice before fighting him. At first he was doing well, but eventually a hard hit slammed into his shoulder and Naruto went down on the ground. As he did the other arm slammed into him making a dust cloud from their impacts. Not bad senpai, though you will have to do better than that. You will have to try to be a better young comrade. Chiriku said with an uncommon grin on his face as his leg swept Naruto from underneath him and drove him to the ground. His palm then extended and aimed at Naruto's chest. However Naruto managed to grab his wrist before the strike could land and brought his legs up to wrap around his arm and shoulder and brought Chiriku down with his arm locked in an armbar. Chiriku tried to wriggle out of it but found Naruto's grip was solid and his arm would not be going anywhere. He began to feel pressure and pain engulf his arm before he eventually realized he was beaten. He tapped his hand on the ground which Naruto saw and let him go. Naruto stood up with a happy grin on his face as he put a hand out to Chiriku who happily accepted the gesture. I believe that is now 14 victories to me and 12 for you. For now, experience has its rewards. Chiriku answered before the two began to make their way back to the compound they stayed in before heading to the temple. The other members of the Guardians were watching over the fire daimyo, so Naruto and Chiriku took the time to spar and refine their skills. They had a rotor to know who would protect the daimyo at specific times and when they all needed to be there. The only times they all were required was during meeting with clients and other important people that did not come from Fire Nation. As the two returned to their room and changed, a messenger arrived at their compound and reported they were to go directly to the throne room as the fire daimyo wished to speak with them both. After giving their answers both hurried to change and look presentable to the fire daimyo. Since Naruto finished with 10 minutes to spare he sat down at a desk in his room and began writing a letter to Mito. Since he joined a year ago he messaged Mina once a month updating her and everyone else on how he was and that he missed them and hoped to see them soon. Mito was jealous of all the cool things her big brother was doing and made sure he knew it. In return Mito would write back telling him what had been going on in the Leaf Village, how the family was and how the twins were doing in the academy. He laughed since it was always the same answer. It was boring and they wanted to fall asleep, which apparently the Nara boy was doing. When he was updated on his two best friends he was happy to find out that Anko had been promoted to full-time Jonin while Itachi became an Anbu captain. No surprise there since Itachi was quickly becoming one of the strongest in the village and one of the best shinobi they had ever had. Mina would also write back comments or reply from his parents, namely his mother. Kushina wanted him to know how much she missed him and that she was praying every night that he would come home safe and sound. His father just spoke about how proud of him he was and that he looked forward to the day he returned home. Finishing his letter and attaching the sealed note on the back of a messenger hawk, he opened his window and let the hawk fly to Konoha, where he would probably get a reply by the end of the week. Wearing his shinobi gear which was a simple grey shirt with black shinobi pants and sandals with his Guardian 12 sash currently around his waist, he left his room and made his way to the throne room. Entering the throne room, Naruto saw the 7 other companions already standing in a line, none saying a word as they waited for the arrival of the fire daimyo. They were currently looking to fill the other 4 spots on the Guardian force, but so far had come up short. He knew they sent many to Konoha, but those from Konoha almost always turned it down. Naruto could not fathom why people would turn up such a chance, and like Mikoto and Asuma had told him, it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The throne room was the definition of grand and fancy. Its walls and floors were pure white and made of marble with multiple tapestries all hanging around the room, all so beautifully made it was like the pictures were alive. At the end of the room were 4 white pillars 2 to a side next to a golden red throne with 4 steps that led up to it. Behind that was a giant symbol of the fire kanji. He got in line and nodded to his other members who all nodded back before waiting patiently for the daimyo. They did not have to wait long as 5 minutes later the giant doors to the left of them opened up and the fire daimyo walked in with a few guards around him and took to his seat while his guards stood at the side of the steps. He was a thin man with a gaunt-looking face and beady black eyes. He was quite tall and had slightly tanned skin though much lighter than Naruto and his family. He had bony cheekbones and wore his traditional royal clothing and headpiece. While Naruto thought the man was a very fickle and indecisive man who could be swayed very easily, he was not as stuck-up and pompous as Naruto had once believed or how his mother described him. He was actually a pretty nice person and had taken a shine to Naruto since the daimyo was fully aware of parentage and personally wanted him to be one of his guards for a time. The room was silent as the daimyo slowly fanned himself with a small fan he always carried. His family was probably elsewhere around the palace, while his wife was most likely chasing around that demon cat of her Torah. That stupid feline gave every shinobi in Konoha the shivers. "Afternoon everyone and thank you for coming," the daimyo said as the guardians all bowed. "Hi daimyo-sama," they all said in unison before they stood back up to listen to the announcement that the daimyo had for them. "In 1 week the Earth Daimyo of Earth Country will be making his way to my palace for a meeting of a possible alliance between Fire Country and Earth Country. It is to help set up some trade routes and to see if we can calm the tension between our respective shinobi villages." The guardians all nodded before the daimyo continued. "The Earth Daimyo will be coming with a guard of Iwa shinobi that I have been told will be led by the Tsuchikage's son Katsuchi. I also hear his granddaughter will be coming as well. Now since I know the relationship between Iwa and Konoha, I expect all of you to be on your best behavior and anything less than that will not be tolerated. You are here to protect me from those that wish to harm my family and myself." Again they all nodded while Naruto felt his stomach suddenly become a little uneasy and nervous after hearing that Kuretsuchi would be coming again. He did not think he would ever see her again and if they did then it would be in battle. His feelings towards her if anything had gotten stronger and he was still trying to figure them out. No other girl he thought about made him feel this way. In the back of his mind he wondered if she felt anything for him after their brief kiss, though he kind of doubted it. "My full family will be here to welcome the Earth Daimyo into our home and our meeting will occur during the next 3 days. I will want 4 of you to watch me during these meetings whilst the other 4 of you will watch over my family. Is that clear?" he asked to scan the face of his guardians. "Hi daimyo-sama." They repeated again as the daimyo nodded. "Good, very good, their shinobi will be housed in the quarters around the Earth Daimyo, so be warned not to start or try anything with them and do not cause any unnecessary trouble." The guardians all nodded and began to walk away. "Naruto, a moment please," the fire daimyo called as Naruto stayed behind as the rest left. As the doors closed only Naruto and the fire daimyo with his samurai-like guards remained. "Tell me Naruto, will the Iwa shinobi be causing a problem for you given the distrust your parents have for them as well as the hatred Iwa shinobis are noted for having for your father?" Naruto was surprised the daimyo asked but quickly shook his head. "No daimyo-sama, it will not cause a problem. I have personally had no problem with Iwa shinobi, so as long as they do not start any trouble with me, then nothing will happen between them and me." "Very well, I was going to possibly send you home for the week if there was a problem, but since you have assured me there will not be one, then I will expect you to be on your best behavior when they arrive next week." "Yes, daimyo-sama. You have my word nothing will happen during the Earth Daimyo's stay here." Daimyo nodded before waving his hand and giving Naruto the okay to leave. Naruto did just that and headed for the throne room doors as the daimyo got up as well and left via the doors he came through with his samurai-like guards with him. Naruto could sense 2 of his fellow guardians protecting the daimyo from the rooftops as they did their jobs, while Naruto had a few hours off before his watch was on. Naruto walked in his room and lay down on the bed as he took a book out of his desk that read Fukinjutsu level 7. Opening up he began reading before he internally sighed at the thought of the following week. Next week is going to be one long week. He thought before he began to read. 1 week later, Naruto stood beside Shiriku as all the guardians watched over the fire daimyo from both of his sides as the fire daimyo stood at the front of his family with the palace servants all to the side as they watched a convoy head towards them with a large carriage directly in the center and being protected by Iwa shinobi that could be seen as clear as day. "Here they come," Naruto whispered as the others all nodded. "Let's hope this visit stays peaceful." Sora spoke. Sora was a monk from the fire temple that arrived to join the guardians just 4 days ago. He was a little younger than Naruto but was quite formidable in the temple's teaching and used various wind jutsus. He had the same attire as Shiriku but had a full set of light blue hair that went down to his chin. Naruto glanced at the Iwa shinobi and already spotted that Tsuchikage's son since he was a good head taller than the other shinobi and was a lot wider. He looked poised and focused as if ready to take someone's head off with just a moment's notice. It was not until they got closer that Naruto saw that behind Katsuchi was none other than Kuretsuchi. His cheeks reddened a little since she was more beautiful in his opinion than the last time he saw her. Her hair was a little longer as well, but not by much, and Naruto could not help but notice her breasts were a little larger too. When the convoy arrived, the carriage stopped and out came the Earth Daimyo. He was an older man with a very prominent gray beard and mustache, and his eyes have dark marks underneath them. His face was further accentuated with creases running from his eyes. He wore the standard attire of the daimon. "Welcome my friend. I hope your journey here was without problems." The fire daimyo asked as he shook the hand of the older daimyo. It was fine. A few bandits thought they would try their hand at killing me, but my guards made short work of them. He said as the Iwa shinobi stood proudly behind him. Then I thank your fine shinobi for getting you here safely. They have my thanks. The fire daimyo spoke as he nodded to the Iwa shinobi as Katsuchi nodded towards him in acceptance. You must be tired from the journey. I think some tea in the garden is in order. The fire daimyo then led the earth daimyo away into the palace while his family introduced themselves and followed behind. Katsuchi followed as well as did another Iwa shinobi while the others were being led by one of the servants to where they would be staying. Jericho and Sora did the same while the other guardians went about their own duties. As Naruto walked away his eye crossed over to Kuretsuchi and found she was staring at him. It was the previous look she gave him where it looked like she was trying to study him or when she narrowed her eyes in their battle. This was more curiosity as if she was internally fighting over something. When their eyes met he saw a very thick bit of red appear on her cheeks before she shook her head and walked away. As she walked away Naruto's teenage urges kicked in and could help but watched as she walked away and swayed her hips a little as she did. That's just cruel he thought to himself before he shook his head as well and went in the opposite direction. He was on night duty to guard the fire daimyo tonight so he planned on getting as much sleep as he could until then. Plus it was always the most boring of all the shifts. And he thought it was weird to watch over someone when they were sleeping. Next day, Mokubushin no Jutsu. Naruto called out as he slammed his hands together. On his shoulder wood suddenly began to sprout out from his shoulder and began to form and take a human shape beside him. After a few seconds the wood clone was complete and Naruto took a good look over it. He walked around it checking the features were all correct before he nodded and smiled. Alright, that's pretty good. No flaws in this one. I think I am finally getting this down. What do you think, Kiara? From the side, the large form of Naruto's white tiger is familiar. Kiara was no longer the small cub he could put on his hand and was now a head taller than he was and was longer than a horse. Her green eyes were still as mesmerizing as before and her large teeth shined as she gave him a toothy smile. It's about time. You spent long enough on this. Well, Mokuton is not exactly an easy element to master. It is probably why only one person has ever done it before. He muttered as Kiara yawned and lay on her side. Wake me up when something interesting happens. Lazy feline, Naruto muttered before he checked over one of the scrolls Tsunade gave him. He put a little tick next to the Mokuton Bushin before he turned his attention to the Mokuton. Mikuja Heki. Alright, let's try this one out. He said as he memorized the hand seals before sealing the scroll away onto his arm. He dispelled the Mokuton Bushin. Loosening his shoulders up he was about to slam his hands together when his eyes snapped to the side and suddenly jumped out of the way. He landed a few meters away and saw on the ground where he had been previously standing was now a large glob of lava. He rolled his eyes and turned to the side where he saw a familiar Iwa Kunoichi sitting on a tree branch. Was that necessary? He asked as Kuretsuchi grinned at him and jumped over towards him. Well, I had to make sure you had not been slacking. So am I up to par? Naruto asked as he crossed his arms while Kuretsuchi smirked. For now maybe, but it's still early. Besides, we have a score to settle. Remember I said we would have some kind of rematch the next time we see one another. The fire daimyo already warned me not to start any trouble. The earth daimyo told us the same thing, but we are not causing any trouble. We are just sparring with one another. No kill shots though. No kill shots. Kuretsuchi agreed before she jumped away while not even paying attention to the giant white tigress that sat up looking at the two of them in an odd manner before smiling a toothy grin. She guessed this was the girl Naruto had told her about before and who he had developed some kind of crush on. The two sparred for a lot of the afternoon and Naruto had noticed she had improved a lot. Despite this, he guessed she was closer to being a jonin. He put her on par with Anko, well, maybe a little stronger thanks to her yoten. Her yoten had also expanded and he had to do a lot of dodging and running to avoid melting. Kuretsuchi meanwhile was breathing a little hard. Once again Naruto had gotten stronger than he was before and she was barely able to keep up with him. It infuriated her to know that the gap between them was so large still, but she was resolute that she would catch up to him eventually. She would not allow herself to be taken down so easily. As Iwa Kunoichi ducked a punch from Naruto she noticed his legs were a little too wide for comfort. Kuretsuchi grinned just as Naruto saw what she had planned. She entwined her legs with his and tried to force him down to the ground. Naruto used his weight to support him and managed to use his superior physical strength to push her back. However, the two stumbled and Kuretsuchi fell to the ground and landed on her back while Naruto landed on top of her. The fall caused the two shinobi's faces to suddenly become only inches apart, their noses even grazing one another. Both Naruto and Kuretsuchi had blushes on their faces and both found themselves suddenly leaning in towards each other. Before they could kiss though they finally realized what was about to happen and both stopped and leaned back away from one another. Oh I'm sorry, that was my fault. Naruto said as he got off Kuretsuchi and sat on the ground beside her. Kuretsuchi then sat up and looked away, not wanting him to see her blush anymore. It's fine. It was a sparring match, so something like that happens from time to time. Kuretsuchi said as she tried to get her blush to fade. Naruto nodded and only now noticed that the sun had begun to go down and evening was beginning to fall in. Their sparring match must have lasted a long time since they had started sparring at 4 in the afternoon. Do you have guard duty? Kuretsuchi suddenly asked as Naruto shook his head. I have already done my shift today. I'm not guarding again until tomorrow morning. Oh okay. I have the same. I guess I might see you then since the daimyos have another meeting in the morning. Good night, she said as she got up off the ground and started to walk away. However, she did not get far since Naruto's hand grabbed her wrist. His hold was firm but it was gentle as well. She was surprised how soft his hands were. Have dinner with me? He blurted out as his mind began to process what he just said. Oh god, did I just ask that? Kuretsuchi looked as shocked as he felt since she was not expecting him to ask her that. Her blush was beginning to return. Have dinner with him? But this is so sudden. What do I say? She began weighing the pros and cons in her head, as well as thinking what on earth her father and grandfather would say if they discovered she went on a date with the son of the man Iwa hates the most in the world. She was not sure if it was the right choice, but instead of listening to her head, she followed her heart. She saw Naruto look at her with a pleading look before he smiled a little when he saw her nod. Okay. I could get some food right now. That evening, Naruto and Kuretsuchi sat beside one another as Naruto enjoyed his miso ramen while Kuretsuchi ate her shrimp ramen. Both eagerly ate their meals while they made light conversation. So how did your parents make you join the Guardian 12? From how the Beniham is described in Iwa, she sounds like she is very protective of those close to her and wants them kept in her sight. Yeah, that does sound like Kachan, but then again mothers are like that. Naruto said. She was against it at first, but eventually she accepted it. She just realized I was not a baby anymore and that I could look after myself. It sounds nice. Naruto nodded. What about your mom? Kuretsuchi shrugged. I don't know much about my mom. From what my Two-san tells me, she was a shinobi of Kiri that my Two-san had a fling with. They were together for a while and they had me about a year after getting together. But then the bloodline purges happened and my Two-san took me to Iwa since I had the Jotun bloodline. So you got it from your mom then? He asked as she nodded. She is still alive from what I am told, but my Two-san said that the welfare of Kiri had to come first and that she had to help put it right. Apparently she was young as well when she had me, barely 18 years old, while my Two-san was 23. Did he ever tell you her name? Naruto asked as he took a piece of pork in his mouth. Only her first name. My mother's name is Mei. Mei, huh? That's a pretty name. Do you think you will ever meet her? One day, hopefully, as long as the rebellion wins and takes over from the Mizukage. I always wondered what it would be like to have a Kasan. I love my Two-san and even my grumpy old Jiji, but there are some things that only a daughter can really go to her Kasan with. I just hope I get the chance to meet her one day. Naruto nodded. Though his relationship with mother had been strained until he left, when he had a problem that needed a woman's opinion, he would have gone to Tsunade or Mikoto. Mikoto since she was like his aunt and Tsunade because she was like a second mother to him. So do you have any goals? Being a kunoichi you must have a dream. Naruto asked as he pushed his bowl away and out his head in his palm as he listened. Kuretsuchi tapped her chin before she spoke. Not really, to be honest. Just to one day become a well-renowned kunoichi and then maybe have a little family of my own one day. What about you? The same, to be honest, become a well-known shinobi, be strong enough to protect those I love, maybe aim to be one day since the job kind of appeals to me, then a little family of my own. Well, you are already in the bingo book, so you are already well known. You can mark that off the list. Kuretsuchi commented. Oh, I know. I think I have your grandfather to thank for that. He said as Kuretsuchi looked a little sheepishly at him. I am sorry about that. I tried to reason with him, but while he was thankful to you for saving me, he also recognized that you were getting stronger as a potential threat. He was just following what other cages or shinobi would have done. Naruto sighed. I guess, but it was a bit of a horrible way to say thank you. Kuretsuchi went a little silent since she knew he had a good point. After a few moments of silence she stood up. I should probably get back to my room. We both have early shifts after all. She said as Naruto nodded and got up as well. I will walk you to your place of residence. It's the least I can do as a gentleman. He said as the two began walking side by side with Kuretsuchi giving him a small smile as thanks. They walked in silence as they wandered around the capital before they made their way back onto the grounds of the palace. They walked in a comfortable silence since both were just enjoying the night air and the sounds that nature was making. As they made it to where Kuretsuchi was staying, she briefly turned to look at Naruto. Thank you for the meal. Today has been quite nice. She said as Naruto nodded. I was thinking the same. "Well, I guess this is where we part ways," she said as she turned to walk away, but stopped when a small burst of courage hit her again like it did 2 years ago. She bit her lip but leaned towards Naruto to kiss him on the cheek. However, Naruto turned to look back at her, and her lips planted themselves on his lips. They stayed like that for a few seconds before they broke apart as both looked a little shocked from what just happened. Neither said anything as they looked at each other in shock at what just happened. After staring at one another for a few seconds, they did the most logical thing they could think of. Kuretsuchi jumped him and slammed her lips into his lips while Naruto picked her up by her legs and leaned her against a wall. "Oh god, you don't know how long I have wanted to do this," Kuretsuchi said as her hands went through his hair. Naruto was no better as his hands were in her hair and going along her thigh. "That kiss you gave me 2 years ago has been the only thing I could think of since then. God, I have wanted to kiss you so badly since then." They stopped talking for a few minutes as they just kissed and just enjoyed the moment. Eventually, after 10 minutes, they broke apart and Naruto settled her down. "Oh god, that was amazing," she said as she could still feel his dominating lips against her own and how good it felt. As she revealed what had just happened eventually began to hit her. She just made out with a Konoha shinobi, not only that, the son of Yondaime. Naruto was too gobsmacked to really talk. "I should go," Kuretsuchi said, but before she could go Naruto grabbed her wrist again. "Have dinner with me again tomorrow. I want to go on a date with you. A real date," he said as Kuretsuchi tried to find the words to use. The damage had already been done in a way, and Kuretsuchi wanted to feel those lips of his again. Though she was open with her family, perhaps there were some things she could keep to herself. "Okay," she said before giving him a quick kiss again before she left for her room. Few days later, Naruto stood beside the guardian shinobi 12. He watched as the Earth Daimyo shook hands with the Fire Daimyo before getting into his carriage and began to make his way back to Earth Country with his shinobi walking from the sides of the carriage. As they began to leave, Naruto's eyes caught Kuretsuchi's just like they did when they arrived at the palace over a week ago. Naruto grinned a little when she saw Kuretsuchi give him a wink and blow him a quick kiss while no one was looking. He winked back before mouthing "see you soon. Look forward to it." She mouthed back before she turned away and focused on the mission at hand. "Something you want to tell us, Naruto?" Chiriku asked while Naruto shook his head. "No senpai, absolutely nothing," he said as he covered a small hickey that was on his collarbone. Kuretsuchi meanwhile did the same thing as her father noticed she was wearing a light pink scarf around her neck that he had never seen before. Kuretsuchi did not feel like explaining where the hickeys came from since she and Naruto had made out every evening when they could. "Something you want to tell me, Kuretsuchi?" Kitsuchi asked but saw his daughter smile and shake her head. "No, Tusan, nothing at all." Chapter 20. Comeback of a Hero. 2 years later, the sound of footsteps echoed through the empty forest as a lone figure covered in shadows walked at a steady pace. Though his body was shrouded in the shadows, his eyes could be seen clearly. His violet eyes flickered all around before they locked onto a building that stood in front of him. It was barely standing and looked to be some kind of old shrine. The front of it was half elevated, while the rest had crumbled to the ground, with one of the red pillars broken off in the middle. The rest of the building was cracked and had moss growing all over it. The most striking feature though was the numerous uzumaki symbols that decorated it. He wondered how his mother had never known about this shrine, but guessed that since it was some miles away from the Leaf Village and with the destruction of Yuzu, he thought she must have thought it no longer existed if she knew it existed in the first place. Slowly he walked up the ruined steps of the old shrine and stepped into the main hall where he stopped and looked at the giant wall in front of him. At the top of the wall were 3 uzumaki spirals in a triangle formation. Beneath the symbols were 3 rows of masks each with 9 masks that resembled the Shinigami hanging there. Beneath them was a pit of black fire that flickering wildly. He wondered just how long that fire had been burning. Then he closed his eyes and sensed the masks for any residue of chakra. His eyes flickered from beneath his eyelids before his eyes snapped open and his violet pupils zeroed in on the Shinigami mask that was on the 2nd row and 6th mask across from left to right. Not being able to pick up due to the black fire, the figures unsheathed the sword that was strapped to his back and used the sword to knock it off the wall before managing, with great skill, to balance the mask on the tip of his sword.